just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack. She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Okay, he's here. He lives. He lives. Hang on. Unexpected additional shit to do after I hit starting soon. After I hit the old go live. But I'm here. I'm alive. I'm doing the thing. Hello. Hello. Oh, let me show you guys. I added Jiggling to the BRB screen. Look at this. I don't know why sound alerts are already broken, by the way. Look, Jiggling. It's on the BRB screen. Yeah, I don't know why it's already... Like, the second the stream started, Control popped one, and it just didn't work. And I'm trying to get onto the site where I do the sound alerts through. I think it's just down right now, so... Sad. Ow. That's not warm coffee, that is incredibly hot coffee. That wasn't a good choice. That was not a good decision. Glasses change back so I can see. Fuck. My eyesight's terrible. Anyway, hi. So you can see I'm all over the place today. But it's good to see all of you. Wolf Booty, McMillan, thank you for the resubs. I appreciate it. How we doing? Control, loading screen, Roddy, of course, Wolf Booty, Priz, McMillan, Nepeta, Abe, Bendy, Nova, Mr. Madness, Micro. Anyone else whom I might have missed in there. But yeah, the plan is I want to do some Gunless Amara playthrough. I've done a Gunless Flak playthrough. It's quite easy. I've seen some suggestions that Amara can't do the same thing, which just isn't true. Might need to be a little more creative in some scenarios, might need to be a little more patient in some areas, but it is absolutely possible. So, original plan was to increase the difficulty with mods and stuff, but I feel like we'll just start doing that in endgame instead. I'm also gonna opt to not equip guns unless I absolutely need to for progression reasons. So, like, I won't just be not using guns, I will not have them equipped. So, we'll just be barehanded. Let's go from... Do we go from level 1 or level 13? You guys tell me. Level 1 will just be an extra hour of me taking cover while waiting for Phase Flare to come off cooldown, I'll be perfectly honest. Advanced mind tricks to do less inventory management? Yes. Hey, McBain. 13? 13? Ow, my fucking tongue hurts. There's a spot where I can feel like I burned it really badly in the middle of the regular burn. Like a bullseye with a bad burn in the middle. I'm still trying to drink the coffee. Hey, Jesse, yeah. Level 1, want to see you melee Psycho Stabber. Well, I can get that at 13. Oh, you mean... Oh, the guy who drops the Psycho Stabber. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to use it, because, like, I'm not equipping guns. If I was being too stubborn? Yes. I meant Shiv? Oh. Well, see, I don't need to just melee Shiv. Gunless means no guns. There's barrels in there. You can also lead him outside and punch another barrel into him. Alright, we'll do 13. Play on normal.
So, you want to skip
It's like ignoring the best part of Borderlands. That's where we agree to disagree.
Let's get to the part where you've got a spaceship of your own.
Something I'm known for, particularly in BL3, is gunless sort of builds. Builds that focus on non-gun. I argue that regular gunplay is where Borderlands is at its least interesting. Because every shooter has guns you click, enemy in your crosshairs takes damage. Woo, yay. Not every shooter has these action skills. The action skills are very unique to this IP. So, from a certain point of view, this is even more Borderlands. First thing we're gonna do is sell all our guns. Oh, No, not me already trying to dash like in Redux. So this is entirely unmodded with the exception of I do have dialogue skip mods installed. One for main story, one for DLCs. Other than that, this is entirely vanilla. Oh, I also have my usual expanded photo mode, where I can just bring the camera out farther, and I have vendor crash bug fix. It just suppresses the item of the day pop-up, which stops crashing. And I haven't played BL3 in a minute. Counter-argument, gun-going burr is fun. You see, you got me there. I feel like that's the best counter-argument you could come up with. And I can't argue. It do be fun. BL3 music always gives you memories of the grind and the fun I had in the game, especially with co-op. Yeah, it is instant nostalgia. I think Borderlands main menu music has done that at least since 2 for me. Like, I don't even have that great amount of love for 2 or anything, but like, I do still get that vibe with that menu music. I can just leave it on and be happy. Same with 3. The Wonderland's menu music does that too. Just something about the menu music, it's just instant association with the experiences I make in these games. So we're unlocking Borderlands Science because we will most likely be using Butt Stallion Milk to get additional drops throughout the run. Because we're gonna really need to be... We need good grenades and good shields for this run. Artifacts will be a while off. We will probably try to get to Graveward as fast as possible for artifacts. So we got 11 points to start with. Now, personal space, this says Amara's weapon shots, and for the most part, it means it. It means bullets. Things that count as bullets from Amara. Now, this is mostly guns, but this also means the bonus element from the ASC 50 annoyance on grenade and shield. Those are bullets. So they get the bonus from this. This also means any bullets we reflect with our shield will get this bonus. This means if we get a Hunter Seeker grenade, the bullets from that get the bonus. 30-30. Hey, Dex, thank you for the 30 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So the question is, with these 11 points, where we go first? Getting Illuminated Fist seems like a decent start. But the thing to keep in mind is this first tier becomes very unattractive to me. Infusion will never help me. Steady Hands will almost never help me. Meaningfully, it'll just never help me. Then Anima, I don't have the radiation stuff right now for Anima to be good for me. This might be one of those playthroughs where I respect a lot. Getting Expedite seems like the best play here. I can grab Heavy Rain, so that's Splash for my Novas, Splash for my Ground Slam, Splash for my action skills, Splash for my grenades, and then go from there. So I'm thinking we go Heavy Rain and No Mistakes in Nature. Now we have Expedite. We could take Combo Breaker and then use primarily Phase Slam. Try and figure out if I want more Purple Tree right now. Green Tree might be nice very early on. The healing from green is pretty good. That's definitely something to consider. It's just I don't have the cooldown to keep Samsara on a lot of the time. And I don't yet have anything that's going to benefit from personal space. I'm thinking the one in Clarity, just so we have the healing. We can always come back and respec. Start with Phase Slam. Do we make it Cryo? We'll make it Cryo for now. We can change it as necessary. So we already have access to an action skill element that's good against armor. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what we should do first. Let me make sure I'm on an appropriate vault card to get good XP. Which one do I want more keys for? I want more keys for this one. Cool. I will be using Guardian rank. But as you can see, this is a legit Guardian rank. 1,231. Not even close to having a lot of these stats maxed, and they're ultimately not that impactful. The biggest things in Guardian rank that are going to be good here is like Come On and Slam. Yeah, this one. Once we get artifact slots, that'll be big. So I have 1 Iridium and very little money. I guess the first move is to turn on Butt Stallion Milk and check Marcus's machine. Get a grenade. Doesn't necessarily need to be a legendary, just we need a grenade we can deal meaningful amounts of damage with. Then we're going to have to use that grenade to get money to buy another grenade. No, but in seriousness, we'll probably have to do some money farming at some point to have SDUs. So no milk affected vendors affects anything. As long as you have it on before you look at the vendor. Pounding Tracker, this is pretty good. We buy that. So the ideal grenades we're looking out for here, other than legendaries, sticky grenades, preferably in longbow for safety reasons, and Atlas trackers. Why did I just buy ammo? Lol. 2 grenade SDUs, 1 backpack SDU. We could be extra goofy and do an early arms race run and just throw ourselves into the arms race meat grinder until we get a Kensei. But I'll opt out of that for now. Maybe we do that later. In my last playthrough where I was trying not to use guns, I allowed myself to use them in arms race, but I think this time maybe I'll forego that as well. So we're gonna need 58 Iridium at least. So we're gonna come back for these anoints. We'll have to do the Nog Potion side quest if we want to have that, but it'll be a while before we get a grenade that is anointable that is actually gonna be good for damage dealing. Won't be until Whispering Ice, I don't think. Yeah, not until Whispering Ice. Oh yeah, let's customize first. Such a fun grenade. It's very good. Personal space can have weird value progress. AC50s make it worse, but Mayhem then kills that again. It'll still be more than nothing, especially considering in Mayhem I'll most likely want to unlock Blight Tiger for the corrosive bonus element, so even minor value is still better than no value. In this particular context. So it's like, the thing Priz is mentioning is ASC 50s do not grab the Mayhem scaling of whatever thing they're piggybacking on, if applicable. So, for example, this doesn't matter on guns and grenades because they don't have Mayhem scaling, but if you're using an action skill and you're on Mayhem 8, and you have that, let's just say you're on Mayhem 10 for more easy to understand numbers. You have that times 31 scaling. Well, since the ASC 50s are considered their own damage source, they do not get the times 31 that the action skill does. So 50% of the base before the Mayhem scaling is what we'd be getting. Now that's fine up through like Mayhem 5, that's still good damage. After there it starts getting questionable. But even at that point, it's just personal space fighting with extra points and clarity for that tier. Root to Rise is one of those skills that looks good and isn't good. 8% health is borderline worthless. Hey Brucey, how are you? Ball is just a big bullet. Hey Rabbit. Imagine having a good purple tree. Wild. How's the Quag today? The Quag's okay. Bunch of stressful shit in the background. But it's okay. Timetable of stuff I had to take care of today went a little completely out of order. Hopefully things will be less chaotic tomorrow. But I'm excited to start this challenge. How's the Kevin? Kevin's good. He's somewhere. He's doing something. He's eating right now. Yeah, I see him over there. He's eating. Yeah, cat. Talking shit about you. He just went back to eating. Okay, let's test out this grenade. We didn't cover shield because we'll be replacing that frequently enough, for being honest. So here's our melee damage. 3 punches for a Ratch, that's not bad. It's not bad at all. And our grenade can pick up 3 hits. Well, something I'm going to have to be somewhat strategic about here is routing my level up bonuses. I'm going to want to go into boss fights with level up bonuses as much as I can. Because it's just double damage for a minute when you level up. Hey, Tujella, how you doing? This is where the trial is. I couldn't remember what was over here. I remembered something of importance was there, but I didn't know what. Now we know. It's been a minute since I played this. I had to try out a new project with Raspberry Pis and Google History Notes, so I spent like 4 hours looking for a two-way mirror. Told my friend to give him one for... I feel like reading that out loud got me on a watch list. Yes, as you can see from very early on, grenades are still relevant. One of the things that inspired this was claim that grenades weren't good early on. I'm using a grenade that has never been buffed by anything in the game whatsoever. You know, at level 13 with no support, and it's killing. Legitimately. Anyone who tells you the grenades aren't able to kill in these games, or have ever had a period of time where they couldn't, it's literally them just not throwing them. Grenades are so good. They're really gonna carry this run. I guess I'll take this claptrap. Gas Call is really good. Yeah, Gas Call is really good. Gas Call is so good that, like, when they buffed it, everyone was like, what? Why? They explained why they buffed it. They're like, well, it can't be anointed, so we wanted to make up for that. But we were all like, but why? These are not high value XP wise. But I need to do some of this to remember controls. Even good on Zane's, good on everyone. It was an 8 levels under, still seeing use. It was 18 levels under, Chris. 18 levels under. And still a top contender. Hey Laura, how you doing? up build you're gonna make? Not exactly. I just know what kinds of things I'm gonna use, what kinds of things I'm gonna build around. Expect a lot of grenades, expect a lot of ground slams, and expect a lot of Nova shields. But since Amara... Wow, Hunter Seeker. Okay, I can go grab personal space. But since Amara has... Rectifier's even shit at level 13, by the way. Like, this isn't an upgrade over my green shield that I'm wearing. But I'm gonna buy it for the memes. Nova Burner is good, we buy that. Amara has in-tree melee support. Early, which is something that Gunless Flak doesn't really have access to, so I could take some melee stuff and start punching, honestly. I guess we go Nova Burner here, because it's got a very good Nova, just a tiny radius. But we do already have a splash bonus from Heavy Rain, so formula-wise this already pops off. You go back and start playing Amara, because I struggle on her the most. Amara is a character where, until you cross that understanding threshold, yeah, she can be a little awkward. But, like, once it clicks, she's generally very, very simple to... Not play, that's not the right word. Simple to understand in most of her conventional builds. You do hit this cliff power-wise where, like, later on, it's just, like, with Stone Spawn's builds, he's got an entire website to explain his builds because of how complicated they get. You can do really complicated stuff on Amara. Just most players don't ever feel the need. What am I doing? Personal space strong early game? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely killer sales guy. It's strong late game, too. It's all about understanding her. Yeah. A character like Zane, for example, is, due to some changes made over the game's life, he's just very simple. He's very easy to understand. Whereas Flak can be very hard to understand. Especially from, like, an ideological point of view. I can't speak. Point of view. Ugh, I need more coffee. Like, Flak is, once you understand, you can just do it. But then there's an execution threshold. Zane is just like, you can do it. And then Moze is, you don't need to understand, you just do. And then Amara is, like, kind of more towards Flak, where you need some amount of understanding, but depending on what you're doing, there's a threshold of execution as well. Like, obviously, if you're playing a gun build and you have sustainment, you don't need to execute shit. But if you're doing, say, an action skill-focused build, or a punch things in the face build, very involved gameplay in Amara. Breaking down BL3 psychology. Zane easy to understand, is all about gun damage. Right, most Zane builds, like 9 out of 10 Zane builds are, hey, this is the way I will be pointing a gun at this thing and killing it. And that's it. So, we will be doing this quest, Mallow Wannabes, because this opens up the Messy Breakup Shield. And we absolutely want that. I could fast travel to my vehicle, couldn't I? Sorry, remembering how to play around vehicles after a blissful month of Wonderlands where they're just not anywhere. I don't like vehicles. They're coarse and rough and they get everywhere. Coarse and irritating? I don't remember the quote. "40 and still struggle, understand. Alone, 2 young ladies doing a great job, raising my caveman self. Bless the little hearts. See you gotta lurk." Sounds good. Killer sales guy. Appreciate you stopping in. And the lurk. My vehicle gonna blow up. Pick a Psycho Stabber with the sniper. Psycho Stabber is a pistol. I don't understand the question too, Jello. Are you talking about, like, doing melee and sniping on the same builds? I mean, you probably could in, like, a Kensei build. Oh, by the way, I should... I don't know if I relinked shit properly for this to actually work, but we'll see. Give clone Psycho Stabber and use snipers. Well, you giving clone Psycho Stabber wouldn't do... He would just shoot the gun, and it wouldn't be very good. I mean, I guess if you had him throwing fish flaps, then, like, those fish flaps would be doing decent damage. But, like... He won't melee things. He won't... Clone doesn't move. Yeah, super scuffed. Yeah. Okay. I gotta fix that at some point. Oh well. Can we even kill Borminates? Oh, we can. Not gonna use anything from him, but I can sell it. Give you melee damage? No, it wouldn't. If the Psycho Stabber is not in your hand, it won't give you anything. Clone holding a gun doesn't buff you. Clone isn't you. Hey, it's actually working now? Huh? Oh, it does work. Yay. I'm surprised. So of course we got a cutsman on a playthrough, I can't really benefit from that, but... Mocking cutsman. So if hold the Psycho Stabber would work and you have Clone Sniper? No, Clone isn't you. Those things will have nothing to do with each other at all. Like, you can independently have Clone do something while you're doing something, but, like, yes, of course that works. Like asking if you can walk while your dog walks next to you. Yeah, that works. But what you're doing isn't necessarily affecting what they're doing. Hey, Trade Seeker, thank you for the 34 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Gotta build benefits from a Cutsman. Cutsman is a good, boss sort of weapon. So you want an enemy that is not moving too much, that you maybe won't necessarily be able to crit very well. Because Cutsman kind of sucks at capitalizing on crit spots. So, for example, Cutsman was the bossing weapon that everyone used in gun builds on characters not named Moes when the Malawan takedown first came out. Now, we've since gotten, like, more powerful things. But it still fills that role. Cutsman wasn't nerfed or anything, it's just been sort of outclassed by other options. It's still viable, though.
Howdy.
It's just good sustained damage against big targets that don't move. Do Clone Sniper and I'll hold the Psycho Stabber. I mean, what are you gonna do with the Psycho Stabber on Zane? Thing with Zane is he doesn't have melee boosts. Not really. Any boosts you get for the melee playstyle on Zane are gonna be coming strictly from gear. So it's like, how are you dealing your damage? That'll decide whether it'll work or not. And most likely, like, Clone will just kill things with a sniper before you get to do anything. Hope you're doing well, by the way, Etrigan. I don't know if I said hi to you. Hey, Pragmatic. Back to BL3 for a while? For a little bit. For a little bit. Had this playthrough I wanted to do. And something I want to participate in later this week. Hey Snow, how do you intend to play the game without being able to use Amara? Its best as action skill, Ties the Bind, needs to be nerfed because it's too overpowered. Never heard of the concept of investment. I mean, Ties the Bind is overpowered. And I can still use it. I probably still will use it. I have a Hunter Seeker right now. Okay, so we completed Malawannabes. So now we can go back there for a messy breakup whenever we want. Ah, thank you, Nova Burner. Oh, thank you for that, I guess. Okay. Never understood why, this particular guy is immune to action skills. It might be the map terrain, but like every playthrough, that guy's immune to action skills. It's weird. Question, because it's been so long since I've touched Wonderlands, don't want to think too much. What kind of style builds exist in Redux? Yes. Whatever you want Stabo to apply to. So, most effectively, anything melee, Stabo will be good on. But also anything dot. And there are good Stabo gun builds as well. I'd say Stabo applies least to spells as an archetype, but like even there, it's still got applications. Some ass booked me to work today, my day off. Where will the fight be located? Moo. Should I bring pepper spray? You think the wedding invitation sniper would work for... I don't understand the last bit of that, but wedding invitation sniper is good, yes. Very playstyle intensive, like you need to... Yes, Kevin, I'm explaining that. You need to do some pretty specific things for it to be good. Okay, that's a sticky longbow, we take that. For bossing? Yeah, as long as you're able to crit that boss, then yes. Okay, front loader. Shame we'll never be getting URAD, because we'll never be equipping guns. The only time we'll be equipping guns is when we pick them up to sell them. Kevin? You're Kevining. Kinda nice, there's no customers. Hey, make the most of it. Shoot me, break my shield, thank you. Hunter Seeker for those. Having a tough time one was yesterday, kept going down, eventually realized my shield disappeared, now deformed faster again. Oh no. Yeah, that bug does happen sometimes. Thank you, Hunter Seeker, very cool. This is without personal space. That shit meaty. I should maybe run an XP booster instead of butt stallion milk optimally. But we'll make this work. Clarity and fusion do harm. Wow, that's a good flak class mod, but I'm not flak. Hit crits with Zan, you shoot a crit spot. Laser Sploder, can't use it. You Shoot a crit spot. That's how you hit crits with Zane. Merv Widowmaker. Yes, please. Cloning Hunter Seeker. Alright. Cool. Extra point in personal space here. Catharsis Conflux. Pretty good. Might actually use that. On the streamer RNG. I mean, this is just how BL3 playthroughs kind of end up. The drop the Hunter Seeker mods? No. How to kill Grave Ward, boss you can't touch or get close to, grenades or some magic voodoo. Yeah, we got action skills and we got grenades for that. And some shield effects. Think you can make a wedding invitation build for bossing? 2 Jello. You just shoot the boss in the crit spot with a wedding invitation. That's it. That's what you do. Take gun build, shoot crit spot with wedding invitation. That's it. Remember how we talked about Zane's easy to understand? It's because that's his solution in almost every build. Find crit spot, shoot it. That's it. Other characters usually have to do something more. And just you point and click. That's it. That's Zane. Make a build for it? I could. I'm not going to because there's no need to. Take existing Zane gun build, equip wedding invitation. That's it. You let me digistruct the vehicle ahead of time? That's so toxic. Make me have to go through these steps. I know what I'm supposed to do. Rude game. Playthrough vending machines are kind of dumb. Playthrough vending machines are the problem that people thought they were addressing by advocating for that world drop nerf. And playthrough vending machines did not get affected. Try to break Amara for your build. I always try to. I was finishing my melee Amara with Blade Fury and Face Puncher. That's why I ask. Right. Yeah, the thing with Blade Fury and Face Puncher, one of the many things that makes them just better than punching for melee is the fact that, you don't have those range requirements. You don't have that risk involved. There's many reasons why those items are as strong as they are, but that's a couple of them. I could use the cloning one. These guys aren't armored. Take that level up. I guess for that skill point we do go personal space now. So now our Hunter Secrets will be like super silly damage. And yes, this grenade has always been this good. Got buffed a couple times, but it's always been good. Silly OP with ties that bind, wipe out the whole field. See, that's the fun thing. there's a sphere of things where, yeah, Ties the Bind's pretty crazy, but, like, that is not the upper level of clearing in this game at all. Because of how crazy a lot of the non-gun stuff can get. Which is part of what we'll be trying to show off on this build. Like, sure, the idea of Ties the Bind, shoot one enemy one time, whole room dies, that sounds really good, but in practice, we can get way crazier, way faster, without ever having to shoot a gun. Non-gun gameplay in BL3 is literally just better. And we're out to kind of prove that. Underseekers should mop all these. Would you say prove that? Which part? That non-guns is better? I mean, if you do exclamation point trials, you can see the time trials leaderboard and see that most of the categories are dominated by non-gun builds. I have the fastest Amara True Guardian takedown clear, and it's with a non-gun build. I made the build that has the every single top 5 time for every single takedown and raid boss category on flak. Every runner plays my build because it's optimal. There was a window of time where I held every single Zane Proving Ground and Circle of Slaughter record at the same time on a non-gun Zane build, and he's the character who supports at least. So, among many other people who've proved it over the years, I would say me. I'm one of the people who proved non-gun is better. We all remember when Rotor showed us the cursed slam flab builds. Yep, Rotor was challenged to kill stuff with ground slams by Priz, and then just made a build out of it, and it was good. Gun game, by the way. Gun game, by the way. Take the second null pointer. We'll sell that. So I'm here. Learn from the ones that know way more than me. It's more like learn from the ones who think about this shit way too hard and are always out to prove a point. Tryfin. I'm sure you're plenty knowledgeable. But an admirable mentality is to always be seeking greater understanding of the things you enjoy. Mr. Torin is chaos sometimes. He pokes his head in every once in a while. Talked to him like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. If you ever see the face puncher, fish, stinger, archetype of items return, while they receive the exact same formulas as regular melee attacks, including base damage, although things would be nothing more than ranged applications for melee attack. Even if they did exactly the same damage, they would invalidate punching if punching did not receive things exclusive to it. This is one of the reasons why I think that changing Blast Chill to be melee attack only in Wonderlands was a good change, because it gives melee attacks something other shit doesn't do. Zero, are you gonna do the thing? Are you broken? Okay, there we go. Gotta love when shitposts lead to discoveries that change the course of build crafting that game forever. Yeah. Priz shitposted, and it led to Rotor inventing slam builds. and discovering how meme Hunter Seeker is. Return to Quan did that. And then I got really annoyed that my racks weren't doing damage, so I got drunk in the wee hours of the morning and took some inspiration from a meme Amara build, literally named Ass Clap. And that's how we got rack stab. Some of the strongest builds this game has ever seen were entirely because of shitposts. Part of that was Bite pissing you off about Singer. Yeah. Hey, Sora, thank you for the 2 years. What do we call it? A swimming pool when we naked dip in the water cooler temperature, moon, gravity, help. That's certainly a combination of words. Hey, newbie, how are you? So we have Hunter Seekers. Giga Mine should be nothing. Come on, AI. Target the boss. Thank you. Well, all the sentences I've heard, that was definitely the most recent. How are you, Ken?
Why do we call it a swimming pool when we
Stopgap? Well, that's
water cooler
broken.
temperature moon gravity?
Cloning Hex.
Help?
Okay, so now that we have a cloning Hex, we can go spec into Red Tree. We can take Anima. And it's optimal now. Because we have radiation. I'm not going to use that stopgap because it'll make the game fucking easy. That's a good sure shot. Holy shit. Roided Maddening Frag Grenade. Imagine if this was a CMT. Just imagine. Alright, how about yourself? Bit of a chaotic day, but can't complain too much. Hey, Unforgiven. It's a low roll on the crit, but still an Unforgiven. Man, if this was a non-gun run where I could just, like, equip items, this would be so cracked if I could equip guns. But I put the restriction on myself. I'm not equipping guns. But still, if I could use that Unforgiven, holy. On either the Hex or the Hunter Seeker, that's game-breaking. Oh. Hi. More cloning hexes. I see. Infusion Anima Tempest. Weapon accuracy, exactly what we need for this build. That's 2 Tempests. 1 Anima. I'm tempted to take that. So I'll lose the Nova aspect here if I switch to something else. I don't think I need to worry about switching for a bit. Do this. We'll unlock our class mod slot. I'll equip the Tempest class mod. And then we go respec and grab some anima points. Like, I could probably pull those no mistakes in nature points. And we could start going down red. Now, sustainment lifesteal applies to grenades. It says with her weapon, but it is bullets and grenades. so getting there would make us quite tanky. Indiscriminate does apply to Hunter Seeker bullets, which, lol. Catharsis is good with grenades that are supported by dots in general. Catharsis is almost always a shit skill, but with non-gun dot grenade stuff, pretty good. Pretty good. And then Forceful Expression is a bonus element that would apply to bullets and to grenades. So we're likely going to go down Red Tree. Even though Purple has some good stuff, like getting Body and Mind, Free the Soul, all that stuff would be quite nice. I think we're going to focus Red first. Him really wants to get a Red Tree now. Yeah. Yeah, this one's Conflux, Catharsis, Personal Space. This one's Infusion, Anima, Tempest. Using the Hex, this one makes more sense. We still only have 52 Iridium. Are there any challenges we can do? We can kill 7 more Ratch. Are there any... By the time we get to Athenas, I don't need to sweat the shield thing too much. Because getting that ASC 50 shield can wait. I don't need to do that right now. Yeah, I don't need to do that right now. This kind of playthrough, it's gonna get God roll drops you can't use just because. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Not used to dialogue being muted. It's faster. I don't have the fastest method of dialogue skip installed because I'm just using my existing installation. I didn't go through the extra steps for the new one that just came out recently. So it's just a lot of the dialogue gets skipped by having certain files not present or deactivated. Hey, look, we gotta talk to Lilith. I have golden keys. Let's see what's in here. Oh. 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 Am I allowed to use golden key stuff? Hey, Varashi, how are you? Let's make a rule on this right now. Golden keys allowed or not? Same with diamond keys. I'll kick it over to you guys. You decide. Describe what you got to me. I got a breaker comm and an impaler from a random... I was walking by and clicked the golden chest. Allows were their best used? Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Since I have several, we got 2 Rough Riders. Hell yeah, brother. What gives you the most fun? Being around you. Got him. I'm so good at this. Hard to get anyway? Yeah. I won't have that many. I'll limit myself to this 12 for like the whole playthrough. Hey, Quag, I could know you. See, Nightbot is trying to stop you from trying to out-wholesome me with that shush. But I do mean it. Diamond keys, that's the only ones you earned while playing the character, just to keep it fair, just my thoughts though. The thing with that is I have 0, so like obviously that'll work out that way. But I'm not gonna really earn any chests entirely on this character's merit. Like I have 23 unopened for this vault card. I have 7 unopened for this vault card, and then I have 3 unopened for this vault card. Like I opened one, yay, keys. But like I'm not gonna be earning diamond keys on this character entirely. Tunguska. Ooh, Big Boom Blaster. That's huge. That's grenade ammo. We use that. And a Phase Zerker. Shit. I was hoping I wouldn't get one. Well. Won't be changing class mods for 20 hours. Shit. I didn't want that. I never asked for this. Ooh, Quasar. That's not a homing one. Don't care. Money's gonna be a bit of an awkward thing. Use discretion, unity, concrete rules for challenge rounds, just whatever you find fun. Yeah. That's true. I like preserving some of the need for thought as well. Yeah, we're gonna put one on XP booster, I think. Because this drop rate thing. We've leveled up once, by the way. All of these legendaries and stuff we found, it's been in 1 level. It's been a crazy 1 level. If Zerker just invalidates run too much, can swap the other ones. Oh, yeah, I absolutely am going to swap if I get a fun one. Like, if I get a Nimbus, we're using the fucking Nimbus. Elementalist in playthrough with dot support might not actually be bad. How many diamond keys are sitting on? Currently 0. I had 12 golden, 0 diamond. Hey, Dusty Turtle, Gunless Amara sounds tough as heck. The thing is, it's not gonna be tough. But that's why I'm doing it. Because, sharing that experience with you guys. Amara is great in the non-gun department. It's just one of those things where, we discussed this a little bit earlier, different characters have different, like, amounts you need to think and different things you need to think about. Amara is easy to play until you remove, like, the gun-based lifesteal. And then, you know, the easy multi-target with guns with indiscriminate ties of bind. Then it's like, okay, how do you do this? Still very strong. Literally stronger than the gun stuff. But, like, how do you do it? So it's in, like, mentality more than anything. Whereas something like Zane is very easy to understand. Just, hey, he exists to gun. If not gun, then action skill. That's it. Oh yeah, I leveled up, so I can't afford that old shield price. Right. Something we could do is we could turn on Bloody Harvest and we could get Terror Anoints. We could go Terror Skulls. And those are very strong at this level. Never ended up making the base damage of that Fart Cloud Com scale, did they? No, it's one of those things that did get left behind by the 2.0 update. They never touched it after that. It was great before 2.0, and now it's like a thing you can make viable with extreme amounts of investment, but it will be slower and more clunky than doing, say, Phase-Zerker-based dot builds. Oh yeah, I was gonna respec, wasn't I? I forgot. Got lost in the sauce. Nah, we'll be alright. I'm trying to think of things that'll actually be difficult for this character. Double sticky. Yes. Say space shield, we'll take that. Utility. If I run into a situation where I'm out of grenades, I could be in trouble. But since we have that big boom blaster, I don't expect that'll happen often. These are not like Wonderland's barrels. I can't move them without doing the thing to them. I have an interesting risk here. Using Catharsis with radiation and meleeing enemies, your Catharsis explosion can hit you. I think at lower levels I'm fine to just do it anyway, but at higher levels that's absolutely a habit I'm gonna need to break. Difficult for Amara, having shorter cooldown than Moose. Damn. True, though. How you doing, Don? Counterpoint? Funny. It's true. Add more content for this game. I mean, would I buy it? Sure. But at a certain point, you know, things end. Things end. And I would argue that they were given enough indication at certain points that there's always going to be complainers when they make new content for a game. Like, a lot of you probably don't remember, but people just shat on the idea of Season Pass 2. Like, in one breath, they're like, give more content. And they're like, oh, okay, well, takedowns are free base game content, here you go. And then they scream their head off over the Guardian takedown. Like, okay, well, I guess maybe we'll do another season of content. And then people scream their head off over the idea of the free content as well. Or of the paid content as well. And it's like, oh yeah, I want to have something to bitch about. I think that's always it. And this game had a good run. This game got continuous support for over 2 years. Released September 13th, 2019, got supported through November 18th, 2021. Over 2 years of active support. Well, that's a pretty good run. They could still do a lot of stuff for this game. They could still do a lot of stuff for every game that exists. Doesn't mean they will, ever planned on it, or even should. And help a smile seeing Malon guys getting smacked in the face. It's so nostalgic, Tom. It's the best. I'd rather them focus on the next game. Yeah. I'd rather that as well, I think. Talking about third takedown. I think most of the endgame community would have absolutely loved the idea of another takedown. Like, in the moment, like before the release of, say, the Guardian takedown, I don't think anyone thought we'd only get 2. Like 3 is a much more round number there, but that's just, we ended up only getting 2. I like the idea, it's just I think that ship has sailed. I think it's okay to accept things ending and some opportunities being missed. What we got was good. And if we're being realistic, there's not a point where people would ever be like, oh, this game has enough content. Right? Like, game you really love, they keep releasing stuff for it. It's like, oh yeah, they've done enough now. No thank you when they release more. Like, no, you're always gonna want more. Hope they keep the takedown formula. Me too. Me too. Say WoW has done enough. Yet for every person who thinks as you do, Pragmatic, there's 5 customers still paying their monthly subscription and asking for more content. They should release Zombies Chronicles 2 for Black Ops 3, to be honest. It took so many years for the Zombies Chronicles 2 fake leaks to stop. Oh yeah, hang on, I gotta move my save. So, what happens when you have over 1,700 saves in your folder like I do? When you make new ones, it kinda makes them incorrectly. So I do have to manually move it to where it needs to be. It generates them as 0. So I have to actually go in the folder and rename it so I can access it. For 1K, let's see how many saves I have in my saves folder. $1,791. Holy stomach growl. Hey Perrick, how are you? Did I forget to put in Discord? No, I didn't. Cool. Event formula like the cartel event and Bloody Harvest. Those are fun to farm and they're free. Yeah, great free content. Like, fantastic content updates that have good replayability. Just do a lot of things well. Have good impact on the game as a whole with the event structure and the itemization. Like, those 2 events are master classes. Huge Borderlands 3W. Better Malin takedown cartel event? Depends on what you like. And depends on what you're doing. I don't think they're really comparable. I love them both. I love both the takedowns. I love both Cartel and Bloody Harvest. And I'm hard pressed to choose between all of those things. As an endgame speedrunner, Guardian Takedown is just the place I've spent the most time in all of Borderlands 3. So I just really have a deep appreciation of it, and I love the Guardian Takedown immensely. But, like, when I'm just doing stuff casually, the activity I tend to do most of is Mallow and Takedown. I always look forward to Bloody Harvest and Cartels on new characters in a way that I kind of don't look forward to the other content as much. Tired but good. Hope everyone's having a good Monday. It is certainly a day that ends in Y. But I'm surviving. Do I go Tapestry? I think I go do harm first. Morning, Jedi Monkey. How are you? Season events, Broken Hearts has to be my least favorite just because it doesn't have a new map worth of content. That being said, still fucking rocks. It's great for a mini event. You know, for what it is, it's good. It's just, you put it next to Cartels and Bloody Harvest, and you see how much we're spoiled. Ooh, we got the Chupa's first run. That's crazy. When I actually want to farm this thing, it never fucking drops. Now, this is a really interesting, underutilized item. Chupa's Organ is a grenade sourced only from Chupacabra that, it steals health from the enemy you attach it to, that bypasses shields, so it goes right to their health bar, and it heals your health bar.
Jiggling, quag, check, quag, jiggling.
It's very cool. Funny enough, it's absolutely awesome on Hemovorus, but I've never seen anyone use it there. Breaks the Scholar fight? Yeah, it does a bunch of silly stuff. Thank you so much for the 34, Jaybridge. I appreciate it, and I hope things are jiggling properly for you. Was Broken Hearts a prequel to DLC 2? There was a weapon in it that was a prequel. So the Wedding Invitation came out a couple months before the Wedding DLC. And it's a Jacobs. You know, it has a weapon that's a prequel to DLC 2, which I think is pretty cool. Broken Hearts, good, great for early game. I think I get what you're saying. Broken Hearts is good early game. Getting a wedding invitation is, like, fantastic at any point in the game, really. Especially now that in 2023 we've learned new things about how the wedding invitation actually works. It's way better than we thought. For years we thought that the gun kind of died with the game's difficulty advancing past it. But, like, no, it has an effect that no one was using. Except for, like, Lone Master Reno. And now we're like, actually, this thing slaps still. Hang on. If we had known what the Wedding Invitation actually does when it was at the peak of its power, it would have for sure gotten nerfed. Like, beyond a shadow of a doubt, it would have gotten hammered into the fucking ground immediately. But we didn't know why it was good when it was good, and now we do. I'm talking about before Moxie made a build on it. I don't even know if Moxie knows the effect I'm referring to Jello, because this was a 2023 discovery. I don't know if he's made Wedding Invitation content in 2023. The whole point of what I'm discussing is, like, this is a very little known thing that only recently became more popular, and I can tell you that nobody except for only Lone Master Reno, if anyone, knew about this back in 2020 when people were using the gun. Hey, Pericles. Eat the Malon brunch buffet for endgame. Snark level's a bit high today. Don't be sorry. Never change. I think Gearbox knows little details about the guns. The people who are implementing those details absolutely do. Whether or not they tell anyone else that they're doing it, you know, that's up for debate. Because clearly there's a disconnect between, you know, the higher-ups and the people who are actually implementing this stuff in some cases. For example, it's been suggested by one of such higher-ups that the Guardian Angel's function is unintended. No, the Guardian Angel is 1000% intended by whoever is the one who actually put it in. Because they would had to have Like, you have to actively try to use the attribute that they did. There is a way to make it do not that thing, but they didn't do that. It was a direct choice. And clearly, you know, higher-ups don't know that, because they didn't make it. So, I'm sure there's a lot of other instances like that in this game. What's this wedding invite thing is recently discovered? So the wedding invitation applies a stacking debuff for cryo and fire damage whenever you crit with it or whenever you ricochet into an enemy with it. And this stacks up to 3 times. And it's really, really, really strong. So after you've crit an enemy 3 times with a wedding invitation, they are taking massively more fire and cryo damage. And there is no other item in the game that does this. Bruh. Yeah, right, like, nobody knew about this shit. Slag levels are busted. I mean, considering BL3 damage formula, without any of the wonky stuff, goes way farther than the slag does for increasing your damage. You combine that gimmick, and yeah, it's better than anything slag could have offered your builds, sure. It's not hard to bypass the slag threshold. There's a complicated discussion around it. It's like very theory and based, and there's a lot of jargon to it, but suffice it to say, BL3 theory crafters, we've kind of accepted that Splash is the slag of this game in terms of it's a part of a build where if a thing can have Splash made relevant to it, it's just better. You know how in like BL2, if you can slag something and then the damage thing you're using isn't slag, you've just made your damage better. Splash is that in this game, basically. In terms of it's applicable to almost every build, and having something that can benefit from it is starting from a much more advantageous position than having something that isn't. Like, this is why a lot of the most powerful guns happen to be splash guns. It's not a coincidence. It's because them being splash gives them an inherent advantage. Just like how in Borderlands 2, a gun not being slag gives it an advantage, because then you could just apply slag from something else and boost it. Extra projectile stuff was just basically applying a debuff twice in one shot, which is part of the reason extra projectile stuff seemed to hit it especially hard. You were fully stacking the debuff on every single time you ever hit anything with the gun when the bonus projectile behavior was a thing. Because Zane and Flak could already at the time, through playing dirty and Two-Fang, get an additional upfront projectile, which means shooting that first enemy, you're applying 2 stacks already. But every bonus element was counting as another hit, so if you had those 2 projectiles with 3 bonus elements, well, okay, you're maxing it out, you don't even need to hit your entire shot, and then you get ricochets for each of those individual 6, and then those ricochets carry bonus elements. So basically you have the debuff on fully at all times for the weapon. And, you know, Amara and all her bonus elements could do it as well. So, part of the reason the Wedding Invitation was so crazy at its peak in power was not only did enemies have less HP, but also we were just hitting more with it in general. And outside of the damage we knew we were getting from those extra hits, we were also getting the debuff faster and more consistently. Slag could boost itself in UVHM, the bonus is like half of what it is for everything else. That's the thing. everything else is given a leg up. This is why it fits with the splash comparison. You can have things that will boost non-splash stuff, but generally speaking, if we were to make that generalization, generally speaking, things that are splash have an inherent damage advantage over things that aren't in this game. So a lot of stuff in this game doesn't work, like Shooting Star only works for Siren. That's not how it works at all. Shooting Star works. Shooting Star functions. What it doesn't do is check terrain. So your Shooting Star meteors will spawn, you know, above the map. But let's say we were underground right now. They would just hit the terrain and not the enemies. And on some maps, they spawn high up enough that you just never see them. It works. And Sirens don't make it work better. Being Amara doesn't make that better. It's just Amara's got some synergistic stuff around the item when it does work. Not for all characters. It has that issue on every single character, Tugela. I know what I'm talking about. This is the same reason version O.M circles do not work properly on some maps, because they are airdropped. The damage increasing circles you get on the ground from the O.M shield that drops from the Mellow and Takedown, they're airdropped. So if you are on certain maps where the skybox is a certain flavor of fucked, you don't get them because they're spawning on the ceiling. Shooting Star is the same issue. Okay, that's Athena's. You like a debuff mechanic like Slag? I like a debuff mechanic. Do I like it like Slag? No. Slag is the worst implementation of debuffing they've done in the entire Lands game discography. Bar none, not close. None of the other ones are as problematic as Slag. Slag is just a bad implementation. More curse than Assault Vest Tyranitar. Dude, Assault Vest Tyranitar survives. Ken, I had not actually personally played Legends Arceus before, and I bought it on Saturday, and like my entire day Sunday was just playing that game. Why is it so good? Why does it go so unreasonably hard? Like, why do I want nothing but those style of games going forward? Like, it's just better. It might be my favorite Pokemon game. Like, I haven't even finished it, but it might just be my favorite one. It's finally something fresh for the series. Yeah, yeah. Looks like dog shit plays so good. I don't even think it looks like dog shit, Dex. Like, how good can you make a game look on the Switch, really? Let's be real honest. Like, there's people drinking that haterade trying to criticize Tears of the Kingdom because it looks like a mobile game. Like, yes, every Nintendo game does. It's the Switch. I normally only like main series games, but Arceus is great for what it is. It's just such a solid game. There's like a lot of content. Fan service done well. If you're a Gen 4 stan, that game just jerks off the Gen 4 Pokemon games non-stop. And I'm okay with that. I like this vertically standing Autumn zones you get instantly downed. Yeah, yeah. That's the airdrop going a little wonky, sudden death mode. That purple sheen on rock faces and stuff, ain't it? Oh, absolutely. It's got graphical problems. Like, there's a couple areas where I just noticed some artifacting, like, around my character silhouettes. I was like, that's definitely not supposed to be there. I'm absolutely not saying it's without flaws. Just, like, how good can you make a Switch game look? Is the thing. When it's working, I don't notice a real difference in quality from other Switch games. So, that's the standard I'm working with. It's not like Scarlet Violet where they overreached heavily. I don't even like Zelda, but attacking for graphics is definitely scraping the bottom of the barrel. Exactly. Yeah, it's fucking... Just say this thing isn't for me instead of inventing flaws. People are real weird about that. How you doing, Sos? It's good to see you. Gunless Amara? Yeah, stump. Hades looks better on Switch than on PC, IMO. Really? I think Hades has that art style that, like, it doesn't even need to look good. Like, Borderlands is like that, too. It's got an art style that you don't need to do this craze that AAA gaming in particular, although, you know, Hades isn't AAA. Though it might be classified as AAA now. That it's such a hit. I don't know. But, you know, like, the craze of, oh, we gotta go photorealistic graphics. Like, no, you don't have to. You could just have an iconic art style. And then that future-proofs you. Like, if they announced an Undertale sequel right now, would people be, like, rioting, being like, let me get 4K ray tracing? Like, no. No one gives a fuck. Take style as a realist any time of the day. Same. I mean, I'd say Pokemon games aren't even close graphically to Zelda, but it's a difficult discussion of Pokemon being a yearly franchise with strict deadlines, Game Freak not being a Nintendo first-party studio, and so on. It's not just Game Freak bad. Yeah, there's crunch is absolutely an element, and Pokemon being not even just a yearly release. We get multiple a year. Remember, we got Legends, Arceus, and BDSP in the same year, right? Yeah. Control, look, it's the carrier, and I can't use it. I'm so sad that I can't use the carrier. Black and White, some of the best Pokemon games IMO. Black and White are some of the only Pokemon games to ever get direct sequels, and then I think it was Black 2, White 2, had an in-game difficulty slider thing. Sometimes they just do cool shit with Pokemon. How scared of Paris and Parasect are you now that you played Legends? Not very, but I will tell you that Alpha Alakazam is the only thing that came close to killing me so far. That fucking Alpha Alakazam attacking me from another zip code. I'm just minding my own business, seeing if my boy Ursaluna sees any treasure. I'm just being a loot goblin. And then I get a telekinetic blast up my asshole. Alakazam can do something rude. Something I find crazy is how good Black Ops 3 looks to this day. They struck gold with the way they handle the graphics in that game. It does hold up pretty well, doesn't it? I feel like Arceus is the ugly proof of concept brother that paved the way to open world stuff. I don't even think it's that ugly. Like, especially... So, as someone who didn't play it before Scarlet and Violet, just, you know, consumed other people's opinions on it and watched them play it a little bit. As someone who played it for the first time after putting a lot of hours into Scarlet Violet, and I really do like Scarlet and Violet, it just does almost everything better than Scarlet Violet does. Like, almost everything. The only things I would say it doesn't do better are, like, the intentional departures from design, like held items, abilities, and the strong agile stance stuff. And obviously entry hazards not being a thing, like the intentional departures. But it does open world better than Scarlet Violet does. Which is weird. Alpha Pokemon mechanics, really cool feature. Much cooler than Megas, much cooler than Titans. I think Alpha's pretty sweet. You seen a shiny yet? I've not. It makes a noise? Ooh, that's cool. I've not seen a shiny yet. Alakazam, can Alaka suck these nuts? Good one, Stump. Got him. Got a friend that's decently into Pokemon. She thinks I'd be really good at competitive Pokemon. Just don't particularly care to learn. Also, it's fun to be an outsider on it. Competitive Pokemon is stretching the same brain muscles as build crafting in lands games. Best Switch Pokemon game IMO? I agree. I agree, Irish. And, like, I'm not a BDSP hater. I think those games were just fine. They were remakes that really didn't go out of their way to do anything particularly special or different. The Underground actually did do a couple cool things that were improvements. But for the most part, you know, just what we asked is what we got. Now, I would have preferred they let the game cook longer and they'd remade Platinum instead. I think everyone had preferred that, but, you know, it was fine. And then I think Sword and Shield were fine. I enjoyed certain bits of Sword and Shield a lot. I actually thought the DLC areas were pretty fun. And then Scarlet Violet was, you know, I enjoy those games. Very janky, but once you get past the jank, you take some interesting risks. But I do think Scarlet Violet end up feeling like discount Arceus. And I never played Let's Go. Well, I played a few minutes of Let's Go Pikachu on someone else's Switch when it first came out and was like, what is this? Getting Switch in 2 to 3 months. Excited to finally try new Pokemon, Zelda, all the shit that missed me. Let's go. It's a good console to have. Like, in the same way, and honestly, to the same extent, where no one cares about Xbox right now because they don't have exclusives that anyone cares about. Like, Nintendo's got the opposite situation with the Switch. The Switch is kind of a bad platform that just has banger exclusives, so nobody minds. And then the Xbox is a powerful platform that just doesn't have games anyone cares about. So if you think the Xbox is performing poorly, just know that the Switch is its inverse in every possible way. Wasn't Let's Go Pikachu the N64 game you had to plug in Mike and yell at Pikachu? I don't know the name of that one, but in 2017 they had Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, which are just very basic, sort of like proof of concept, stripped back rehashes of Gen 1 of Pokemon. Where your starters are either a super overpowered Pikachu or a super overpowered Eevee. You know, it's been 6 years. We're about due for another Kanto remake. Try Mystery Dungeon games? I've actually not played a Mystery Dungeon game either. Just can't figure out the ancient Mayan code that is the Xbox's naming convention. I still regularly forget which one is which. Between the Series S and Series X. Which one's the newer one? The Nintendo exclusives are really what the license is today. If any Nintendo fan could avoid the Switch, they would. Absolutely. Like, you don't buy AAA games on the Switch, right? Because they don't run well, and also you could just have them on a better platform. You buy the Switch for the exclusives. That's just how it is. And Nintendo knows that. Which is why they, don't feel pressured by the years of requests of, hey, maybe release a more powerful Switch. I would pay you more money. They're like, nah, fuck you. Buy this one again. And then we all say, yes, daddy, and we buy another Switch. I might need a grenade for shielded enemies. I gotta keep that in mind now. Or, I mean, I could switch to shock action skill. Yeah, that solves that. Thought of getting Borderlands and Switch decided against it. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, I could do it. But when would I... Like, when would I use that? Like, maybe when I'm on a plane? Sure, but, like, I can already play Pokemon and stuff. Oh, the last trip I took, on the way back, I ended up just shooting the shit with the dude next to me. I was in a middle seat, he was in the window seat. And we were just talking about Pokemon, because he's like, yeah, man, I left my Switch, I forgot to bring it. So I just let him watch me play Pokemon on the plane. Streamer work never ends. Yeah, I don't know if I want to bring Borderlands on vacation with me. But sharing the joy of Pokemon? Yeah, I can do that. Hey, Pupty, how are you? Illuminated Fist would be so good for this exact moment. Being able to element match my punches. But honestly, getting that Big Boom Blaster has been such a huge deal. Because now we can just choose to take damage if we want a grenade back. Still better love story than Twilight. Only AAA game I haven't switched is LA Noire because the PC port isn't good. I have BioShock Infinite, and I've not tried to run it. It's just, I bought that game for Switch out of love. S and X are both their new ones. S is the discless. Okay, cool. Ulcer meds yesterday, inside. Oh. How are you? I'm starting to think my theory on why my stomach was all weird is not it, because yeah, it's still cursed. So back to the drawing board on why my stomach riots so frequently lately. But we'll figure it out. Infinite's my favorite BioShock. Yo, same. Love the whole series, but Infinite is the GOAT for me. Xbox Series looks like a small PC. Kinda does, yeah. I mean, functionally, that's what consoles are, right? Sounds like IBS. Yeah. Yeah, family medical history indicates that, it's probably IBS. Like, I don't want to be an IBS gamer. I shit post. I don't need to also shit. IBS legally cannot have you if you tell it no. Do you need to shit though? No, I don't. Buttholes are decorative. I don't know what the interval on this is, and I don't want to die yet. This isn't a one life, but like, I don't plan on dying, so... If I die, then I guess I put up a death counter and we see how low I could go with deaths, but... Yeah. I don't expect to clear endgame deathless. We'll see what happens. Cliff sooner or later. Fucking probably. If it could be related to food in some way, so we're going to an allergist dietitian of some sort and test for triggers, allergies, sensitivities. I still need to as well. Yeah, it's something I gotta just carve out the time for. I probably won't be able to do it until like June, if at all. And honestly, I'm trying to avoid quote-unquote unnecessary medical stuff until I can set myself up with some better insurance. Can't wait to see Fist over Matter to strip Woden shields. Fist over Matter against Woden is so fun. I'm so glad you said that. Yeah, we're probably gonna do that. That's a good idea. It'll most likely be either Fist over Matter or Shooting Star. Mr. Sean, how you doing? I was told as a kid I probably had IBS, refused to give a sample because my social anxiety is somehow more important to me than getting treatment. I mean, in previous used defense, I don't just give my shit to anyone who asks for it either. It's mine. That's my shit, buddy. You tell him. I mean, you do, just metaphorically. Okay. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But you can't have the literal shit. You can only have the metaphorical. The literal is top shelf. Bottom shelf? Bottom shelf in this context. That was one old occasion I entered MTD on M4, severely undergeared. Fist over Matter, actually clutch phase 3. Fist over Matter is a good action skill. It's just placed down a tree that tells you to do everything except the stuff that boosts Fist over Matter. And it has the unfortunate role of being placed below Ties That Bind. On the character with cooldown issues. It's a very uphill battle, but, like, it is useful. Regardless of what's happening, I always count in conversations here that are unquotable among normal people. It's true. Now, what do I do skill point wise here? More red tree. We get more anima. More anima means dot duration is actually super valuable in playthroughs. Because dots are good. You don't need to support them at this point. So you just get kind of their full value. But additionally, the dot damage is red explosion damage as well. It's not just damage to the enemy I'm hitting, but it is an increase to mobbing clear speed. Now, it won't work if I stay on cryo element. Need to change back to lightning. Because turning on cold-hearted, which is the cryo augment, turns off anima. They didn't really test purple tree. For like anything in any of the characters. But the difference between Amara's purple tree and say Flack's purple tree is at least Amara's purple tree had good ideas. Freeze duration unaffected by anima? Correct. Anima does absolutely nothing for cryo. Freeze chance is increased by violent tapestry, so that's a nice thing to increase. How do I get to this claptrap again? It's been so long. And the tank from the Big Boom Blaster. I forgot this thing gives you back 60% of your shields on the booster. That's so cracked. And then being dotted, you just shit out boosters everywhere. Makes you say they didn't test. An entire Mo skill that doesn't do anything. Flak tree that nerfs you. Pets that don't work with most of the things in that character's skill tree that say pet. A lot of Amara's interactions not working with cryo element at all. Just by like enabling the cryo element, you just turn off lots of other shit. Phase Flare's unreliability. Driver Nade Amara 1. It's a thing. Driver Nade Amara can one nade True Hag of Fervor. Oh, this might end up becoming a driver build. The anima dot duration's what got that kill there. Love to see that. One nade fighting team in high school. Nice. True Hag? Yes. It's with fish, isn't it, right? No. It's with a purple. It's with a purple grenade. And just a reminder, the non-unique purple grenades have been in the game since launch, so once again, people saying grenades haven't always been good in this game, literally, they just didn't use them. Or didn't know about some of the roles purples could have. Grenades have always been good in this game on every character at every point in the game's life. And it is okay, and I think it's something we should try to normalize as the Borderlands fans, right? Especially for the next title. When it comes out, month 1, month 2, month 3, month 4, month 5, month 6, we don't know shit about how the game works. We all need to accept that, burn it into our brains, like... These sweeping balance problems people like to point out week 1 of the game, high chance they don't actually exist because we don't know shit about how the game works. Always got to keep that in mind. Remember, Executor and Bounty Hunter are launch class mods on Zane and Flak respectively, that had discoveries made about them as late as 2022. Items that were in the game from day 1. I need to be more careful here. I don't have any grenades. Need to be a lot more careful. I might use Phase Flare for Katagawa Ball. Humility and Restraint, in my gaming experience. Wait for a bingo card for shit gamers say when New Borderlands is out. It's gonna be bad. Not the game, the players. The thing we got to keep in mind is the core of the fandom, like the actual people you want to be in a room with, have a conversation with, are the people who hang out and do stuff in the games years after. Like, you got to give at least half a year from launch for the fair weather people to filter out. Hey Felicia, how you doing? Free Radical and BO3 was good, so why the fuck's bad BO4? Oh, that's probably gonna be a thing. Oh no. Me, haha, imagine, wouldn't that be crazy if that was real? Well, you see, yeah. And you, as a theory crafter with years of experience in this game now, Snowspawn, there's still shit you don't know. There's still shit I don't know. Oh, it wasn't until like 3 months ago that I acknowledged the value of catharsis after Stonespawn was like, no, shut the fuck up, just use it. So I did. Some Digby vermouth? Of course! Before Hyperion Hellfire. Honestly based. Then just make it Jacobs. People won't complain if it's Jacobs, right? I feel like Catharsis sometimes kills me with Red Solution. It does. It does. That is one of the downsides. But Catharsis is at its strongest when you're doing, like, a grenade build with dot support, which sounds very specific, but it's one of my favorite Amara playstyles. Okay, we shooting star here. Could go to Cryo Element for the better matchup, but staying on Shock makes more sense, because I keep Anima active. That's why that's valuable, because that dot is still fucking ticking. A Tsunami over there? Brainstormer, of course. Playthrough where I can't use it. Love the Brainstormer. Give me Sandhog, but it's a Jacob's AR? Yes! Jacobs needs to branch his shield making gun that reflect technology. Yeah, Jacob's shields are just like actual riot shields you carry around. I'm so down. Tsunami was moved to King Nasher. See, I forget stuff like that. Thank you, Ken. They've moved some loot drops to places that don't make sense. This was years ago, but the old memory is still burned in for some things. Earlier today, I was thinking of a fastball based Amara build, boost damage of the dot, spreads around real good. Mr. Sean has done that as well. Fastball is one of the better dot grenades. Now, it's just kind of discount light speed, but light speed's a GTD item, so fastball is a good pick there before you get access to light speed. And making something perfectly clear, Optimum, please stop killing my stream. Fastball in Borderlands 3 isn't actually weaker than Fastball in Borderlands 2. It's just that one is overrated and one is underrated, and they're both not fantastic. Because, like, you could get more mileage out of a fastball in this game's endgame in a bossing scenario than you could in the other one. As weird a sentence as that is to process. And, like, fastball is hopelessly outclassed in most grenade scenarios in this game. Yeah, Messy Breakup not coming from Genevieve is fucking weird. Quatomizer not coming from Rampager. Transformer not coming from Kilovolt. Tsunami not coming from Katagawa Ball isn't that weird, but it's like, Tsunami is a Japanese word. Katagawa is a Japanese dude. Makes more sense than putting it on a random monkey? King Nasher's a jabber, right? Comparing gear based on names not the worst. There's fair assumption that A would be key NPC, and should actually be cool. I'm just wondering when the fandom's gonna realize that Ava's absolutely right about blaming Lilith, and that most of the problems they have with Ava are actually just Lilith. I could write a fucking essay about this shit. The reason why people hate Ava is Lilith. Name Jabber to get a porcelain pipe on quest. Yeah, so that's just weird. So now I'm from Vermalingua. That's where they moved the Hell Shock. Elaborate about the Lilith thing? So, Lilith, by the time the events of Borderlands 2 have started, has been dumped by Roland and labeled as unreliable. Has become an alien PED addict, letting a cult kind of do things in her name because she thinks it's funny. And then, you know, makes a series of questionable decisions throughout the plot of that game. Then by the time we get Fight for Sanctuary DLC, we get a villain that spends half of his voice lines accurately roasting her for being a terrible leader and not taking responsibility for her actions or her people. And then the time skip to BL3, she learned lessons from none of this, does the same exact things. And with the Maya situation, she allows her subordinate to strong arm her into sending her into a situation that she had no business sending any siren, and she knew that. And, you know, of course, she gets people killed on her watch. She's the commander, it's her fault. It's her responsibility. Not the fault of the random child who had to watch. Also, at the end of the game, she, at the first opportunity, literally forces all of her responsibilities on the nearest child. Literally. Like, Lilith sucks, man. Lilith is trash. So this is all Ava's fault, is that what you're saying? Exactly. Fuck Lilith, all my homies hate Lilith. Ava murder quests are actually fun. I did them last night. Yeah. And there's some very key dialogue there. There's some very key things. One, Ava saves your life multiple times in that DLC. Can't escape it. She does it. So all the people saying she doesn't do anything, well, aside from the 2 times she saved the cast in the main story, there's also her saving your life multiple times against the Seer. Times 21 Stagecoach with an 8 mag with the max crit? What is this? Also, she herself is like, yeah, I don't know why I got this job. I'm not right for this. I want to find Lilith to give it back. I'm grabbing this to put on my wall. That's an insane roll. It's still level 13. This is, like, the best purple at level 13 I've ever seen. This shit looks save edited. I'm using that on another playthrough. I don't care. Told you. You did call it, newbie. You really did. Like, I think that's actually perfect. Like, 25 has some arguments over 21 for interactions. You know, you get additional on-hits. Extra ricochets, that sort of thing. But, like, 21 is more damage. 8 mag is optimal for non-flak. Like, this is just perfect. We're gonna make a DLC, man, think Gearbox tapped into something there. Yeah, like, Director's Cut. Oh, I forgot to switch action skills. Whoop. Director's Cut just had so much done well. Like, it's a DLC that did everything. It's an everything DLC. They had story content, they had endgame, they had gear, they had game-wide systems that did things for how you approach the game. The vault cards were a game-wide global improvement. Like, Director's Cut did so much right, and they gave us all that cool behind-the-scenes shit that they didn't have to give us. Wasn't a fan of Ava in base games. Director cut, she was amazing. Yeah, they openly said that, you know, Ava just didn't land with people in the way they hoped she did. And taking responsibility for that as a writer is pretty fucking ballsy. So I have a lot of respect for that. And I'm not saying I love the character or anything, but I do have a bit of a spiteful appreciation for how she's just one of the most regular people in this entire IP. And in a sequel to a game where a teenage girl confronts her misplaced feelings of blame and grief over a horrible personal loss, a sequel to that, the fans somehow don't understand that they're doing that. Makes you think. Doesn't deserve the intense amount of vitriol. Right. Like, the same people who make it their entire internet persona to hate on Ava are probably the ones who go on TikTok to find teenagers minding their own goddamn business and just harass them. Still pisses me off. People got mad at Gearbox for breaking a quote-unquote promise by making more content for the game than they're done with. They only think it was breaking a promise because they don't read Snowspawn, because illiterate people tend to get very angry when you confront them with the fact that they didn't read. Like, Season Pass 1 gave everything it delivered. Super Deluxe only ever said, you get Season Pass 1. What promise? The whole debacle where people thought that Season Pass 2's existence was like this broken promise, and that it was a false advertising, just because they never in their lives read the description of the Season Pass. Also, like, what's the alternative? Where we get Borderlands 2's content cycle, where there is a second season, but there's no Season Pass? Because, like, BL2 had 2 seasons, straight up. It's just the second one isn't in a pass. I only tried out Redux, and a Blight Zerker playthrough. It was a lot more enjoyable going through the game. Not sure I'm a fan of the Chaos Trials. So, the thing with the Chaos Trials there is, like, as per Mr. NNG himself, he said that he wanted the Chaos Trial enemies to be as toxic as possible to force people. Oh, I like this decision personally, but to force people to, like, have to use the new movement tech and stuff that's introduced. Like, Lance players didn't take the subtle hint from, say, Banshee about dodging, so this man said, okay, every enemy explodes and charges you. Good luck. Kind of based. I might need to let you down me. Ooh, good dodge, my guy. I get that. I don't hate it. It's not my favorite thing. Oh, yeah. I'd be lying if I said I enjoyed fighting those enemies, but the whole point of it being a trial is like, hey, overcome this. Oh, I get it. I think it's still a good design choice. It's not included in the Handsome collection I paid for in 1993. Okay, Okay, walk me through this totem pole of mental gymnastics. You've got people who think that because they got the Handsome Collection for free from a giveaway in the summer of 2019, that because they didn't like the DLC for Wonderlands, that they should get new Tales from the Borderlands for free. And I wish I could say I made that up. That is an actual thread that I sat and clicked through when New Tales was, like, announced on the announce day. That is an actual thread I clicked through. Wild. Give me my free shit I deserve. We could go to Power Troopers, but nah. Fuck humans, they suck. How are people complaining standalone BL2 DLC is included in their Handsome collection? Like, that one, I have mixed feelings about, because, so Handsome Collection came out before Commander Lilith DLC did, and they did not retroactively add it in. At the time, it was free. Like, Handsome Collection came out a bit before, or like right before Lilith DLC, which was free for its first month. And then they later on did, I think 2 separate times they made it free again. Basically a lot of people who got back into Borderlands in 2019, like myself, I was playing on PS4 at the time, and I grabbed Handsome Collection because it was the monthly PS Plus game. So, it was basically free. Cost of my PS Plus subscription. And then Lilith DLC was free at the time. So, like, cool for me. But for people getting into it later, it's you buy the bundle, and there's still a thing that's not in the bundle. Which is the entire reason having comprehensive season passes is good, and why in BL3, having a bundle that gives you actually everything is pretty nice. That being the Ultimate Edition, or the Season Pass bundle. And they also, with Season Pass 1 in BL3, they did a thing they never did with that Handsome Collection, and they retroactively added content. For example, the Final Form cosmetics, they added those to Season Pass 1 as well. They made new paid DLC and added it into the pass where it was not listed as promised content. Like, once again, you can't please these people. You do literally what they ask for. They don't know you did it. They don't acknowledge it. Like, what's the alternative? Not have a bundle, make you pay more money? I truly don't get it. You mean the standalone Assault on Dragon Keep? Ah, well, that's a whole different issue, yeah. Complain about this literally free thing while it was free, because it was free. You had the actual, you know, the often memed purists in the community who appoint themselves the true fans complaining, oh, well, it's different than the original, so it sucks. Same people with the brain rot takes about mantling made this game worse. Just like, why, man? Why can't you just enjoy things? Why you gotta be that person? Why you gotta be that guy? There's always gonna be some brain-rotted argument. It's okay to not like a thing, just stop inventing reasons. It's so cringe. Just say you don't want anything new. How dare Gearbox not make it ultra free? They should have paid us for playing it. People who only like BL2 wanted more things to complain about. I really feel like it's important to draw a line between people who just happen to have a favorite game and people who just are haters who hide behind those people who have a favorite game. Really important to draw that line. Would ball be better as an action skill? Depends. Very situational. Phase Flare has a long cooldown, is bad on uneven terrain, and goes away if I go down. Phase Slam is much more reliable, and it has crowd control. It knocks back enemies I hit with it. Back to work, take care, have a good one. Okay. Thanks for stopping in. Always good to see you. I don't want anything new. Oh man, did that feel good. See? There you go. Stay with your chest. Guess we do this for the XP. Just trying to figure out how to get here without dying, because, like, I haven't died yet. I actually thought of it the other day. Bulk purchasing ammo made the game worse. Explain? Also on the better side of that, I'm at least in recent videos, someone asked me if I ever do another BL3 or this challenge, and said it wouldn't be the BL2's favorite. He has the reasons why he didn't like the other games, wouldn't make a video about it because he believes it to be bad content. And that's a very honest stance to take, especially for someone whose income depends on making clicks. You know, someone with as forceful opinions as he does about certain things would immediately generate clicks just by putting that take out there, and he knows that. But I think it should be applauded that recognizing that that would just generate negativity and choosing not to do it because of that, that's a Giga Chad moment. That's pretty fucking cool. Sometimes a questionable take is very reasonable disagreements. How dare have a different opinion on the internet? Like, even the shit I don't agree with, I don't think people should give him shit for. Because at the end of the day, moments like that, you know, hey, I don't like this thing, but I'm not going to spend all my energy whipping people up into a frenzy over me not liking this thing. I'll just play the thing I like. That's pretty good. Doesn't stop the hordes of fans from doing it anyway, but good on him. It just happens. Like, sure, you can sometimes take steps to spell things out very clearly, but when you have a very large fan base, there's always going to be people doing shit like that, even if you explicitly tell them not to. I don't think he foots the bill for that. Super thought I'm wrong, but it's not a nostalgia for the Wasteland vibe. I don't necessarily think stupid is... Oh, I mistimed that. I don't think stupid is the right word. It's like, you're definitely onto something that the whole resource starvation vibe, like, it can make things feel desolate, and it's a cornerstone of survival horror as a genre, right? And in open world RPGs and like blasted out landscapes, stuff like Rage and Mad Max kind of vibes, Fallout, being very limited on your ammo is a good way of generating tension. I don't think you're necessarily inherently wrong. I just think from a gameplay perspective, there we go. Got to face them right that time. From a gameplay perspective, like, if they give you guns and want you to shoot the guns, giving you the pew pew juice to make your guns do the boom bang pow, I think that's pretty important. More than the starvation. Nice. We got a mid-walker. Someone clip what? Clip that? Clip what? What did I say? I was just thinking out loud. Did I say something cursed? Pew pew juice maker guns go. Oh, well, I mean, am I wrong? Well, BL2 at planned console, having to go to OP10 generally requires you to do a build where I have to save and read-only farm. Takes so long, if not on PC, because parts. BL3 doesn't need to save read-only for good weapons, which makes farming easier. And that's the thing. Generally, like, depending on what you're doing, that farming is quote-unquote easier or quote-unquote harder. Like, BL2 has more of those enforced, yeah, read-only farms, which sucks. BL3 stepped away from that and gave more drops in general, but BL3's part system is massively unfriendlier if you want a specific role of a thing. You just get more copies of a thing, or in most cases, easier access to copies of a thing. So it really depends on exactly what you're doing. It's a problem that they still have to solve franchise-wide. I want unlimited ammo in all pew pew games. I still get mad every time I go from ME1 to ME2. For those who don't know, the first Mass Effect, all weapons, all guns, I should say, operated on a heat system, so you never need to worry about bullets, just trigger discipline. But then in Mass Effect 2, they introduced ammo, and they were pretty stingy with the ammo, so you ran out often. Kind of weird as a concept, and everything else is just Digistruct. You know, Dahl makes the ammo, so technically, Dahl is the only Allegiance run you can do. If doing gun builds. Dahl even makes a grenade. It's just TDR sells that grenade. Games where you have to reload, but can reload as many times as you want. Fun. Yeah, that's how the, like, I'm kind of thinking of the pistol in Doom 2016. You just have infinite ammo in it. Playthrough runners in shambles right now. Kind of feels like Borderlands has an identity crisis. It sort of does. You remember, this IP started before looter shooter was a genre, and they were like, hey, what if we did Diablo with guns? That's it. That's all it was. And at the time, it was groundbreaking. Of course, it carved out a cult following. Really cool. But Diablo has advanced in its identity, in its gameplay, in its systems. And Borderlands has done less in that regard. Especially when it comes to itemization and farming. Something I bring up regularly. Hey, OG Awesomeness. Hope you're having a great Monday morning. Finally got a stream again. This discussion right now about... Oh, we're just talking about, a lot of different stuff, honestly. Current topic is... Borderlands game design as a whole, I suppose. I don't think it's necessarily incorrect to say that it's got a bit of an identity crisis, but... Yeah, it's easier to identify problems than provide solutions. Farming is what makes the games fun for me. The farming is what makes the games not fun for me. That's the problem they've created. Because sure, some people are happy to just chase the items as their gameplay, but like, what about the people who want to use the items? The problem created by having these really good... What is this vendor? The same vendor just gives me really good rolls on level 13 purple Jacobs shotguns. What is this? The problem with creating good combat systems and a lot of your unique identity being this hero shooter style Diablo thing means that build crafting is a huge cornerstone of your intellectual property, right? What about the people who want to play the combat and do the gameplay? When you've got a crowd of people who are content to never get to the actual gameplay, just infinitely chasing items, how do you construct a loot system that pleases them while also acting as a not completely bonkers batshit insane barrier to the people who want to use the items after getting them? Like, how do you do that? They make builds don't rely on gear very much. As someone who makes those builds, yeah, it's something you can do, but are you telling me I'm not allowed to experience one of the main selling points of the game, that being that there's so many different items? I'm not allowed to experience it because I'd like to play the gameplay rather than endlessly reset single enemies and go through loading screens till the end of time? You're saying wanting to play the game means I should not get access to the gameplay? That doesn't track with me at all. Vehicle is cheat. Whoever made the identity crisis comment is spot on. Feels like they're moving away from desolate resource sparse gameplay in favor of showcasing the fun guns and ammo and make sure you never hit that feels bad wall of not being able to use the cool weapons. Right. That's pretty much exactly what we're talking about. And like the resource starvation, the little things like you had to use health packs in BL1. Now that's something that for comfort and gameplay that went, and you know the gameplay feels better. But it's definitely affected things. Hate having that in my game. Farming's a chore. Like, I will farm an item that's reasonable to farm. I did over a month of Wonderlands Redux content. We're gonna go back to Redux next week, by the way. But I did over a month of Wonderlands Redux farming content, and a lot of that was farming on stream. Like, I did a lot of farming. Part of that was to, you know, show people that you could make builds with farmed gear in a short amount of time, and I think I proved that point pretty successfully. But also, I didn't really feel the need to bypass the farming systems in Redux because they're a lot more reasonable than vanilla Wonderlands or vanilla 3. Still some fundamental problems that they can't resolve, but it was more reasonable. Unfortunately, I have to turn music off here. So you're trying to get a spark plug auto idle that'll improve your point? Yeah, and I was stuck for 5 hours before I got one. And then it was one with kind of questionable rolls. But I took it because it had been 5 hours. Loved it while leveling. I was finding gear that fit my build the whole way up. That was the best part of Redux for me. Yeah. People use health packs, so it's at my backpack every single run. I suppose a little bit character dependent, but yeah. People used health packs. And maybe that's one of those mechanics that has just kind of gone the way of the dinosaur a little bit. Like, the first Halo game had health packs. They kind of brought it back as a retro, you know, fun thing 10 years later in Halo Reach, but to my knowledge, only those 2 Halo games have health packs as a system. The first Borderlands had health packs. You know, maybe that's just one of those things gamers don't want to do anymore. I love vehicle sections. Honestly, that's why I bought this game. I fucking love vehicle sections. They're so great. Trying to steal this. Stop attacking me. For fun, as long as you're not on M10. Jedi Monkey, and I'm on M0 and it's like pulling teeth. I would rather have a tooth pulled than do this. Like, if I could have one tooth pulled rather than ever having to do a Borderlands vehicle section again, yes. Without hesitation. Hard part variance also pushes people to save edit parts in order to play with certain gear desired way and not spend hours to get nothing, which begs the question of why have the variance at all. It pushes us to avoid it. Right. If you have a system constructed that just tells people to bypass it, or tells them, like, it lays out 3 options. Either accept that you will be doing the farm instead of playing the game, or option B, bypass the system by going outside of the game with third-party tools, or you have option C, which is quit. Now, people who love farming pick option A. Cool, that tracks. People who prefer gameplay over farming, or who are endgame focused, overwhelmingly pick options B or C. Now, think about what precedent that sets. If you've created a system that tells people cheat or quit, why is it like that? You could just solve the cheating issue by making people not want to cheat. Or does that car have gun? No. It's flatulence. It's gassy. The car has IBS. BL3 save editing has helped me enjoy the game for longer than I would have, which is kind of funny to me. I started save editing around the 2,000 hour mark. This was a little bit after Mayhem 2.0, a little bit after DLC 2. This was mid-2020, which is when I started actually using a save editor. Shout out to Shadow Evil for teaching me how. And then I've put in 5,000 hours, more than 5,000 hours since then. It doesn't stop me from playing, it lets me play. That's the thing. So, in a perfect world, we have a loot system that never becomes necessary. Like, you're always gonna have some people who are just gonna bypass things for the sake of bypassing them because they can. But that's not the majority of what people using save editors in this game use it for. They use it to be able to play. And keep in mind, this is from an endgame perspective. Those of you who don't focus endgame, this is probably not as relevant of an issue to you, because as you can see in playthroughs, you can just get whatever you want pretty easily, because you don't need anything specific. And there's not really anything that's a huge investment of time to go after farm-wise. This is an endgame-centric talking point. When farming, I do challenges, challenge runs, or raid bossing max difficulty. Well, I play raids on max difficulty because I enjoy the raids. I play for the gameplay. I don't care that those bosses drop items. Sure, I point and meme when Scourge drops 0 legendaries after the longest activity in the game, but I'm not there for the items. Cryo theoretically better because Shock is a worse mult versus health bar. Turning on Cryo action skill element turns off Anima. And I'm using Anima for my radiation hex. Save edit a couple class mods because those are surely fun to farm. Yeah, for class mods, you have 5 skill slots, which for your average comm, most of them are, you know, you have 1 to 5 points in 3 different 5-pointer skills. So if you wanted a specific combination, you need to roll a 1 in 15, followed by a 1 in 14, followed by a 1 in 13, followed by a 1 in 12, followed by a 1 in 11. You need to roll all those. And class mod passive pool is 70. Now, plus or minus 1 because Amara has a fun blank slot she can roll. There is 1 passive, Mal 1 accuracy, that can double roll. But you have 70 passives. So roll the 1 in 70, then roll the 1 in 69, then roll the 1 in 68, while also rolling those other 5 rolls that we mentioned. And that's after getting the drop. Some of the class mods, having them drop at all is kind of difficult. So, like, when you have a system constructed like that, of course people want to bypass that. That's awful. If you want anything remotely specific, good luck. And once again, this is not saying you need perfect gear. This is getting anything specific. Am I dead? No, Maya would attempt to help me and most likely fail because she's Maya and fails at everything she does, but I'm good. The badass died. My Hex tried to kill me, though. That was fun. All these rolls, none of them are King's Hawaiians or Martin's Potato. It's criminal. Taking forever to get a ambient damage, see undead class mod with whatever skills. Yeah, because you're looking for 1 passive out of the 70. So even on a class mod that you don't care about the skills, that drops in piles on every run from multiple enemies, you're still having trouble. And this is why BL3 throws so many drops at you in general, because giving you a copy of the item is not giving you anything specific in almost every case. And when you're build crafting, specificity matters. Oh, that, but Jackpot takes almost as long as one could farm. You can farm Loco Chantel. It's faster. Less consistent, but faster. We're gonna get this Claptrap and try not to die to the train. Cool. I've died to that train before. It's tragic. There's also a train in Krieg DLC that has a really fucked up hitbox and hits you even if you're not on the track. Okay, I should actually not kill that Tink. I'm trying to have a level up bonus for the Ruiner fight. Or not Ruiner, Rampager. What's your Fight for Life plan? Get it and hope you can melee? Yep. Ideally, not go in Fight for your life at all. But I could also try to spam some grenades before I go down and hope that I have enough damage between those and dots and melee. I think I died at the DLC train once because I had the big head melee modifier. That's amazing. I'd never even thought of that. Rectifier? Do I still have the Rectifier? No, I think I sold it. The Rectifier is an item so bad, it's not even good at level 1. One of the worst items ever created. Due to modded spawn rates and drop rates, took me 15 hours trying to get a hustle or splash radius. Yeah, that's one of the most relevant examples of, you know, if you want a specific role to enable a build because you need that radius for that build to work on that class mod specifically, then, like, good luck. That's not going for perfect gear, that's going for a specific thing you need to get a build to function. And equivalent would be if you wanted a particular elemental immunity on a bee shield in Borderlands 2 for like a raid boss or something. But if instead of it being whatever chance that isn't that unreasonable, if it was 100,000 times worse. Good for trolling people, I suppose. I hope this doesn't level me up. Fuck. Well, shit. I was trying to get just on the edge so I could use one of the ads in the fight, but whoopsie. Launcher's aim being a pain in the ass. How so? It's gonna be awkward. We're gonna go with the Cloning Hunter Seeker. And I think I use Shooting Star here. Stinger with Rack Attack still good, there's something better. Good for what? And what does better mean? Stinger with Rack Attack still holds the top 5 for all takedown time trials categories. it is still the most efficient flak takedown build. But, like, define better. Hey, Boom, how are you? Not having duct tape mod kills me more often than I thought, and ammo's hard to keep up. So I guess ammo would be the biggest thing. Yeah, Zane doesn't have an innate way to restore ammo the way Flak and Moze have very easy ways of doing that. So you're looking most likely at cut purse stuff or, you know, making yourself immune to your damage somehow and then absorbing your own shots. Remember when DLC 1 came out? It was when I found out Absorb Shields give you ammo for your current weapon no matter what you get shot by. Long story short, Iron Cannon was the rest of my playthrough. Yeah, BL3 Absorb... Oh, I don't know why I'm prepared for this. Hunter Seeker goes crazy. BL3 Absorb is massively improved over BL2 Absorb. It gives you ammo for your currently held weapon. This is why one of the most efficient ways of recharging ammo on Zane, because we're talking about Zane, is wearing an Absorb Shield, shooting a Flacker, and then switching to the gun you want to refill. And just standing near explosions. Because non-elemental Flacker, duct tape mod makes you immune. It hits like 30 times. So you just stand in your own Flacker and you insta-refill. This also means 5 enemies shooting you with SMGs will instantly refill your rocket launcher. Dustpan's alive for now. Who needs a level up bonus? Yeah, I thought this Hunter Seeker would have fallen off, but it's still fine. Working same with Wonderlands? Yes. Just fewer enemies shoot you. And launchers as an archetype are a little less silly. But yes. Thank you, Big Boom Blaster. You gonna land? Thank you. Cool. Endgame balance items have fallen off. Fair enough. Sorry for the flashbang. XE41. I love this gun. Still mad they never buffed it. Well, the last time they buffed it was Mayhem 4, and it was absolutely amazing at that time. It was a demon, a boss melter, destroyer of worlds. And then Mayhem 2.0 happened, and it's been shit ever since. Then it got weaker after that again when they did the bonus projectile fix thing. Sad. Yeah, you can do the Transformer thing like Micro said, but that does require you to not run any bonus elements. So I don't personally like that, and also Transformers of Shield is mediocre. Something that's done in the, like, optimized Hustler Eraser builds is they just run Absorb parts on the Infernal Wish. Like, when you hit yourself with your Creamer, you just get ammo. Does an XE41 Eraser? I don't remember. Probably, but I don't know if it does so well or not. Using the ball build, how to use it for damage for bossing. Depends on which one you're using. If you're running Phase Flare or Shooting Star, you just spawn it, pull it back to you, punch it at the enemy, and then it'll sit there killing them. If you're doing Light Fantastic, then you have to kill enemies instead of punching it to make it stronger, but Using stopgap currently because kill myself so often. Yeah, stopgap doesn't stop you from downing yourself. And if you're having problems downing yourself with the launcher, I highly suggest you start spacing better. Because, for example, launchers are very dominant on Moze, who has more splash radius and no protection from it. So it's like a positioning thing. You will get better with launchers as an archetype. Just better positioning. As someone who uses launchers a lot on Flak, I can tell you, we have no protection from it. We don't even have lifesteal. We don't need it. Good positioning will save you a lot of headache. Would chests only give guns? Yes, but I can sell guns. There's just none of them with a high sale price, so I didn't bother picking them up. I want to damage Boston with a ball build, just show them a Celtics game. Nice. I laughed so hard when Hot Drop just erased the entire room on Zane. I love the Hot Drop and Sparkplug artifacts so much. They're so good. We will be using whichever one of those we get first on this character. So once we get an artifact slot, it's between Ice Spiker, Hot Drop, and Sparkplug on an auto idol, I think. We'll be using whichever of those we get first. Obviously, if we get it on a Vic Rush, then it's fine. Dustpan. Died as she lived, taking L's. Need to buy another one? It's okay. I got a, There you go. Hope that helps. Do a weapon. Does Hot Drop artifact also interact with Racer? Oh no, I forgot Hot Drop was a weapon until you mentioned that. You're right that is a weapon. I've not shot that weapon in years. I was referring to the artifact. No, completely different thing. Which brings up the point. Stop reusing names of things, Gearbox. We have Scourge the enemy, Scourge the rocket launcher. We got Hot Drop the gun, Hot Drop the artifact prefix. We got Short Fuse the Moze skill, Short Fuse the two other characters' skills. Guardian Angel the skill, Guardian Angel the gun, Guardian Angel the character. Hot Drop's a gun? Yeah, it's a unique, it is a launcher. A COV launcher. I believe it's a blue. Maya and a Roomba, so she's mobile again. Based. Scourge the rocket launcher plays Scourge's boss music. I'd be so down, Skyward. That'd be so sick. Names are hard, okay? Gearbox, probably. Oh, it's that one. I remember why I didn't remember it. Because it's an item they give you very little access to that is representative of why the rarity system is just bad. And items being arbitrarily blue or not or whatever, and then some items being anointed or not or whatever. There's just no consistency to any of it. Or is it because it's a poop joke? It's one of those things, probably. The latter? Fair enough. Fair enough. You're more mature than I. Okay, I can turn music back up. Just something I forgot to do with a banger Rampager music. Sorry, it's just I've gotten... Well, I've also gotten claims for the Sanctuary music. but I think I've gotten claim for most major places where music is used in this game. Gotten claim for the menu, claim for opening, claim for the Maya section, claim for sanctuary music, claim for the credits. I haven't gotten claim for the Vaughn section, but that's because I skip it. Now, it doesn't matter because my VODs channel, I haven't bothered to monetize it or try to monetize it. I haven't even monetized my main channel, even though I could. I just don't care about YouTube enough. But, like, yeah. You can skip the Vaughn section? Yeah. If you spawn your own car, drive to the end, and then respawn Vaughn's car, you can just exit the level. You get claimed for music from the game while playing the game? I don't know. I've also been claimed for the Dragon Age Origins menu music. Who's submitting those claims? I can't remember. They're almost certainly not real, like not really done by the copyright holders. They're either bots or scams. Like, I never bothered to look further into it because I do not monetize my YouTube content, so it's not relevant to me. Still have to drive, you just don't deal with him. And you can do it in a faster vehicle. This is the big thing. So it's less of a skip than doing it substantially faster, but there you go. Yeah, I got the Cloud Co for it, Micro. See, we got the Cloud Co. I'm selling the Cloud Co, but we got it. Melee damage, Catharsis, Conflicts, Personal Space. That's pretty good. I should save money for STUs, though. I keep spending money on class mods. I'm surprised you're surprised, Boom. The whole copyright law on the internet, it's the wild fucking west. People will submit claims against artists for work the artist has done, saying it's theirs, and if you don't have money to fight the fucking lawsuit, and to fight with a lawsuit, rather, then, like, you can't do shit about it. Streamers getting claimed for in-game music just playing through the game. Musicians getting claimed for playing their own music. It's the Wild West. Rubberized All Natural. That was my nickname in high school. Forgot how weirdly quiet this game is without dialogue while I was jamming out to music. Sitting there, so I don't remember how awkward it is. Yeah, like, I'm mostly not having to deal with the silence because I get to talk to you guys. But yeah, if I was just doing this on my own, then I guess this is a safe quit spot. Then I would definitely have music playing. Yeah, Herman Lee got his channel banned for playing his own music. Like, he's literally the guitarist in that band. Banned. Finish Pop Man, need to finish. The Darkness and the Darkness 2. I've never played those. There we go. Yeah, I misread it that way too, Boom, which is why I didn't understand it at first. I used to discover so many good songs through Twitch streams. Yeah, same. The internet has opened up fun new ways to be caught in the crossfire in the war of exploitation. You know, we got the copyright stuff, we got all the AI stuff. It's just great. It's great. Feels real safe to be a content creator. Now, I could get an ASC 50, and that would be next level for my damage output. But the problem is I'd lose my Big Boom Blaster benefit. So I think considering we're close enough to, hey, there's cosmetics I don't have. Huh. Since we're close enough to, getting Whispering Ice, I'll probably just deal with it. Go back to using the Hex for a bit. Using Industry to help deal with, I imagine. Darkness is a great series. Imagine my surprise played the sequel to Cell Shaded. Neat. I'm glad the mic didn't pick that one up, but my stomach is going in. As long as I'm not speaking when it's growling, we're good. I should switch to a Cyclone, but this is fine. I was thinking about what else I could grab for this character to be beneficial. We could dip our toe into DLC 1 to get a golden rule. Because for this chunk of the game where I still don't have enough to really make my action skill a focus, golden rule would make me tankier, give me access to laid bare really early, so increase my damage, and I just get good cooldown from being hit all the time. I was really thinking about golden rule. Let me switch back to face though. This guy's gonna hurt. Ow. I could also do Krieg DLC to get an Illuminated Fist, although it's a lot harder to get that, especially before I have good ways of sustaining my grenades, because I'd have to go through, at least to reasonably acquire it, I'd have to clear Evil Lilith. Which Phase Flare could do, but I would need at least 2 activations. And that would have to be while dodging her attacks. I guess it's something I could do if I got like an on-level Fire Hunter Seeker or something. Recently started warming up to Golden Rule. It's a really good class mod. It just inhabits this area of Amara comms where there's still most cases where something else she has does it better. Like, it's hard to find areas of Amara's expertise that are not covered by either Driver or Phase Zerker. It's very hard. It's doable, but it's very hard. And, Golden Rule frequently gets outdone by one or the other. Part of this is external factors, such as topped off. Like, you could have Phase Zerker and topped off, and then be at a much faster starting point for that cooldown. Phase Zerker also giving you gun damage and access to all your other rush stack mechanics. But Golden Rule still remains good. The driver being a, hey, self-damage thing that does the self-damaging for you. Gives you lots of gun damage. Death Blessing become my favorite non-meta comp for Amara. It's fun to mess with. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Death's Blessings, to me, as a theory crafter who thinks about shit too much, is the perfect example of the Amara class mod problem. Because it does borderline nothing in comparison to other things. It's got this problem where it's got a lot of stuff behind a lot of conditions for an effect that's lesser than 3 other existing options. That being, if you're trying to get DPS in a gun build, the Purple Mantis comm, better, because Transcend is cracked. Phase Zerker better, Driver better. So it's in this weird area where it doesn't do anything. But the fact that you're enjoying it is a testament to not everything has to be necessarily good for people to like it. Hunter Secret's gun damage or not? It doesn't. It does not. Yeah, gun damage does not increase the damage of your Hunter Seeker. Grenade damage only increases the explosion part. Otherwise, the way you scale up your Hunter Seeker bullets is global stuff, elemental stuff, crit stuff, bonus elements. Now, it does count as having dealt gun damage, just doesn't scale up with your gun damage stat. Why'd I come up here? Oh, yeah, this. Sometimes I catch myself doing things out of muscle memory, and then I tune in while I'm doing it, and I don't know why I'm doing it. Optimum, give me my connection back. God, Optimum's such a shit ISP. Right there with you. You got connection problems too, Jello? Sucks, doesn't it? I'll classify their comms like because it creates a challenge. It certainly creates a way of getting boosts that is fairly unique. I'll give it that. Mr. Jiggler. How you doing, Ms. Sen? The big Jiggly. Oh no. Alright, which Pokemon am I more? Quagsire or Jigglypuff? Or should I play that Pokemon Infinite Fusion game and combine them? Because that would just be me. On my couch from COVID booster. The boosters never really hit me that hard. This was my very first COVID shot ever. Wiped me out. That was bad. And the second one was like, sucked for half a day. But then, after that, it's just like, nothing. Enemies with cryo guns, such a great mechanic. Don't you love this? Do you love not being able to move? I think it's my favorite thing. I think if it happens to me again, I'm just gonna bust immediately. I do love living in stasis. Who is stasis, and can you introduce me? Scumbag stasis. Yo, that sounds like a pretty sick band name. We have Soulfire unlocked now. Definitely switch to Fire Augment here, or Fire Element. We probably grab Illuminated Fist next, and then start working on Wildfire. Stacy's mom has got it going on. Stacy's sister, Rachel's and Kurt's relationship. I didn't want a relationship, I just wanted to know them. I just wanted you to introduce me. Rick, why are you down here? What are you doing? Outriders freeze is so annoying. Yeah. It's annoying in Outriders, it's annoying in Remnant, it's annoying in Borderlands. Have you guys seen that that Pokemon Infinite Fusion game, by the way? It's so cool. Like, some of the fusions you can make are cursed. I kind of want to play it. Jeremy, lunchtime sounds good, Nunu. I was actually worried about that guy. As long as we're lucky with the other stuff, this should be fine. Play on stream, please. Maybe. Yeah, if I play it, I'll do it as stream content. Maybe. How about that? I'm down for that. So an hour's just testing out fusions? Yeah, I totally would. Gotta go into. See you later. Sounds good, Boom. You have a good one. Thank you for stopping by. Always appreciate you hanging out. An hour's testing out Pokemon Curse shitposts? Absolutely. I saw a fusion that sent Alpharad rolling. It was Weepin' Bell. No, sorry, it was Victory Bell and Gardevoir. Now, giving you some context, if you don't know Pokemon names very well, Gardevoir is a Pokemon that nerds would like to do sex stuff to. And Victory Bell is just a big hole. So, yeah. I should farm Sky Bullies here while I'm here, right? Carnivorous plant. Yeah, a big hole. If you think about it, you can break everything down into just what size of hole they are. The Victory Bell have tentacles too, asking for a friend. Are you the friend? Jigglyquag is possible. Yeah, we might get Jigglyquag on stream. That's another sentence that needs the context to work. Okay, yeah, so this is where that approach I mentioned of hope I have enough damage out comes in. And yeah, Anima. Anima's huge. Living by the skin of my teeth here. Sounds like the kind of obvious mad scientist shit that we give video game scientists grief about doing. Yeah. Alright, so it's been years. How do I get to the Sky Bully farm? I know that's in the anvil, I just have no recollection fucking where. Is it off of that room I just left? Part of me is telling me to ask now, just in case. Keep going? Okay. Hi, least interesting version of Tina. How are you today? To the left when you enter the big open area ahead. Cool. Thank you. Didn't completely get Guard of World 34, but Lopunny I understand completely. I saw an alpha Lopunny in Legends Arceus when I was playing yesterday. It legitimately hit me because I was staring. Like, I failed to dodge because I was just like, this certainly is a Pokemon that exists. Might need the mission. Ah, I need the Finger Biter mission. Yeah, I don't care anymore. That's okay. We'll call it a difficulty, an elective difficulty spike of not farming a non-level Hex. This is another way Driver might be nice, because we could use the Driver dot to keep spawning boosters, to keep getting grenades. But that's not going to be an option until Mayhem 4. This does mean I will likely want to get the Sellout later on Eden 6. But I don't know about using it safely. Scary. Using the sellout in the rules. Oh, you know, I forgot. Guns. I can't use the sellout. Silly me. I completely forgot. Another good thing that maybe I want to go after is the Torch, which is DLC 2, right? Because the Torch fireballs have some good range. If I was able to get an action skill start Torch, that would give me a spammable Nova that has some good range. But that'd be good for the same reason Messy Breakup would be. I eventually think I will want both of those. You don't dodge the Alpha Lopunny. Every time you get a chat mark, you could save. I don't know what you're referring to. You can sell that. Start to see launchers more regularly. That's a good thing. We can sell those. I'm gonna want more grenade SDUs. Okay, I'm gonna let you go to the next thing. I'd rather play the game than playing load screens that allow me to not play the game. So what other quest awards do I want? We should probably grab the pipe bomb while I'm on Eden 6. That would be a good grab. I could... No, Unleash the Dragon just doesn't drop until Mayhem, right? Yeah. Weird. What else is on Eden 6? Band of Sidorak would really be useful. The Daddy for Big Boom Blasters on this planet, right? But I feel like having a low level one like this is fine. Maybe I kind of want a stronger one soon. Getting mindfulness on this thing would be good. Yeah, I'm running back and forth, I'm thinking, and not really looking at my screen. I know how to get up there to that quest thing. Be clear. Oh, this also means no GA. Right. We're tackling that whole rabbit hole as well. So there are some things that will take us significantly longer at endgame, but it's all going to be doable. Like, Flak can do True Guardian gunless in under 30 minutes, and True Maliwan gunless in under 10 minutes, because I've done both of those things. So I think it's reasonable to expect Amara could do it and maybe add 5 or 10 minutes to each of those figures. I've done an entire endgame rush in sub 2 hours on Gunless Flak. Sub 2 is not particularly impressive by endgame rush standards, but I don't have guns. So. Frozen Heart is Eden 6. That's true. Yeah, Frozen Heart is here. End of the planet, we get Artifact slot. I think the only thing we're gonna have to really go out of our way for is that pipe bomb. Will that be worth it, do you guys think? Or will I just want to keep doing hex stuff? Pipe bomb also has a high chance of fucking killing me. Although we could go pipe bomb red suit. We're gonna be getting a red suit from main story progression. That does mean no Big Boom Blaster if I do that, though. Pipe bomb good. I do love the pipe bomb. It goes very hard. Let me take cover here, actually. Hey, Ember. Caved by Temptations, got Tears of the Kingdom, so good. Hope you're having a good stream. I can't speak. I am having a good stream. Ugh, words mouth. I having a stream good. I am glad you're enjoying your game as well. The stream's going well. Gunless Amara is a good time. Very chill so far. Only a couple stressful situations. Mostly we're just vibing. And now we're in a stressful situation. Okay, health files. Huge. That was almost death. Don't kill me during phase slam. See, here's where phase slam starts to get risky. It can absolutely do what I needed to do, but I do have that full 2 seconds of the enemy knows what I'm about to do and can punish me. Get Whispering Ice? Yeah, I will also get a Whispering Ice in main story progression. So that'll be good. That'll probably be our Tyrene killer. Unless we end up getting a more on-leveled Hunter Seeker at some point. I could use Face Flare, actually. Another thing that does get opened up by using Face Flare in this build is... So I don't have Guardian Angel as an option, but I would have Action Skill Active 150. Which is, about a third of what a max power GA would get. So not nothing. I think purple weapons is good for mobbing a boss, and certain weapons can be. Depends on builds, as with everything else. Activision shut down all the clouds. People are using to play their old games. Some next level bullshit. They want to fix their old games. But I don't even do it either. What kind of games are we talking about? Like old Call of Duties and stuff? 'Cause those are, yeah, notoriously broken. You straight up can't do like Black Ops 2 online anymore. Can I grenade this? I can't. Hey, we got a Freeman. I haven't gotten a Freeman in playthrough in so long. Once again, cool shit that I can't use. I fucking love the Freeman. Goated gun. Damn, that's sad. It's another example of one of those dedicated drop-only items that Daddy farmers don't seem to know about. BO3 client just got shut down, as well as a mod for new 2 included content or other kind of games. I remember Rabbit was pretty excited over that and started advertising, and I was like, they're not gonna let that stay up. It did take them like a year from when that happened, so longer than I thought. I thought Metroid I'm pretty certain I would really enjoy Dread if I gave it the time. Metroid Dread was the first Metroid game I'd played in 20 years, and absolute W of a game. Fan-fucking-tastic game. Oh, fuck more. Okay. So we got through the anvil without dying. It's pretty cool. Hey, Foster. How you doing? So we're still deathless. I mean, I hadn't planned on doing this as a one life. I thought for sure I would die to some dumb shit on, like, Promethea, but we're doing okay. Hey, another XC41. So far, I've gotten, at level 20 or below, all of the good purple Jacob's shotgun rolls. That was crazy, man. Ooh, action skill cooldown on this one. So many master comms. I can't justify spending money on that, though. I still have SDUs to buy. Okay, skill point wise. Illuminated Fist. Cliff Quag. What is it that Tremendous Rex drops? Unforgiven, and what's the other item? Can't remember. Wood Blocker. Ah, that's why I forgot. I repressed that one. You guys know Wood Blocker used to be good? It's still good if you're on PlayStation 4. No, it's not a shitpost. I mean, Indo Tyrant. What did I say? I said Tremendous Rex, right? Indo Tyrant. Right. It's drugged out, bro. Listen, life takes you on different paths. We don't know what decisions led Indo Tyrant to lead the life that it lives. You never know what you're gonna catch that guy doing. Why did I choose to run this way? I don't know. could have taken a vehicle. I could have gone the sensible way. I didn't. What if we also did no farming for this run? Just to make it interesting. Like, until endgame. Like, so far we've done no side missions, no farming. No guns. Think it's a great idea? Cool, we'll do it. Stop giving me good flak comms. This is so good. That's so fucking good, but I'm not flak. Ah yes, artisan, with the skills I can't use. So, Eldragon drops... Stopgap. You won't have Unleash the Dragon until we're in Mayhem. So we don't need to go there. One kill on named enemies? Yeah, no, like, return farming is my point. Now, we opened up, we did Mallow Wannabes. We did one side quest earlier. In case we were going to do Messy Breakup Farm, but I could just not go there. These are some very dangerous enemies that I don't technically have to fight, but they're fun to fight. Ow. You, come here. Oh, hey, we killed something with a dot. Anima has saved my life so many times. Let's not get hit by my own hex. So if we want a Vic Rush, we should do Witch's Brew, right? But I think we come back to that after we get Artifact Slot. The one that grows the fungus? Yeah, there's a grenade option there. That grenade isn't bad either. For what it is and how easily you get it. Corrosive's a good element to have a grenade in. I'm gonna pop over and kill this dude for... He drops Pestilence, I'm not gonna use it, but I'm gonna kill him for the XP. Could also do the skip to get up to Jacob's Manor sooner, but I won't bother. I didn't even drop it. Okay, that's fine. Like Arms Race for the playthrough? Kinda, yeah. Arms Race 0 to Hero. I still want to do a 0 to Hero in Redux, Wonderlands Redux. I think Moxie did one of those, right? I mean, it's his challenge format, so I would imagine if anyone did it, it's him. On 0 to Hero, it's where you use found gear. You can't, like, do repeat farms. You start from nothing, you use found gear, and the run ends when you clear the designated piece of content. So, like, traditional 0 to Hero and BL3 is you go grab items to clear Mallow on takedown as fast as you can. Mayhem 10, level cap. And you're not allowed to repeat farm anything. Gotcha, thank you. Yeah, no problem. It's a cool challenge run. I'd like to have grenades before I go up there. Like more than one. And I guess I won't need one until after that next vendor. Okay, I have 2. I've seen that done starting with levels and no gear. Yeah. It's very cool. Because it's... Sure, there is the pesky component of RNG. What drops you get determine how the run goes. But a lot of it is game knowledge based and how to maximize working with what you have been given and managing risk. So like, for example, if you get one really crucial gun drop early, you can full send and just go to Maliwan sooner if you think you can clear it. There's a lot of risk-reward management to it, and knowing which items come from where, how long it takes to get certain items, and your knowledge of the takedown itself all play a big role. Very cool. So you only get one go at arms race? Yes. I would get one run. I hesitate to even go there on this save, though, because, like, if I'm gonna stay consistent and not shoot, Gunless Arms Race is really fucking hard. Like, really hard. Because if you don't immediately get a good grenade mod and then a good artifact, you can't do anything. Because, like, let's say you get the good grenade mod, you still can't sustain it. You run out of grenades. So you need something you can spam, which is where the artifact comes in. But then, even if you have those things, survival is hard if you didn't get a really particular artifact roll. So then you need a good shield as well. And then guess what? You could have an anoint on that grenade that increases your damage, so that's a pretty big deal. A lot of factors. I do like this cutscene a lot. Yeah, the dialogue's gone, but... Oh, Illuminated Fist is so good here. We have, like, no melee investment other than that, but it's so huge. This one's always fun with Amara. Hey, Swin. Hello. I just wanted to say hi. It's probably the OST really grew on me. Borderlands 3 OST has just so many bangers. There's so many tracks you don't hear for very long that are really good. Time for my favorite line. I have dialogue skip on, so it won't be playing, but what's that line? Woden music got me like Rad Jam. Yeah. Woden Phase 1 is an entire, like, multi-minute song that most people never hear more than a few seconds of. It's crazy. Aren't you the one that's to suck at his sister's teeth for sustenance? Damn, that's crazy. You said it, Nightbot. Every time I see you play this game, I'm thinking to myself, I really should play this game more, even if my most played game, I can't speak, in recent years by far. It's one of those games I can never run out of things to do. Truly. There's always something else I can do. Like, aside from this Gunless Amara, I've been mulling over a Gunless Zane playthrough for like the last 6 months. I'll probably do that in short order as well. Next couple months at some point. Love Woody so damn much. He's an excellent addition to the cast. He's probably my favorite new character in this game. Almost definitely. I can't think of one I like more. He's just great. He fits very well in the universe as a whole. And he's got that charm. It's just a good character. I'm gonna be honest, Hammerlock batted out of his league. Yeah, I said it. That guy almost killed me. That was scary. Ow. Oh, no. Anima saved me again. Holy shit, bro. You sure did, but good for him. Launch me over, kick some ass, y'all. Have a good one, Swin. I should grab that claptrap for the XP. Ah, Anima Dot's still killing things over here, I see. Okay, Billy time. Now the question here is if I use this Hex or if I just switch back over to Hunter Seeker, given how the arena works. The Hex is likely to hit me as well. I could Chupas, that would honestly probably be pretty good. I'll try the Hunter Seeker to start with. I feel it'll hit him more easily. And instead of Phase Slam, I'll go Phase Cast. Now, that won't really do good damage with my current level of investment, but I don't have Fracture yet. I could Phase Flare, but this terrain is not good for that. I guess Shooting Star. No, Shooting Star is just going to be better than Phase Cast currently. Like to see you, Chupa. Still want to do more min-max Chupa's stuff. That's a barrel. I don't want to stand next to that. Shooting Star got this. No one got me. Shooting Star got me. Okay, yeah, easy. We mop up these level up bonus punches. Cool. Spanish speakers get it. So this skill point. I could put that into Combo Breaker with how much I'm punching. I'm kind of tempted to take Tempest though, but Wildfire is really good too. Wildfire spread double dips dot damage, so like that's gotta be really good for the hey, I'm dying situations. Like, if I get that Hex off right before I go down and there's 2 enemies, I do want to work my way towards Forceful Expression and all that stuff, but, like, I'm pretty fragile, and getting down to Mindfulness would be good. Maybe even we go all the way to Guardian Angel. Actually, Blitz Guardian Angel just seems like a good choice. So I don't have that many skill points, though. Kinda stumped. Personal space, good for Hunter Seeker stuff. I'll have an extra ASC 50 soon, so I don't want to pull that yet. Maybe I just take more clarity. So, it's not that much value. Or do harm? I think we just go with Tempest. Just go more damage for now. Yeah, I already have GR. Elemental damage. I should have taken Wildfire. We'll take Wildfire next level. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Oh yeah, what the fuck do I do with this? Arch behind him. That one? No. Let's get the background wrong. Mildly colorblind, I guess. Now let me switch back to FaceTime. See my flat death. You died? No. What happened, Gage? There goes the gunless run. It goes well. We're actually deathless, but now that it's the topic, I don't know. Empowered Scholar. Oh, shit. Yeah, that's a risky one. Did you cliff? Oh, platformers. Yep, that'd do it. That'd do it. Shit. Oh, I'm sorry. That was a fantastic run, though. Literally called out die by falling off a cliff. Yeah, it's a common way to go in these challenge runs. I didn't start this as a 1 life, but since I haven't died yet, it's just kind of become a 1 life. Arm Steel, Violent Tapestry, Jab Cross. Jab Cross, not bad for this. The only DLC I hadn't fully completed. That's so unfortunate. Are you going to give it another attempt or move on to something else? Literally my least favorite aspect of these games. Keep your platform away from my looter shooter. I don't mind platforming aspects, but I like when it's... Like, for example, I know some people really hate that the Guardian Takedown has gravity as an enemy, but in every single case there, you can bypass it, with the exception of the middle crystal and crystals 2 is really dangerous. But like, I like the Guardian Takedown's version of it from my gameplay preferences, because either there's ways to bypass it, or it's just check your footing while you're fighting enemies. But if it's something pure platforming like Empowered Scholar, I don't love that. I don't love that at all. That's not my favorite. And at least the platforming right before Anathema and the Guardian Takedown, you don't die if you fail. You just have to fight more enemies. Be a good middle ground. BL2 had one of those right at the end, and I hate it. Especially in BL2 where the platforming, the movement in general, had less things. Like, if you just barely didn't make it, you can't even mantle. Yeah, that's gotta be stressful as hell. Hey, soccer chick, how you doing? So you can do that stuff without the platform. There's always at least one crystal I can never hit without it. Maybe it's like weapon dependent or something. I don't know. There's probably a way. Just I've never bothered looking into it. Okay, so we've got a Whispering Ice. We could go back to Sanctuary and get an anointed one, but I think we're fine for now. Let me check that vendor. Yeah, Jake, you are a cat. Good observation. I'm hoping for like a longbow, a fire longbow with sticky parts for Grave Ward. That would make shit a lot simpler. Gonna swim? Yeah, you did. Left work early. Rough day. That's definitely my fault. I spam jump in case I would have needed mantle, even though I have auto mantle on. Aw, still, it's a rough way to end things. That's tragic. We had a discussion earlier about, you know, things that have disappeared from these games that have kind of changed the desolation vibe. Fall damage. BL1 had fall damage. A lot of people forget that. You had a health pack system, you had fall damage. Ammo was fairly scarce until endgame. Cat. Broke my tooth? No. I'm sorry about your tooth, Ms. TV. Speaking of ammo, this game doesn't have weighted ammo. It does, but it's like extremely lazy weighting. Like the weighting system's in place. You can tell if you run around with a Deathless on, you start getting a shitload of health files. There's weighting. It's just it doesn't really do the ammo thing aggressively. Just not work for grenades or something. It's extremely weak for anything other than health file weighting. Now, this is maybe an attempt to get people to diversify their usage of weapon types. Maybe it's to compensate for the fact that maintaining your ammo is easiest in this game, because you have the newly buffed Absorb. You have lots of ammo regen skills and mechanics, lots of free ammo mechanics, ammo return stuff. You don't really need to worry about the financial cost of getting your ammo back. It's not like you have to change difficulties for rockets in BL2, you know? Swear reverse weight sometimes. Maybe it's spiteful. Stood around Slaughter Shop 0 grenades, and everyone's got one for many ammo containers. With those ammo containers, it's worth noting that because of the number of drops you get in Slaughter Shaft in particular, you can reach a point where you open the boxes and they're just empty because the game despawned the stuff inside in order to make room for more loot drops. That's a thing. Can't remember the last time I played BL1. It's been not that long for me, maybe a year. I didn't do a complete playthrough or anything, but I've messed around with it for a little. Watching Lazy play it again has made me vaguely interested in picking it up, but it is so hard to play. It's just so old. If you have the voice actor of Flack, record lines, put out a hotfix, have whisper require random things, balls are big, Kevin's a cat, etc. ProZD would totally do that if he's on Cameo. He would put his entire ProZD into it. Now I want to look and see if he's on Cameo. Huh? You heard me. Already read that. Soccer's on that 2-year chat delay with mobile, most likely. Also, my ISP's shit today, so like half of you, depending on when you tuned in today, are on like a 10+ second delay. Because every time I have to buffer, the delay for everyone there increases. But anyone who wasn't there doesn't get that. It's fun. Optimum isn't shit at all. I love it. Hey Vocal, how are you? Nightbot, don't be mean to Vocal. I love that command so much. Slept like shit, was productive, so all in all, pretty decent day. Hope you're well. Not as productive as I'd hoped. I got a bunch of shit on my plate to deal with, but enjoying the challenge run. We're sort of, I guess, one-lifing, because I haven't died yet. We're kind of doing a gunless one-life with no refarming, like, no save quit farming. I guess. We just kind of added rules other than gunless as the run has gone. I'm gonna continue if I die. I'll just put up a death counter. But, yeah.
Damn Twitch ads getting out of hand. I just wanted to listen to Radio Quag.
Hey, Reactor, thank you for the 7 months. Sorry about the ads, which sucks. I'm running the absolute minimum to avoid pre-rolls for people. I apologize. But thank you for the 7 months, I do appreciate that. Happy to be your background voice. First message, I'm getting bullied. How's the gunless going? It's going well, Nova. We haven't died yet. We doing, no farming. We added that as a rule as well. I was just explaining. I think your first death will come if it happens. My own grenade hitting me. Or me same framing an enemy. Not being able to get up. Like, I'll dot both of us. They'll die before I fully go down. That sort of thing. Which is why I should probably start prioritizing Green Tree for Guardian Angel. Choose how many ads people may or may not see? Yes. So, you can turn off pre-roll ads by running a minimum threshold of scheduled ads. I'm running that exact minimum threshold. Heck, you gonna be Grave Ward, face cast spam, ball? Grenades. Grenades. Now, I'm hoping for a fire longbow with at least one sticky part to really make it easy, but if need be, I will throw my level 13 Hunter Seeker. I'm still using my level 13 Hex. Get a Pipe Bomb would be fine. I might grab the Pipe Bomb. I was just thinking about saving it so I can get it at a higher level, but I can reacquire the Pipe Bomb pretty easily. Pipe Bomb's good. Just, again, you have that element of risk. It's a very volatile grenade. Very easy to kill yourself with it. Still useful? Oh yeah, still one of the better damage dealing grenades. Absolutely. On teaser from Content Update 1. I watched the trailer on stream, Scroll. And I've been, chit-chatting with Redux team a little bit. Last chill changes. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I got the insider scoop on that one. That's cool. Fish Slap? Fish Slap is, the most powerful item in this game. I don't think it's close. I don't think anything else comes close to, like, what a single item enables in this game than the Fish Slap. I don't know if I'll be getting the Fish Slap or not. If I happen to get it to drop in the one cartel run I'm allowing myself, sure, cool. Or if I get it from Fish Slap elsewhere in the world, I guess. But, yeah. Why is it so strong? What, Pipe Bomb? It's got good base damage, hits a shitload of times. Radiation as an element gives you some stuff to work with. Such as doing elemental projector red suit stuff. And the Fish Slap? Oh, it's melee. It is the highest base damage grenade in the entire game with the appropriate parts. And it deals melee damage. And is still splash. And is whatever element you want. And it increases damage for hitting multiple enemies. And it triggers on-hit melee effects. You can one-shot every enemy in this game that can be one-shot with a Fish Slap. On every character. Varying levels of build requirement. I am absolutely not kidding when I tell you grenades are stronger than guns in Borderlands 3 at every point in the game. I always hear people say it's crazy strong. So, this is a good indication. We just open up the BO3 Time Trials leaderboard just for a moment. Just for a moment. We click over to Raids and Arenas tab. Just look for Fish Slap. I'm gonna do fish. So 53 mentions of Fish Slap on the Raids and Arenas page. Quick maths. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 categories in that page. 5 times for each category for each character. Yeah. So over a quarter of runs for the Raids and Arenas tab of BO3 Time Trials involve the Fish Slap. And those are just the ones that have it as like a core build thing. Some of those other builds likely have it as utility. It's just not listed. Because it's not one of the damage dealers. Because you can use it for utility as well. Like I know my Amara time on there just has Pestilence listed. Though it technically has a fish, I'm just not using the fish in the run. I throw it like once. Really good for Amara, saving for last. Fish Slap's good on everyone. It is, yeah, definitely very good on Amara, but I'm kind of doing a no farm run now. We've decided as I've gone co-dead. So if I don't get the Fish Slap, then I won't use it. But I'm also not rushing to it because, one, it's likely to kill me. And 2, it's very powerful, and I've already spent thousands of hours using it at endgame. Funny, because I remember grenades just being basically a stat stick when the game launched. I don't think people understood them well enough, I guess. It's exactly that. It's the understanding. Because the Hex, this grenade, for example, a month into the game, they cut its duration in half from 6 seconds to 3 seconds and gave it a 70% damage nerf because of how good it was. And then after that nerf, still good. Less good, but still good. They eventually gave the Hex damage buffs, but they never gave it its duration back. So in some ways, launch Hex was still stronger. Firestorm took the same nerf as the Hex at launch in terms of damage. It didn't take the duration nerf because it doesn't have a duration to reduce, but the Firestorm grenade took a massive damage nerf as well. Broken grenade and a good grenade. Everything else was people caring about annoyance. Again, it's people who don't use grenade builds were appointing themselves knowledgeable about grenades and then spreading that. Hunter Seeker, which is one of the other grenades we have here. This grenade has always been amazing. They gave it a specific buff early on even, but this grenade has always been amazing because it shoots bullets, and that alone gives it so many build interactions. Other grenades of value. Chupa's Organ has always been good and underrated. Purples. Purples have never changed. None of the purples have changed. Not the uniques, not the non-uniques. For grenades, none have changed. So any of them that are good now that existed in the game at that time, such as Whispering Ice, were always good. The highest damage from a grenade that isn't Fish Slap in this entire game comes from Purple. Having triple sticky rolled on a pangolin specifically. But any of the manufacturers that can roll triple sticky are good with it for different reasons. I almost died there. That was scary. Text trigger MODs nowadays, the explosions do, the beams don't. But the beams triggering MODs, they changed how beam grenades are handled by Vampire for pretty good reason. That change applied to the Hex, the Stormfront, and the Quasar. Same reason I just think accident arrows are bad in BL2. People who don't know what they're talking about just spoke the loudest. Accident arrows are fucking awesome. Yeah. It's just sometimes a section of the fan base will regurgitate takes that are either month one takes based on incomplete information that even the originator of those takes moved past, or they're just things people made up from not actually trying things or understanding the systems they're talking about. Like all the Amara OP nonsense. Amara has had exactly 8 days in the history of the game where she was OP. 8 days. None of those were at launch. There was a lot of Moe's bad for a while. Moe's has always had the highest single target gun potential across all the characters. The entirety of the lifetime of the game. Just people did not understand the value of, to name one skill, Short Fuse, her Blue Tree Capstone. That skill didn't get popular until summer of 2020. That's when people started really paying attention to it. One of the first recorded clears of the True Guardian takedown before it was nerfed, so within the first 5 days of it existing. This was pre anything having mayhem scaling. This was pre DLC 3, so still pretty early Borderlands 3. One of the first recorded clears was done by Newtmad on Moe's using the Sandhawk, which had been nerfed, and just memeing the whole takedown. This was at a time where Iron Bear didn't do damage. Skagden wasn't OP yet. Purple Tree didn't exist yet. Using the freshly nerfed Sandhawk. So using a gun people were dismissing, on a character people were dismissing to do content people said was impossible. Should have been double dipping the full lifespan of the game, right? Yes. Name scaling since a month after GTD, yes. How it takes so long for people to realize? Because people were still on the month 1 takes regarding Moe's, where you had to use front loader Deathless with Bloodletter and a low-level stopgap. Yes, I said front loader and stopgap at the same time to underscore just the weirdness of... There's a lot of takes. There's a lot of takes, and something that I hope this fan base as a whole has grown on going into the next title is understanding that in the first month of the game, none of us are qualified to make sweeping statements. Because we don't know how anything works. We don't know what is subject to change. And if grenades were better than guns in the first month of BL3, which they were, we know this now with how everything we've since tested and learned works, then, like, that's a pretty big testament to that, you know? Early Annie takes. How about that Rough Rider Zane? How about that? Hardly ever played Moe's, and it's so funny because it's the only build I understand with that character. That was the thing? Oh yeah, Rough Rider Zane was big for the first month or so. It wasn't good. It was never good. It was one of those things that people believed was good because of the popularity and because people said it was good very loudly. So it's the reverse situation. People said grenades were bad and said Rough Rider was good. Yo, Mr. NNG! How we doing? You'll love this topic. You'll love this topic. We were talking about, how early life cycle of these games, like, there's a lot of stuff, we just don't know how stuff works. So we should let everyone cook, figure out how shit works. I know you, as a modder, absolutely see that shit we thought we've understood for years is sometimes, oh, that doesn't do that at all. But yeah, how was stream? What'd you get up to? Chat, go follow Mr. NNG. You're doing great work out there. Reduxing around. I'm so hyped for content update, dude. I'm so excited. I'm mad that, like, the way schedules line up, I won't be able to play it release day. Because I'll be busy that weekend. I'm, like, going to a wedding and spending some time with family and stuff. But as soon as I'm back after that, oh, we are diving in. Oh, I might die from this barrel. I gotta take cover. That barrel was actually a huge deal. This Big Boom Blaster's so good. I really think I need it on level 1. I don't get invited to weddings. Dude, you're still not old yet. I'm hitting the age where, like, people a couple years behind me in school are getting married and having kids and stuff, and I'm like, but it's crazy, man. It's crazy. You'll get there. You're gonna hit 1 year where just, like, everybody you know is getting married. It's not his own, I already asked. Turned 23 in a few days, played BL1 when I was 9 years old. See, I played BL1, shit, how old was I? 14? Yeah, I was 14. I went and bought it on my way home from school. A local GameStop, so I walked there, grabbed it, walked home. Yeah, I was 14. How you doing, Mr. Steele? Only gets worse. Then they have kids. Ugh. Yeah, I remember being wild. Like, right after college, someone from the friend group was, like, already pumping out kids. Like, he had 2 by the time I had, like... Yeah, he had 2 within, like, 2 years. It was crazy. But now it's like, people I went to high school with are celebrating their kids starting grade school, and how does this math? Now this fucker has knocked me off of this thing before. This one? Time do be timing, huh? Now the friend's wedding phase for a while, which is nice. Before I know it'll be friends' kids' weddings. Wild. So for anyone just joining, I'm doing a Gunless Amara playthrough that has just kind of accidentally become more and more challenging because I keep adding rules. Like, I haven't died yet, so it's a 1 life. I'll continue if I die, but I'll put up a death counter. Still at 0 deaths. I'm also not allowing myself to save quit farm anything. Like, I can kill a thing once. ISV command, yep. Yep. Do be like that. It's just... Optimum loves sending me to 480p hell every few minutes for no real reason. Level up. Okay, level up bonus could have made me kill myself with that X. That was actually scary. I was gonna take Wildfire at this point, right? Yeah. Does BL3 not have melee weapons? No. BL3 does not have melee weapons. That is a Wonderlands thing. I need a grenade to deal with that turret. Maybe I go across this sightline instead. Okay, I have grenades now. Let's take cover and let's grenade these down. Technically do, you have fish. We don't have an equipable melee weapon slot in BL3. It was scary, seeing that guy just spawn right there. Ow, 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 fire bad, fire hurts. Out of grenades. Maggie. I have been a little drops carried on this playthrough in terms of guns. Is deliciously ironic. Newbie did call it, and sure enough. Yes, I'm letting it shoot me to trigger Big Boom Blaster so I can get my grenades back. I was hoping that'd do more damage. As long as you don't go into your stupid phases, this is fine. I can just keep phase slamming. Or actually, I can just phase flare your ass. What am I doing? Yeah, that solves that. Cool. Doesn't even sell for anything, leaving that Maggie on the ground. Another thing I need to watch out for is if I do grab Catharsis, punching anointed statues will kill me. Fun skill interaction, right? Gotta food it up. Sounds good, Epic. Thank you again. I appreciate you, brother. Ah, my favorite legendary, the Hand of Glory, which they inexplicably give you 2 of. And it has part variance, and is legendary, but can't be anointed, and only comes from this quest. Like, they give you 2, and then they take 1 away. It's really weird. So I could do the pipe bomb quest now. I'm delaying it as long as possible, though. Or do the mission where you have to use a gun for the site. You don't have to use the rogue site, Pragmatic. That'll be shortly, in like half an hour. But you don't actually have to use the rogue site. Because all the stuff that the rogue site reveals is still interactable without using the gun. In fact, there's lots of stuff that's better at hitting it than the gun. For example, sliding in the general vicinity, just kind of does all of it. I guess I'll spend the Guardian token and get that prompt off my screen. It's not like it's Wonderlands where it matters. Yeah, I got a fraction of 1/100% of grenade damage. Same plays every time, so you can get it without them. Not only that, but the hitboxes on them are fucked, so like really sliding next to them is just enough. Or using rack attacks or grenades. Phase slam. It's pretty funny. It's just the thing needs to take damage. That's all. Might need Hunter Seeker to do DLC stuff. DLC 2 shooting targets. Shoot the Moon. Yeah, Shooting the Moon Krieg DLC. I need a gun. Shooting the generator on Necro DeFeo. That might require a gun. I could try getting a fastball for that, though. Yeah, 7 cents is another Jacob's pistol in this game. No Hunter Seeker, no gun. Can't use Hunter Seeker because no gun, but it doesn't get gun damage. So it's not a gun. Right? You know, let me not risk there being a kill plane I don't know about somewhere. Let me just not risk that. Faulty Star Moose Run when? That's certainly a thing that works. I'd say it's weaker than a lot of other non-gun stuff, but it's certainly flashy. How you doing, Sacred? I'm like 18 no shooting challenge runs, never needed a gun. There's no Vic Rush farm. Oh, right, yeah, I can't even complete that quest. Right, because I can't shoot that. Yeah, you don't need to shoot to complete this game. You do for... I think you do for Wonderlands, at least. Well, you might be able to use spells for that stuff, too. I'm doubting now. Good, thanks. Long time no see. I hope you're swell. Yeah, I'm doing pretty okay. Good to have you back. Kind of do a vending machine only with no uniques or legendaries run. That'd still get real crazy. I mean, you've seen my uniques luck here. Like, the Jacob shotguns we got alone. Huge. But then you've got the non-unique grenades as well. Obviously, the most famous one is Cloning Maddening Tracker, but even something like this would do a lot of damage. And you've got your stickies. Still got a lot of powerful shield options. You've got kill switch and one-shotter shields for triple roll of gun damage charges and amp, respectively. Switch back to Phase Slam. So I do have to be careful here. There's that one spot where you have to go down. And I have died there before because Balex got stuck and didn't revive me because he's an asshole. Also, my Big Boom Blaster's starting to be out-leveled. We might have to burn some more of my golden keys. I was kind of gonna wait, though. I'm starting to think maybe we do the Fingerbiter quest to get one chance at one opportunity at an on-level hex, but I kind of want to save that. Toss the kill stag wedding invitation on my standard for fun Gunless Amara build, and goddamn, this thing really does fuck. Yeah, you just got a crit. Anything that gives you free second win can kill you there. Right, yeah. Because then Balex will not try to revive you. I don't have Guardian Angel spec, so I think I'll be okay. After first res says nah, and you can die up to 3 times from the cloud. Amazing. So I'll have to be careful. So I'm under-leveled against enemies. If you're wondering why I'm acting like I'm so afraid of these Grogs. Well, I'm using a level 14 shield and a 13 grenade, and they're 2 levels over me. So caution is required. I am very afraid of the water that we'll have to deal with, because I can't phase slam in water. Like right here. Right here I switched to phase flare for one fucking enemy. At first, can't lose. How you doing, Viper? Those attached to your shoulders? Toothpicks. With some decaying meat. How many points do I need to get reverb? Reverb could be really huge here. It's 13 total, or sorry, 15 total to get the reverb. I'd have to pull a lot. Not quite worth it yet. Base phase cast sucks compared to Amara's other action skill options, so that's why I'm like never clicking that. I guess I'll turn on phase slam and just try not to use it in water. Beef, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. How'd stream go? What'd you get up to? Welcome in, everybody. I'm Quag, I do build stuff, and I'm doing a BL3 Amara 1 life with no guns and no farming. I wasn't planning on making this a 1 life, but I haven't died, so... And I was gonna farm, but I think it'd be funnier if I didn't. Didn't think the raid worked because it took forever. Yeah, sometimes it does that. I'm so scared of this rat swarm chat. Leave me alone. You at least come over here. I can phase slam you. Okay, better. Do some non-purple trees and stuff, trying to learn barrier things better. Very nice. Barrier is a fun action skill. I think that it's a shame that Zane was designed in a way that Barrier quickly became completely irrelevant as they gave him more and more toys. Because Barrier is such an interesting way of doing it. In a world where you don't have infinite duration, that is. Where you have to work for your duration. Like Cool collected Barrier stuff, very fun. And I love doing weird distributed denial and deterrence field Barrier for damage strats. Okay, yeah. Let me clear out the enemies here before I do this. Just throwing berries off closer being, not gonna lie. You can still do it. It's just Mantis exists and gives you all the benefits of that with zero effort at all. Like, they basically made an exploit just official but better when they introduced Mantis. Wild game design choice. Wild. Okay, Balex, don't fuck me. Balex? A barrier over Blizzard on Spore Warden? Yes. At least in vanilla. Redux Blizzard actually fucks with the augment. But nice they adjusted green tree a bit more when purple came out to support CCC a bit more. Yeah, it's just green provides you nothing to care about. It's like, Brain Freeze is nice, CCC is cool. Oh god. I forgot what I was supposed to do there. He was hitting me and I got scared. Jiggling. That robot was definitely jiggling. You're gonna want to run some kind of conductor setup with all the extra cryo barrier comes with. Cryo barrier comes with. I'm confused. So as I can do a nostalgia run just to re-experience the horrors of barrier activated annoyance. It's such a shit post. Like, routed in throwing your barrier off a cliff regularly in Malawan takedown for speedrunning purposes. It was cursed. Conductor with Calm Collect and Spark Plug's pretty good. Yeah. More fun than helpful compared to the other trees. Right. Blue is just so much value, it's hard to justify ever not taking at least 11 points. And then red is just unmistakably good. Purple is just unmistakably good. And that just leaves you with green, which is what it is. So Phase Slam with Expedite goes hard here. I don't have Light Fantastic. That would have been really nice here. Shooting Star, maybe? No, I just stick with Phase Slam. So with Expedite, I should be able to Phase Slam most of these. Yeah. Gets us down to a 6-second cooldown. Introduced the damage of Unblinking Eye the other day. Might have killed a Ruiner in less than a mag, my underleveled Clairvoyance. Yeah, Unblinking Eye is super duper good for Gorillas in the Mist. Gorillas in the Mist is one of those things where you need to be very specific in your decision making for it to actually be like more damage than 3-shot fade. But when you build into it, bosses just do not exist anymore. It's super strong. It's one of the reasons why I think it ended up in a good place balance-wise. Because Gorillas in this was uncontested early in the game. In part due to action skill and annoyance weren't this large part of player damage. So you weren't delaying anything. Once that ASE annoyance came in, it's like, you gotta be real specific. But a combination of some DLC 6 tech and Stackbot from DLC 1 makes it so Gorillas can be like peak of Gunflak for boss smelts. It's really cool. Interactive building. Clairvoyance is so fun, I liked it a lot. Used a Master one for a long time, got a Gallon one. Yeah, Clairvoyance is good. Criminally underrated, forgot it existed for a while. And that's the crazy thing. It's always been a popular gun, but just because it doesn't have like some nostalgia thing attached to it, people just forget about it. It's like they weirdly latch into other things. I don't know. Like, people weirdly latched onto the light show, for example. And like, I would take a Clairvoyance over a Cryo light show 100% of the time. It's like a weird, why did this happen thing. Then of course there's the returning items, such as the Maggie, such as the Herald. You know, people just lean on them. Ow. Ow. Enjoy the Unseen Threat quite a bit. That was a popular gun for a while, yeah. Wish I was better at hitting crits so I could fully enjoy the wonders of King's Queen's Call. I love those guns precisely because I have trash aim in these games, and like, they go from being really fantastic guns when you crit to doing absolutely fuck all for you when you don't, and I think that's a good way of balancing out their power. Baboons in the Fog is very good because Kings and Queens once got nerfed. ASE is much more appealing. I mean, not really true at all. Because even post very minor nerf Kings and Queens, it was still good there. They just took a fire rate nerf. It was really the ASE thing. Like, once we got the ASE 50s with Malawan Takedown update, that's when Gorillas in the Mist truly died for a while. But then we got Stackbot in DLC 1, but it was buggy, and they eventually bug fixed Stackbot, and then we got, most importantly, Company Man and Revolter. Revolter being a bonus element you could turn on at the start instead of at the end is huge. And then Company Man being additional mag size and fire rate, which means you can squeeze more shots into your damage window. Skull Masher with Gamma might be one of my favorite things. Skull Masher is great. Froze hard for quite a while, it kept getting me down. Swapped to Stopgap, but Stopgap is kind of boring. Yeah, Stopgap is one of those things I generally just try to steer people away from, because it's just like, you're not really even playing anymore. And like, it doesn't even make you stronger necessarily, because like, why do that when you can do something that does damage too? Just kinda boring, yeah. Yeah, Redemption's immediately broke today, Micro, for some reason. Like, literally the start of the stream. Like, 5 seconds into stream, control clicked one and it didn't work. I think the site is down. Didn't seem like many good options for one life, considered Revolter. That sounds stupid OP. A lot of the options are very specific in their usage. so they wouldn't be immediately apparent as valuable. Like something like a red suit. Red suit is one of the best shields in the game, but I'm sure it doesn't seem like much more than a gimmick at first glance. A lot of the other good ones are in DLCs. A lot of them, actually. Rico, Beskar, Infernal Wish, Plus Ultra, Multi-Star. Yeah, those are all DLC. Messy Breakup's fantastic, but you do need a bit of a focus build for that. I want to get an old god, need to complete DLC 2. Pain. I'm sorry, dude. This is the same hex? This is the same one. We still rocking our level 13 cloning hex. And our level 14 Big Boom Blaster. What augments do I even have in this thing? Reflect. Ah, that's why that one turret over there was taking damage I forgot about. Right. So Reflect is another thing that's benefiting from personal space. Those reflected bullets. Forgot about the Rika. Reflect Zane's kind of funky. Yeah, you could do some cool reflect tech on each character, honestly. Zane can get, like, bullet immunity with like a ghost plus even a remotely decent reflect shield. Black, Moze, and Amara all have ways of making reflects efficient clear in terms of damage. But Rico is just a good, well-balanced reflect shield, and then Beskar is one of the best shields in the entire game for raw tank. Not only does it have 100% bullet reflect, but you also get 50% true damage reduction while it's equipped. And if you happen to roll one with a reflect part, then the shield's unique reflect will inherit the properties of the reflect part. And part-based reflect, you don't take damage when it happens. So it'll make it so if you go down once and then get back up with Beskar with a reflect part, you become bullet immune. You take no damage from them. And every bullet gets reflected. Holy fuck, that burning jabber. Dude was trying to send me to hell. Metaphorically, literally, emotionally. Anally. Scary. More healing. Sorry, what now? What, someone say something? Notification's a good thing, right? That's debatable. We can ban analytically? Ah, okay, continue. Those pet picks. Based. And corrosion for Genevieve. We can put our action skill element to cryo and use phase flare. That's probably gonna be the play. We're just locked for a week. Oh no. Can I adjust the capitalization so it looks like a normal person wrote this, Rabbit? No? Hate you. Be abnormal? Fine. PvP or bust. What if I bust from my... Never mind. I was hoping I used abnormal correct there. You did. Proud of you. Good job, Rabbit. Yeah, so we don't have any corrosion for Genevieve. So I'll most likely just be using cryo action skill. Makes you more scared to sell it up for 3 tweets. No, I trust you. I shouldn't have said that because now you're gonna try to prove that I shouldn't trust you. I know you. I think I tried before. You could probably achieve infinite health gate with regen on a flag, don't you think? You can get real close. You get real close. The thing is, dots will still get you, as will really fast instances of damage between the slight overlap. And it's hard to maintain because you'll need to keep killing every 3 seconds for rage and recover. And then you also lose a lot of damage by running that overdrive with the health passive. Because then that cuts your class mod down to having 1 damage increasing stat, and that's like Monka. Just wait until Christmas, gotta get a new slutty outfit ready. Can I join? No. If you're looking for people to play with, you can try the official Borderlands Discord server. But I can tell you, asking to join in stream chats will not work, especially when the person's doing a challenge run. Yeah, that goes to Wonderlands one. Is BL LFG still a thing? Try that one. Oh yeah, I forgot. This one breaks, so I do need to save quit, but I guess I'll take the extra kills. Hey, Rabbit. Thank you for dunking on Gage. Or no, how do I say that backwards? I'm inheriting Rabbit's brain ability. Hey, Gage, thank you for dunking on Rabbit. What is wrong with me? It's contagious. I can't even blame needing more coffee. My mug's almost empty. I'm just stupid today. I admitted it. I'm stupid. I'm stupid and I'm proud. Time to eat 46 cheesecakes in a row. You gotta wet age them. You've heard of dry aging food? Rabbit wet ages food. Thank you for the gift sub to Rabbit, Gage. I appreciate it. What does that mean? Disease. I call the poison control. Contagious isn't a word, it's contagion. The internet has ruined you too, I see. Yeah, save quit here, because dialogue skip breaks this interaction. Legit, ew. It's Rabbit's food habits. Eating a total of around 160 dino nuggies. That's just morally correct, though. 160, though? Huh. I don't know, that's a lot. You think they come out dino-shaped as well? See, this is why people shouldn't just say their intrusive thoughts. I should not have said that. Know when to shut the fuck up. You're right for that? Okay. Okay, so we got Shooting Star, Cryo Elements, switch off the Rad here, and... I mean, I could go Whispering Ice, but I'm very confident it'll murder me. Back to the Hunter Seeker. Taking my gifted sub back. Based. 2 Samsara there. That's pretty good. Rabbit's email isn't working out. We help him switch. Oh, I had no reason to be worried. I mean, yeah, no, we're good. We're good. We're chilling. I'll just be safe. Alex! Alex, you slut. Actually, now I'm scared. What do I do now? There's also a fly in here. Is that a fly? No, it's a gnat. Okay, no, we're good. We're good. We're good. Oh, fuck you. Ugh. Came back and saw Rabbit's name in chat. Already know it's unsafe food related combo before I read chat. Yeah, yeah. Yep. 10 gallon. And not the messy breakup, cause yeah, yep, Gage, yep. Yep. I goes a gunless stream carried by gun damage. I'm not using the Hunter Seeker often, Priz. I'm just putting it on for boss fights, and it's level 13. All the grenades I'm using are level 13 because I got them all in the first hour of the playthrough and have gotten no upgrades since. Level 14 Phase Zerker, level 14 Big Boom Blaster, and various level 13 grenades. And go back to Sanctuary and maybe spend a couple golden keys. All he needs is an EMP. Yeah, more gun damage grenades. Could I EMP Kensei? Yeah, I could. That'd be funny. Wanted that loot. Sorry. Amara's VH I've spent the least on. Amara's my second most played. First nade? What, the grenade that has a second instance of damage piggybacking off of it that counts as a bullet? No, that's normal. So most played Flak. Yeah, I am Flak guy. I am Flak main. I do Flak thing. Flat bad, it's true. You know how frustrating that thing is to short fuse bosses with. because you have to account for the extra instance iterating the short fuse chain. Yeah, that's funny, actually. I love that. Only you could hold guns but not shoot them. Then you could get a bullet dot. Least played Zane? Yes. Largely because Zane has the fewest build options of the four. It's just numbers game. And for a large portion of the game's life, he's been very uninteresting. Due to, like when Purple Tree first came out, commitment stacked infinitely, so lol. I didn't play any Zane then. I started playing Zane again after they fixed that, actually. We got a sticky longbow. It's radiation, that's not ideal. Jumping's okay? No, jumping kind of murders the damage too. I'm still gonna buy it, because that could still maybe be good. How much am I off of another backpack STU? A lot. A lot. I can sell that. Let's keep it a safe space shield for utility. I'm keeping that stopgap in case I decide to be an asshole. That can go. We can get a better Whispering Ice. That can go. That can go. I never used that Merb Widowmaker. I'm gonna keep it just in case. That breaker, if we decide that I need that point and find your center. I want to go punch things. Actually, that might be useful. I forgot I had that. I might use that as a strat. Outside of Rax, what's your most used action skill across all VHs? Phase Cast. Yeah, I didn't even have to think about that. Phase Cast. Third place is Fade Away. Okay, I said I wanted to try an Elementalist if I got one. Because what if dot Elementalist builds in playthrough are actually just sick? So I guess we're gonna fuck around and find out. Now, what did I just sell? Yeah, okay, that's fine. So, like, if I use this Elementalist with Grasp, and, like, these points in Anima and stuff, maybe it kills things. We're gonna test. I highly doubt it. As a whole for all players, yeah, that's definitely Iron Bear, just because it's the only option for 1/4 of the characters for the first year and a half of the game's life. Not year and a half, for the first year. And then, even after that point, it's still one of two options for that character. For sure gotta be Iron Bear. Fade Away's probably next. Or Phase Grasp was probably next, then Fade Away third. If I had to guess a top three. Like, from analytics. I guess I keep taking XP boosters, although I could take... Nah, we take the dot boost here to boost our Elementalist. What if this shit ends up being cracked? I'm so hyped for my Elementalist build. Connecting to chat. Y'all still hear me and stuff? Because my OBS isn't connected to chat, apparently. Okay, no, it's back. Okay. Nope, can't hear you. Oh, damn. Chat to curse? Yeah, OBS just said no. The perfect class mod for this build. So Artisan always gets these rolls because Dread and Deepwell are 1-pointers, so that forces the other 3 points to be fast hands. And like, this is a good class mod, but it does literally nothing if I can't equip guns. There is no use that this has. It's funny. It's also rolled with 2 reload speed passives, so salt in the wound. Here to look at the 4 pixels that make up your face. Are we still pixeling? That's great. More optimum W's. And click the ties that bind button over 2 years. Based. I try not to use it. I don't play enough gun builds on Amara to ever like realistically use it. The last time I used it was Kensei build. Can I unequip you? Yes. Beautiful. So we can ground slam or slide or action skill for all the rogue site markers. My favorite by far is sliding with a rocket boots when you're doing this. Which obviously you can only do in 2HM. But it's funny. Yes, I had to use that object as cover so that barrel wouldn't kill me. Because they are mean with barrel placement. That's damage. It's not a lot of damage. But that's an amount of damage. Like, if I could hold a gun for 150 over 90, maybe I wouldn't be regretting doing this right now. That's not that bad. Who am I trying to prove this to? What's wrong with me? It's not that bad, though. See, look, that one just kind of instantly died. That was... It's viable. Listen, if I had a gun with an anoint and then... There's not even that much more I could boost this, is there? Mini playthrough Nimbus. Very mini. That's enemy's 5. Oh. Was it 5 levels lower than me? I didn't even notice. These are on level. Seriously. That's a cloud joke. These are the rads take boom. Rad takes boom. I can't speak today. Weapons just Yeah, so the thing with it is like if it got shotgun damage, it'd probably be good. But it doesn't get any weapon type bonuses. So that's an entire formula section that you're forced to go to General OGT, or not, General V2. So like that's OGT, that's personal space, 150 over 90. You can't get shotgun damage on it. Arbin Flint works. It's kind of sad. It's like if you have any shotgun damage boosts in your kit, then nope. Okay. So wait, the enemy that drops Big Boom Blaster is here, right? Is it the same enemy that drops Sidorak? Is it the Unstoppable? Yeah? The question is, do I want to do that now or not? Because the longer I delay it, the more easily I can get an on-level one for this character. Remember, I'm allowing myself to kill enemies once. Unless I need to save quit for, like, a bug fix or something. I'm thinking I save it. I just try to avoid him. 3 drops, poop farm. Ugh. We could go get a banjo. We could get an electric banjo for this place. Now hear me out. Banjo Hunter Seeker wouldn't actually be bad. Gun build. Banjo Hunter Seeker Elementalist? Yeah, we weaken him with the Elementalist and then cry. Please put a rectifier onto the Banjo. We gotta make sure we're using optimal lightning-based technology. Ow, holy dot. Fuck. What was that? Don't do that. Where did that dot come from? Who is dotting me? It's scary. I'm scared. I'm starting to move up DLC 1 priority-wise so I can get a Rico. Because I could get an Ember's Blaze, I could get a Rico, I could get Golden Rule, I could get Double Down, I could get All In. There's a lot of useful stuff in DLC 1. But like, the loaders that bypass shields are kind of scary. Kind of monka. Especially with how little shield I'm running right now. My health bar will be chipped pretty much always. Gunless Arms Race. It's one of those things, I probably won't bother with it just because... Like, Gunless Arms Race, if you give me infinite attempts at it, sure. Gunless Arms Race where I'm trying to one life? Because if you give me infinite chances, then sure, I reset until I get a good grenade roll with a 150 over 90 weapon, and, you know, OGT on the grenade as well. And then I need to get a good artifact. And then that's it, then I win. Just phase slam for that. It works as a playthrough. Let's just say that it works because it's really funny. Like, of all the places to use Banjo, Hunter Seeker is probably the ideal use case. Like, it gets an extra layer of cursed when you consider that the true optimal place to use Banjo Hunter Seeker is on Pet Flak. But, like, we don't have to go into that. Like, if they remove the level from items in future games? Absolutely not. Because, like, then what happens? Sure, it'd be kind of funny if this random shotgun I found at a vendor at level 13 was just useful to me forever. But that kind of... Like, why is there a loot system then? Why can't I just pick what I have in my bag before I go into every run? I'm not saying I want to be forced to go refarm things. I'm just saying, like, if items didn't have levels at all, people wouldn't really experiment. Ooh. Oh, I can use that on Grave Ward. That's perfect. That's our Grave Ward grenade. So that's a sticky longbow with money part. We got a Nagata for Grave Ward. That's huge. Removing man level on gear? Absolutely. I don't want to go over there. I don't want to farm you. Absolutely remove man level on gear. Mayhem and OP levels on gear should never have been implemented. To a lesser degree, Chaos tiers on gear in Wonderland should never have been implemented, but of those systems, Chaos tier is the least invasive one. Both in feel and mathematically. I.e., a level 80 OP10 gun is a level 90 gun. A level 72 Mayhem 10 gun is a level 82 gun. An Ascended level 40 gun is a level 48 gun. So, 8 instead of 10. Maths. Yeah, I can't phase slam on the water. I mean, I could, I'm just not going to. Gives a way to upgrade under-level item. It's one of those things I can't, like... I can't say that a crafting system or something like that would go poorly. I can't say that because we don't know that. I can say it's just something that would get a lot of pushback, and I don't necessarily love the idea, but, like, I could be budged. And 11th Bruce Gearbox's idea of Mayhem failed. Being willing to backtrack is an important thing. Mayhem 11 was them trying to budge without backtracking. And I don't think it's proof that their idea of Mayhem failed, necessarily. It's just, people don't want to be forced into the random modifiers. If we had an option, like a drop-down menu to select modifiers, and then be rewarded or penalized appropriately, I think it would have been much better received. So I guess in that aspect, you know, their idea of Mayhem didn't land. But it's one of those things where we didn't like how modifiers worked on launch, so they eventually gave us Mayhem 4, which was more neutral modifiers, just better received. It was that era's Mayhem 11, for those of you who weren't around then. But then, 6 months after that, they just brought back the forced modifiers, with no Mayhem 11 for like another year after that. So they really wanted us to like the idea of random modifiers. We don't. If it was like, say, Hades' Pact of Punishment, where you could select them, I think it'd be better received. By a lot. Like, they're not even actually random. It's a predetermined seed. Would have liked cast here's a lot more if a certain level they only had one type drop. Chaos 100 made them better. Still wish they would have just been 100% incentive chance at max chaos. Yeah, it is still just a, what, 51% chance of you getting an item 2 levels under, functionally. At chaos 100, it's not ideal. Something they never had to implement. And we can see a window into what a game without that looks like with Redux. Wonderland's Redux. Don't necessarily love the idea either, but with BL3's loot system, if you got a perfect roll, something to low level would be pretty annoying. Yeah, like imagine if you're just cruising through and like, a lot of people say that, oh man, I tried the Hellwalker and nothing else is good. No, a lot of that is they're not actually putting effort into using other things or building around other things. But, like, what if actually they got a Hellwalker as a world drop at, like, level 12 and then could just upgrade it to beyond level and they literally never use another gun? That doesn't seem like a great state for game health. Would happen all the time. Yeah, people would get one gun that just really slaps while they're under-leveled and then never stop using it. I'm trying to avoid spawning the Unstoppable so I don't have to kill him. Because I'd really like to save him for later. Get rid of guns. I'm absolutely biting my tongue trying not to make an America joke. It's not going well. How many legendaries under BL3? Like over 300. As well, Herald and 2. Right, like, those guns aren't even actually best in slot in, like, any relevant use cases. But, like, because people are so attached to them, because you get them early, they're easy to use, easy to understand, people just use them constantly. And they remain the barometer for how to measure things. Like, the BL2 Herald isn't even the strongest version of itself. But because it's early, it's easy, and people like it, hard latch. Hard latch. The only way I'm on board leveling up guns is if gun can only be leveled up, say, 5 levels to keep with level cap increases. That is actually a feature present in a couple of games, Diablo 4 being one of them. Godfall has something like that as well. You can only do it every, like, a certain number of times. I'll say last you most of the playthrough. Yeah, they already last you most of the playthrough. Imagine if you could level them up to make them also last endgame. That'd be... I don't think that'd be ideal. Because then, like, experimentation dies. People don't go out and look for items. They don't go out and look for builds. They're like, I'm gonna keep doing this thing that I've been doing. Down with level caps, up with mini skirts. I get behind that. Underneath that. Just me and the boys wearing mini skirts. Confidence is key, chat. You can rock anything as long as you're confident about it. It's gonna be me wearing a romper. I didn't forget the romper copy pasta. Correct, people can play the game just for fun. They don't need to use all items of the game. But what if part of the fun is using more than one item in the game? Like, what if I derive my sense of fun from doing different things? The tuxedo romper? Yes. True, my body's self-confidence is not great. Fine, I'll be confident in your body for us, Ken. How about that? How about that? Let me catch up. I want to see level cap increase in the future of the series. We don't need them. Wonderlands prove this. That's a whole other can of worms. Level caps are content that creates retention, allows them to introduce increasingly greater difficulty, which is more content and so on. So long that's likely to mean early abandonment of the game like Wonderlands. It's not saying it's impossible to get rid of level cap increases, just there's a lot of moving parts. Yeah, I don't believe that level cap increases are themselves content, but the retention point and the fact that they're often alongside other content is massive. For example, the vault card system itself isn't extra playable content, right? Like, beyond the extra guns it introduces, it's just like some cosmetics, some XP, etc., etc. What it does is make you view the existing content differently. It gives you a different way of consuming stuff that's already there. And level cap increases are that for a lot of people. So it's not itself content, but it's a content enabler, which still has value. I'm personally very anti-level cap, absolutely, but that's something to bring up. Yeah. It means it makes people want to play more. Right, it makes you view what's there differently. So I brought a fresh pair of swim trunks and intend to do my favorite exercise pastime, swimming. I haven't gone swimming in so long. Like, legitimately, the last time I went swimming, summer of 2019. I have not gone swimming in the last 4 years. That's... Why is time? Baths count as swimming? If it's deep enough, I guess. You don't want double capstone plus refarming all your gear? Nah, I don't want that. I'm okay with level caps. They just don't need to do them often. One every 6 months is fine if they have a longer support plan, like, let's say 2 or 3 years. If they tell us well ahead of time, like, BL3's content cycle was a great example of how not to do level cap increases. We didn't get to the point where there were massively too many, like with TPS and 2, but we got constant surprise level cap increases right after events that told us to farm new items that were immediately invalidated. And, like, that feels bad. Like, the response to some of them was overblown. For example, you didn't actually need to refarm anything going from 50 to 53. There was not enough of a change. You could just still use all level 50 gear, it'd be perfectly fine. But then, by the time it went up to 57, at that point, it's like, okay, everything you have is 7 levels under. Level 57 is also when we got Mayhem 2.0, where game difficulty went massively up. So, like, at that point, okay, increase in level cap is an increase in player power. Not just in number of skill points, but in several other things, such as they had changed Iron Bear when it was underperforming to it scales faster than the base of 1.09 to the power of whatever per level. So Iron Bear gets disproportionately stronger the more levels you have. So every level cap increase is an Iron Bear buff. Among other fun stuff like that. And then there are certain level thresholds for different characters that did, in fact, lead to new build options and new flavors of gameplay. Like, we discussed this a couple streams ago, where the level cap increases were not as destructive to the Amara builds ecosystem as they were to, say, the Flak and Zane builds ecosystems, and to a lesser degree, the Moze one. What I mean by this is, for example, Amara just kept getting more builds, more options as the cap increases went up. There's more ways of playing the game, cool. Zane didn't get a single skill point that matters after level 60. You just didn't, because, like, what do? Put your leftover shit in Green Tree? Like, okay, lol. Like, we have way more skill points than anything that would meaningfully affect, and we're just shy of him getting triple capstone and then just abandoning the bad tree. Dumb question I meant to ask, have you tried any Tears of the Kingdom? I'm not a Zelda fan, Foster. I don't Zelda, but I'm glad that y'all Zelda fans have a good game to play with. Tizzle, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. All the love today. Much appreciated. You guys are very kind. Thank you so much, Tizzle. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? You're arrested for the lulz. I don't know what I did to my build in Redux. Suddenly feels like I'm doing way too much damage. You're a Stabo, right? There you go. Regretting quotes in the channel for the past hour. Understandable. Yo, that was actually so cursed. I heard my alert start from the raid, now late, as it always does, but Optimum deciding to spike my connection again made the alert cut off halfway. That was weird. Stabo dot nonsense feels illegal once you figure it out, as everything just vaporizing. Yeah, Stabo dot is just one of the most powerful things you can do in that game. This looks fun. It's very fun, Whiteout. We kind of made it into a one life, where I'm not allowed to farm. Still haven't died yet. I'm still... Yeah, I'm level 26, using level 14, 14, and 13 gear. Gunless. Haven't died. Hashtag Quagcliff. Quagcliff sweep. I need to pick up more guns to sell them. I keep forgetting. Watching a Zane guide, literally segmented good skill trees in the filler. Right. It's just Zane is constructed in a way where you don't really have... You don't have meaningful choices in the sense as you have elective nerfs, is the way I like to put it for Zane builds. You have the way to build, and then you have ways to do funny shit that makes you weaker, but is funny. How's the run been going so far? I missed the gunless build. It's been going well. I got scared a couple times over in the Anvil. Got scared a little bit on Eden 6 so far. But for the most part, it's been fine. Only a couple close calls. I was getting a little worried about what we'd have for grenade options going forward, but this grenade, this level 26 Nagata, should carry us through the rest of the game. That should be enough for bossing versus Grave Ward. Probably Agonizer. Maybe Tyrene. Oh, there's also Health Bug. That is a thing, like Jaybridge mentioned, yeah. Ow. I don't even know what hit me. I gotta rush him. That was scary. That was very scary. We're starting to see some risky segments. I have to do aggressive plays. Like I mentioned earlier, Phase Slam knocking enemies back and down is huge. Even outside of the damage it does, which is very good and will not really depend on my level of items at all. It'll just always do something. But the problem is that Phase Slam is such a huge commitment. In terms of animation length, in terms of how unsafe it makes me, in terms of if there's any barrels or water, I will die. Raid left me behind. I will speak to the raid's manager, Rexy. Yeah, let me just at the raid's manager. Okay, okay. I filed a complaint. Hope you're doing well, Rexy. Wasn't me. Different broadcaster. Blame Civil? That's always a safe bet. Civil probably did something. That hex almost just ended my life. I got so scared. Like, you know when you're so scared you can hear your own asshole slamming shut? Yeah. Yeah. Usually blame Frost, but that works too. Is this game online against other people or co-op only? There's no PvP in Borderlands. It is a single player or cooperative experience. Sounds like a bank vault. Oh yeah, you got the grinding metal, the audible pucker. I like the bank vault one, honestly. Bouncy, bouncy elemental. Good for applying shock dots, but that'll probably kill me. So no thank you. So, Archimedes. I'm tempted to use the Nagata, but I don't want to blow myself up. Does Clay revive you in this fight? You can duel? I guess you can technically duel, but... So the question is, does Clay try to revive you or not? I'm just not going to do anything crazy. We're just gonna be reasonable and not change anything up. No need to take risks. Ow, 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 you do damage. Phase Slayer was definitely the right play. Last grenade. Okay, cool. We had enough. Did his corpse just try to teleport into my face and get me killed by my own grenade while I wasn't looking? Like, am I crazy, or does this game actively hate my guts? This is what it looks like? Cool. So it was one life, right? It wasn't planned as a one life, but I haven't died, so now it's a one life. Better .com than Fusion? Ha, .com. No. Fusion's just kind of cracked. In vanilla, it's like between Miasmic Mail and Selective Amnesia and Corrupted Plate Mail. But like in Redux, it's like, hey, Have ya heard of fusion? I still have these 9 golden keys. I want to save those as long as I possibly can. If you die with a run ad? No. If I die, I'll just put a death counter up on screen. And we'll just keep going. It was not originally intended as a 1 life, it's just I'm now treating it as one. +3 exploit, +2 contagion. Probably, yeah. Probably optimal. Ah, yeah, the Trader's Death, another... So, like, why is the Hand of Glory legendary and the Trader's Death is purple? Explain this to me. Oh yeah, we had the meme dot thing here. Down to go back to Butt Stallion Milk, maybe we can get some upgrades. We see, +5 Virulence, because I got one of those, feel like I have to use it. So, like, that class combo, all 3 of the skills are good. Virulence is also a good skill. It's just Exploit Their Weakness is hugely impactful on damage, because it's a very uncommon mult. Contagion increases consistency on a very important skill, though increasing Contagion does not increase your damage, it's just consistency. And Virulence gives you added consistency through better status effect chance, for your, like, non-alchemical agent dots. But the duration is also uptime on your damage, so that's good as well. There's no wrong answers with skill rolls on that class combo, that being... Can't remember that's Stabo Blight or Blight Stabo. Whichever one it is that rolls those skills. There's no wrong answer. It's a pretty good phase Urker, now that I think about it. Like, the Conflux points kind of help. Armageddon access. I wish it had more clarity, though. I would trade the Conflux points for clarity. Trader's Death good? No. No, it is not. Neither is Hand of Glory. So they're both trash, quest reward, unique Jacob's Assault Rifles that you get in Eden 6 that can't be anointed and are trash. Like, why are they different rarities? Why Wonderlands Redux has that W of the unique rarity. You just put all the uniques in there. Whether they're good or not, doesn't matter. Uniques. Be done with it. Red Queen. Red Queen's pretty good. I'll take that. So you can get one of the... Like, the Red Queen is 2 probe things that put a laser between them. You can get one of them stuck on an enemy's hitbox, then the other one will just rotate around and swing the laser through stuff. It's pretty good. Yeah, I don't even know how I'm gonna pronounce that, but hello, first-time chatter. I'm sorry, I don't want to butcher your name. Where's Clay? You in Reliance? No? Why are you there? If they tone down the unique drop rate a bit, Redux would be perfect IMO. Fair enough. I'm not exactly jazzed when I get like a dingle dangle Or like a Revote's amulet for the 50th time. There's some uniques I am keeping an eye out for, but not those. Oh, I forgot to change action skills. That actually works out, though. Air dashing on ramps is so funny, for sure. Not exactly Jasmine, I see a dingle. No, I said when I get a dingle dangle. Seeing is always exciting. Same thing. Technically. Sometimes. Yeah, the music for this area is so good. It's very classic Borderlands. Like this track right now? Shirtless Quag Day 1? What do you mean? How you doing, Mr. Glenn? So good, no you. Firestorm. Oh, so should I buy that? I keep buying new grenades. Now this is a terrible firestorm. This is the worst possible part combination of a firestorm. I don't buy this. Alternatively, this goes hard on Aurelia, so I buy this. I hate that I'm like this. Hey, Rubberized Plug was my nickname in high school. Just like this grenade. About to go home. How am I? Doing well. This challenge run's fun. It just kind of became a one life. I've been live for 6 hours. Wow. Just kind of became a one life. New phase Zerker. With more clarity, less anima though. Max health. 200. Sure, fuck it. That was a lot of money. I should have bought that. We can always claim a cheddar shredder and go mobbing. So that's fine. Not touching Showdown until home update. Dude, been playing PLA. I was telling Ken earlier. Such a good game. Ken and others, of course. But such a good game. Do I have Cartel Event on? No, not right now. I plan on turning that on later. I could turn it on for additional difficulty, but since I'm limiting my farms as well, I just want to save that whole thing. You know, Quick Index, let me know. Yeah, I'll let you know. I haven't completed the story yet. I still have to, that was the last thing I did. Last thing I did was I dealt with Electrode. Halloween event gas call. Yeah, gas call is great. These are all things I've accounted for. I plan on doing those two events later. There's nothing in the Broken Hearts event for me for this build, so I don't have to worry about that. Hey, vault card level. I wasn't sure what the fuse on that is. So yeah, I won't be leveled up enough for Aurelia. Maybe I will be, though. Maybe this room levels me. Copium. Guardian rank on? Yeah. Guardian rank is on, but I fail to see a good reason why it shouldn't be. It's one of those things that gets a lot of pushback. Yet to hear a good argument. For example, what Guardian rank does good is it allows me to slam from any height, and that's kind of critical for a non-gun build. I don't have my artifact slot yet, so I haven't been exactly spamming slams, but it will be a primary method of dealing damage later. I'm not using guns, so hollow point and overkill are much less present. Overkill completely absent. Hollow point less present. I'm not really killing with crits yet, so. The fight for your life stuff, I mean, okay, I get more duration where I can only punch. Sorry. It's illegal. That's my bad. And they never gave Amara a good cooldown stat, so I can justify topped off to myself. Guardian rank enables builds. It's not like myth rank where it's stupid. Or like badass rank where it's just stats. I need to be more careful here, like not lighting myself on fire in that exact way. Ooh, that was almost a death. Hey Onyx, how you doing? Wish I let you customize this turn on the Guardian rank. Some perks are good. I don't want all the stats on. The stats are the most minor part, Coded. Like, very few of these stats are actually meaningfully impactful. Like, this gun damage isn't actually gun damage, so that's big. But everything else here is so minor. I guess elemental damage is big just because it's not very present on your gear for some builds, but like, as Amara, this is fucking nothing. The only stat here that has any noticeable increase to like your damage is the gun damage one, and I'm playing a non-gun build, so these barely matter. I'm feeling back in the Borderlands. Good as always. Be doing more Redux next week after the Redux content update. I'd be doing that right away, but I'll be unavailable. But I want to do some BO3 for a bit, and I got some plans for this week, so it seemed appropriate. To 1% vehicle damage, amazing, right? Ow. My shield is so low level, that does so much damage to me. What other games are PvE solo co-op only or shooter loot collection games that are popular? I like Outriders. Outriders pretty cool. If you're talking that don't have PvP at all, that crosses out Destiny and The Division, because they have PvP as options in those games. You don't have to PvP in those games if you don't want to. Yeah, sound alerts are broken today, Coded. I think the site I normally use for them is having issues, so I'm sorry about that. I can pet the pet. Just doing cat things. Just doing cat things. He was just asleep and now he's all excited. He's like, oh, I'm being pet now. Come here. Look at this cat. You good boy. desk, Kevin. Oh. I'm he, not they. I mean, understood. I think they is generally used as a catch-all, because it is a gender-neutral term. So I don't think offense was meant there, but noted. It's Josh and sorry. No, you're good. You're all good. Oh, don't. Oh, that was scary. I almost died. I didn't, T-Dog. Yeah, this room is really slow just because all the environmental hazards. Yeah. My under-leveled gear with these environmental hazards means that if an enemy shoots me while I'm going through one of these puddles, I just die. Need more grenades. I'll go up this way. I don't like this position. About Diablo 3? Yeah, Diablo 3 is another one. It's not a shooter. But if you're willing to expand beyond shooters, then Diablo 3, Godfall. Those are loot-based cooperative games where you team up with friends to do cool shit. Oh, you're a problem. Shooting star? Diablo 2 is also an option, as is Diablo 4 in a week. Diablo 4 comes out in, well, I guess it comes out in 2 weeks, but like early access starts in a week. That sentry is actually super fucking inconvenient. Use the rest of my grenades on it. Phase cast. Improvise, adapt, overcome. It's gotten pretty intense. Like, it would really help me not having underleveled gear, but I've just had no luck. BL3 did its BL3 thing and gave me all of the drops for the first hour, and then it stopped. I'm not even using this underleveled gear, like, by choice. It's by necessity. They're simply still the best tools I have. Level up. Does it mean I don't have level up bonus for Aurelia? Shit, that's exactly what it means. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I was really hoping to have that there. Yeah, I've only got like 40 seconds left of it. Yeah, I could rush in and try to keep it anyway. Yeah, so no level up bonus. Unfortunate. Moxie's bouncing pair would do well damage-wise here. I think I try it and hope I don't die a horrible death. Got any upgrades? Nope. Hey, no. Oh, good chunk from that grenade. I just need another one. Ow. Ow. Give me a grenade! This fucking game. This is why Big Boom Blaster is our best friend. It has not let me down once. Uh-oh. Okay, no, we got a good dot on her. I got grenades back. I just need to not die to my own grenade. Okay, so I just need you guys to know that if that grenade that just hit me right now at the end of the fight, if that had applied a dot to me, that would have been death. Death. Whew. Snowdrift Auto Idol? Sure. So, finally getting relevant drops, Pog. Singularity Firestorm. Hyperion. That's better than the Firestorm I already had. Rear Ender Vic Rush. That's a slam prefix. That's so good. We didn't get a Frozen Heart. Causticos White Elephant. Yo, Aurelia. Hello? So for her Daddy drops, she dropped the Firestorm and the Ice Queen. Aurelia is unique in that she iterates each of her drops separately pool-wise, which is pretty cool. I wish more bosses did that. Like, for example, getting the Ice Queen doesn't mean you can't get the Frozen Heart from her, or the Firestorm, because they're just rolling independently of each other. Whereas if you were, say, you know, farming the Unstoppable and you wanted a Sidorak, well, he's got 3 items, so if you get one, you don't get the others. More boss loot pools designed like Aurelia would be sick. Felt bad she wanted to throw you a bone, apparently. I'd like to be able to sell those items. We'll see if I have enough room. Oh, let me change grenades back. So that bouncing pair saved me, but also was super scary and almost murdered me multiple times. Sure, Red Queen. Lovely. Threw him 3 bones. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Red Queen Fox. Wait, you missed? I never miss Envoy. What do you mean? Oh wait, is this the one... No, this isn't the one you kick him in the balls. This is the one where you shoot him in the back. Can I use something else to hit him in the back? Does it have to be a gun? Can I Hunter Seeker him in the back? Oh no, I can just punch it. I'm overthinking. Anyway. Here's Wonderwall. Red Queen does okay, but I need something that requires less aim of me. Hey, thanks for the 1,000 bits, Envoy. I've been around enough that it's not an obligation. This is entertainment, and I'm happy to have you around, but it is not an obligation.
Sorry, I haven't been around enough. Great to see you again, Quag. Time for another Mass Effect run?
I could be convinced. I could be convinced. Can't believe I've been live for 6 hours already. I had shit I was gonna do today, but this is too fun. Fucking prime memory of Wonderwall is the time I heard it played by a mariachi band. Amazing. And seriously, thank you for the 1,000 bits, Envoy. They didn't say it was Wonderwall, they just played it. I was like, hang on. See, that's when you know a song is iconic. When it reaches that level of you recognize it easily. You got Wonderwall, you got Sandstorm. Despacito. Goats. There are no other songs, just those. Turn to punching press Shepard. I did not just try to stealth kill that guy like it's Jedi Survivor. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? I'm throwing. I'm throwing. Wait, hang on. Here's where the memes begin. You can't kill me if I heal by standing next to my action skill. Come here, glow up. Come here. If you're wondering why I'm doing that, it's because I know I need to take hits to get grenades back. So I'm healing. Modern problems require modern solutions. Tribolt. Gonna see Fast 10 Revenge of the Family in a few hours. Shit's gonna be crazy. Let's go, comment. I'll probably see it this weekend. That's the danger of enjoying something ironically. Eventually, you just start appreciating it because it's fun. Like, the Fast movies are just fun. So mad they didn't call it Fast 10 near seatbelts. Yeah, it's too good. You need to have seen 1 to 9 to follow the plot, maybe. It's highly cerebral. I don't know. You might have some homework to do. Fast 10 and 20 more, it's actually porn. Wouldn't surprise me. I've seen the memes where everyone tried to pinpoint the moment Fast movies became science fiction. They're hilarious. It was in like Fast 5, right? Because they were just kind of generic car-based action movies. It got a little silly for like the first 4. And then 5 is where they became government-licensed superheroes. It was just movies, and then 5, it just got unhinged. The first one, they drive under a semi-truck, already fiction. Right, but not fantasy. It's fiction. Could prove it. So you think Tokyo Drift because they did this character's dead and then brought them back fucking 15 years later as a twist? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. That would mean the third one. The hell is Furious X Transformers? It's gonna happen, Tom. I bet at some point there's gonna be... Ooh, a Transformer. There's gonna be some sort of crossover, collab, something. There's gotta be. If it hasn't already happened. It's like the fact they're still making Transformers movies. Like, we're not even in... like, the second wave of Transformers movies. They're on, like, their 4th set of protagonists. They had, like, the 3 with Shia LaBeouf, then they had, like, 2 with Mark Wahlberg. They had the Bumblebee spinoff with someone else. Now they have more different people. Like, they're somehow still making them. Double sticky. We buy those. Optimus Prime family fist bumps, Dom. I would pay for that. We would pay for that. How long till the Paul Walker deepfake? I mean, technically they already did that. For Fast 7, they deepfaked his face onto his brother's body. So they'll explain and emphasize everyone's family relationship in the movie. Hydrate every time you hear the word family. So I think I glow up so I can heal. This is a make or break moment, chat. This is a make or break. Wait, I need to deal with Graven Ward first. Shit. Means I need to spend grenades first. I forgot. I always forget those 2 little shits. And, like, these guys have a soundtrack and it slaps. You just never hear it. Like, you hear this shit? Waiting for this hex to be over so I don't radiate myself. Gotta head out later, Gators. After a while, Crocodile. People still say that, right? Oh, that's significantly less damage than I was hoping for. We gaming. I'm out of grenades. That is significantly less than what I was hoping for. Maybe we do Hunter Seeker. So, yeah, it's taking damage. I need to let him hit me. This is gonna hurt so bad. Ow. Oh no, I didn't get the nade. Here we go, the anti gun build boss. Are you grenades? You're grenades. Oh, let's go. Okay, level 13 Hunter Seeker does an amount. Does an amount. Let's try this. I'm not gonna risk that. Am I out of range for those? Fuck, I think I am. Shit. Blow up! Save me! Uh-oh. No! Stop running away! Toward me! Toward me! Okay, we're good. Okay. So Red Queen might get stuck in his hitbox. I can try to bouncing pair. But that's very risky for my health. Those Grave Boogers hit hard. Yeah, I need to not take hits from that. Chupas would kill him eventually. Ball at the front edge can damage him sometimes. That's true. I could try phase cast, but that's gonna be nothing for damage. Oh, I gotta throw way higher in that arc. I should have gotten reverb for this shit. Yeah, that's more than nothing. We take that. Bouncing pair does something. I know what I'll do. When we knock him down, I'm gonna swap to that breaker comm that I have and punch him. Gonna hear Grave Ward's awesome music. That's true! This track slaps. DLC after this? I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead, to be honest. Wow, that one almost trolled. That one got stuck on the ads. Oh, that's damaging. Kind of. I'm seeing it tick for 1. Okay, I'm seeing 50s. Ah, good dot. Good dot. Need to not be too aggressive looking up like that, because the arc here. Alright, let me switch back to a grenade that's better for range damage. This Cloning Hunter Seeker is super under-leveled, but the fact that it has more range than these other grenades is huge for me right now. I can go back to trying the Nagata. Yeah, I think it's less than I was hoping for, but it's still good damage. Hey, Junkie Rat. Wait, did I need to not do that during that animation? Do I get 1 fewer of him dropping now? Ugh, maybe. Okay, now here it is. So now we capitalize. I'm going to switch to the Breaker for the point and find your center for more melee damage. Switch to Chupa so I don't accidentally unalive myself. Put this here and punch. I'm worried about the Find Your Center lunge sending me off the edge. That's why I immediately chickened out. I don't like that. That was bad vibes. not die into a cliff. Not allowing it. We'll get there if I just throw these while being very, very careful. Like, the fact that those bounce off the ads, I never knew they'd do that, and it's so rude. Fish Slap good for this? It would be. I'll take the hit. As long as it doesn't dot me, I'm good. Cool. If the goal is dealing damage, the answer to if Fish Slap is good is yes. Could go for bouncing pair here. Let me punch him just a couple times. It's too risky having to run for my own grenade. We stick with the Nagata. It's safest. Experimenting on the fly. It's very risky to take that attack instead of dodging it, but never punished. It's too far during that part of the windup. I don't like being that close to the edge. Only the most powerful item in the game. Yeah, you know, uncontested most powerful item in the game. Fish Slap moment. Like, in a game where the theory crafters do everything they can to avoid saying the word best or strongest, etc., there's very little pushback to calling Fish Slap strongest. Like, that's a pretty good indication of the power of the item. Big Boom Blaster combined with the regen from killing ads, huge. I knew that would knock me in the air, so I slammed just so I wouldn't get yeeted. Shooting Star actually damaging. Shooting Star, you gonna finish it? You gonna prove yourself the best action skill ever? No? You're gonna make me do another cycle? Okay, that's cool. Now, as long as I don't get hit by one of the balls, I think we're good. Oof, that was significantly more difficult than I thought it would be. Mostly because I underestimated the range issue, and because I thought the Nagata would do more. But thinking about it, I don't have bonus elements, I don't have grenade damage. It tracks. I'm gonna take Helping Hands here. I'd like a bit of a buffer with these underleveled items. Dry Drill goes down. Nice. Thought the best action skill ever was Gunzerk. I mean, I was kidding, but Gunzerk is also a trash can of game design. Like, you can certainly like terribly designed action skills that don't do anything other than, what if we more gun? But that's up to you. That ward's gonna be nice to have. We got the max roll on the melee damage. That's really big. Like the Shazam bot more. Conference call. Boring gun. Brainstorm. It's the second brainstorm I've gotten this playthrough. I love the lead sprinkler. Damn. SMD's cool. Downfall. Wicked. Got banned from some channels for saying Salvador's best character in BL2. I highly doubt it was for that. But this whole topic is a good example of why avoiding the word best in theory crafting communities is done. Hey, Nimbus. Because define best. Excuse me, sneezes. And completely proof it against personal bias. Go. You're not gonna. Carbuncles are good. Some people just don't like to be challenged in some ways. Let me grab something. Don't mind me just checking something. I have a source I can cite. Okay. There, I'm scrolling a sheet I'm slightly unfamiliar with. Just to have an example. Let's look at... Ah, okay, here we go. Maya, that's 0. Axton, Gage Creek, Salvador. Yeah, so I'm seeing multiple instances of raid bosses where Salvador does not have the fastest time in his category. So, like, how do you define best? What are we doing? I was opening a spreadsheet to support what I was saying before I said something inaccurate, but how do you define best if you're gonna, like, go around this is the best at people? Because there's very good reasons why those in the know about this sort of thing immediately respond, there is no best, or best is situational. Assume whatever kills the best. How do you define that? What do you mean kills the best? Biggest damage number? Fastest clear? Least effort involved? The fastest? So, here's the thing about that. Let's apply this more to BL3, so we can have a concrete example. That means that Downfall is better than Iron Bear. Amara's downfall action skill is better than Iron Bear. Because it kills faster. Because of the things you can apply. The things you can have downfall activate. And on the character it's on. So, like... But we all know from an actually intelligent, you know, sit and think for 2 seconds about it point of view, there's no universe where downfall is quote-unquote better. I'm using air quotes a lot here because I fucking hate using best, better, all that. It's not. So, like, stop saying it. For me, best is most effective. At what? Yeah, that's still vague. That doesn't... The point I'm making here is, unless you get extremely specific, you cannot accurately define best. That doesn't mean much in a PvE game? That's absolutely untrue, pragmatic. It means as much in a PvE game, if not more. For example, build crafting-based PvE games, they live and die on their longevity. If you have a few centralizing items that are unchecked, and if they are overpowered to the point where they feel like, where players feel like they're bullied out of using other items, that just single-handedly kneecaps the longevity of the game. People get bored, people leave. What constitutes the meta should be closely monitored as closely as any PvP game, if you ask me. And, like, the reason why I'm stumbling right now is because the LANs community has never properly used the word meta in this context. Like, they'll go around saying shit like, oh, the light show is meta. Like, no. No. But then they'll go around saying, like, this gun is meta. If that gun is anything except for Lucky 7 or Anarchy, it's wrong, by the way. Because guns as a whole aren't quote-unquote meta in this game. If we go with, like, the strictest definition of meta, okay, look at, BO3 Time Trials leaderboard. You can see the fastest known clears under the Time Trials rule set for every activity in the game. But, like, even with some of those times, some of those things are beatable by other things. Some of them are very close to other things. And some things are not covered by what the sheet at a glance can show. Like, for example, let me pull up raids and arenas. Let me go to True Guardian Takedown on Moze. So you see, I have the 3rd place time with Iron Bear and Fish Slap. Lazy has the 4th place time with just Iron Bear. That doesn't convey to you what we're doing, because the reason why my run is faster is because I use Iron Bear less. Because Iron Bear is, compared to most other action skills you see in time trials, terrible at bossing. Iron Bear is terrible at bossing once you get up to pushing world record speedrun level of build efficiency. And if your measure of best is how efficiently you do something, I'd say time trials are the perfect place to look. But that also doesn't cover for the fact that some of the faster clearing Amara runs over in Proving Grounds use base unmodified phase grasp rather than ties that bind. Does that mean phase grasp is better than ties that bind? You know, like, there's a lot of layers to this. Saying the word best is just deceptive at best. Fish Slap is the best grenade for damage, but not best for range. Not true. Because you can absolutely get a bigger number out of a triple sticky purple grenade, provided you hit 2 triggers of Pull the Holy Pin, and have Elemental Projector active with Mo's full formula. Or same parameters loosely for having your Warlord or throw a grenade. If it hits Throat Ripper on the initial sticky application and the explosion, then that's massively more damage than Fish Slap is capable of. Now, that's a hyper-specific scenario, to the point where it's so unlikely as to be not applicable, and it doesn't matter because the enemy is still one-shot in each instance, but you get what I'm getting at. How do you compare? What's the best there if the things die in the same number of frames? You realize the problem, you're a pro BL3 player, you see things differently from what most people do. There's people who don't think about this particular game as much as I do, overthink it as much as I do, who kind of arrive at the same conclusion. Now, we do tend to think about things in the same way, but I think it's just a personal, like, how receptive you are to new information. And you can rewire yourself to think this way whenever. It's just like, saying something is the best is essentially saying that you know everything about that particular topic, and that there is no room for an unknown thing to be better. There is no situation where that thing loses to something else. Like, you kind of have to, for the sake of complete information, get real specific, right? Like, even with something like Time Trials, which I brought up a lot to support this, I could say, yes, I made the best flak build ever, because I made the flak build that is just what people run with. If they're running either what I did, or for certain categories, Lucky 7. Those are the only things that are competitive for peak Time Trials. I could say I made the best, but there are situations where other builds outclear that as well. It's just, I don't think you ever can say best, and if there's a situation where you can say best, it's because you either got really specific in the parameters, or something is so wildly overpowered that it invalidates everything else. So, like, us comfortably saying Fish Slap is the best item in this game earlier, that's because Fish Slap is stupid in terms of what it provides compared to everything else. If you have a specific build, you give me a best? Maybe. You'd have to go, like, specific build, specific content, specific enemy sometimes, even. You have to get real specific. For example, for me, Iron Bear is the best skill in action skill in BL3 because you don't need gear, you start man mode, just inside the damn thing, kill almost everything you need to kill with ease. Yeah, that's not best, that's favorite, like Sun said, because there's other action skills you can do that with. That's lowest effort. Now, if that's your personal metric for best, cool, then it fits. But, like, that's for you. That's your personal preference. And that is not how most people use the word best. So if you go saying, hey, this is the best because this, and you leave out the because this, then people be like, no, because that doesn't match their definition of best. And there is no global definition of best. It's very rare to be able to call something best in the LAN series. Extremely rare. Like, usually the closest you can do to that is assemble a list of a few things that would have the most favorable outcomes in a particular situation. Like, instead of best grenade in BL3, you know, just assuming Fish Slap didn't exist, well, I couldn't give you one. I could give you, like, 6 that are in contention for being a similar level of power. Now, this does make it sound like I'm endorsing tier lists. I'm not. I still think tier lists are too flawed, because they leave out all this nuance we're discussing. Recall the highest numbers. What can hit the highest numbers in BL3 even though it has rarest of outcomes? Literally any grenade with Moses Minesweeper class mod. Moze can hit a theoretical infinite chain with Minesweeper, a single point pull the holy pin, and anything that is able to start a Minesweeper chain. So, technically speaking, you could say Moze with skill tree down to pull the holy pin, a level 13 Minesweeper, and the starter grenade with no grenade mod equipped. You could say that is best because it does more damage than fully kitted out builds that have world records. Doesn't that seem a little disingenuous? The holy pin is good? Extremely. Pull the holy pin is a chance for your grenade to do double damage. It's just, hey, if this triggers, double damage, and you trigger any effects that would happen from critting. Like, why would that not be good? Best ass in Borderlands is Tannis for sure. No best! Also, yeah, Zane is caked up. Zane has cake. Put him in the alt body, the zero looking one. He's caked up. My man's just standing there doing squats while Digiclone is clearing for him, I swear. Also in a franchise that celebrates a huge variety of gear and have so many niche items, there's too many variables, playstyles to say a blanket best. Right, this game literally advertised itself as having over 1 billion guns. And the only reason we can say best gun is because there's like 4 of them that are so monstrously overpowered compared to everything else that it's usually one of those 4. But still not always. For example, my Amara True Guardian takedown time, that is still the leading time, uses a gun that is not any of those. Now, I'm not shooting the gun, but I'm using the gun to deal gun damage. Which ones are those 4 guns? Lucky 7, Anarchy, Blade Fury, and Face Puncher. And that still doesn't account for a lot. Like, for example, you outclear those on Zane with eraser-friendly weapons. Doesn't account for the Pestilence, which I hold Amara True Guardian takedown record with, and I have 2nd place for Malawan takedown. Like, you can't quantify best. You can give good options for a particular situation. That's all you can do. Your face when you said caked up was way too intense, Quaggy, okay? I like butts, Felicia. That's all I got for you. Free sub for Sen? I got you. I got you. Just now seeing that. Hey, thank you, McBain, for redeeming that. Very clear to True Trials with just Digiclone. Have I bothered to? No. Could I? Yes. Digiclone is on par with Auto Bear from Moze in terms of level of power, and those 2 action skills are the strongest, or not those 2 action skills, I should say. Those 2 pets are jointly the strongest pet thing we've ever gotten. Asterisk next to them, Spirit Swarm and Wonderlands can get crazy to that point, but it does require more player involvement. But Auto Bear Digiclone are monstrously powerful. So if you've ever heard someone say Auto Bear is strong, keep in mind that Zane has a pet that is equally powerful. That he can Honestly, be even more proactive about gearing out for multiple situations. Because you can control Digiclone's shield, his grenade, and his gun, how often he throws grenades, where he's standing, how full his shield is, how much aggro he's pulling. Like, you have a lot of control. It's more root, to be honest. And yeah, the root's one I don't include because it's a mediocre gun. I mean, it's good, but like, unless you're abusing the splash radius thing, which is absolutely just hell. Nah. Even if you are, root doesn't outclear Lucky 7. Lucky 7 plus auto bear, which I find endlessly amusing. Face Puncher is good? Yes. Okay, here's another good reason to not run around touting what's best. You never know what you don't know. And if you end up in a conversation about the nature of the word best and you find out that you don't know the core things that have been good for like the entirety of the game's life, that are extremely popular, it's more evidence as to why best is something to avoid. You could go with, I've had success with, or this is my favorite that I've tried. What does Auto Bear and Lucky 7 do? Auto Bear makes it so that for 15 seconds after Iron Bear ends, in the location where it ended, you will get an AI-controlled turret that does not move, but it fires the weapons that you put on Iron Bear for 15 seconds. If you have the Rocketeer class mod, the duration is increased by the amount of your remaining fuel. So, with Rocketeer, you can have it hang out for a couple minutes instead of 15 seconds. And it is extraordinarily powerful. It is taking Iron Bear and then having the AI aim it for you. That rack. Rude. I just want to check the vendor. It's still gotta be redistributed even though it's overplayed. It's just fun. Hey, you said favorite, so no one can tell you you're wrong. That's the beauty. If you go with favorite, people can't tell you that something isn't your favorite. People can accurately tell you that something isn't the best. Mixed with Lucky 7. So Auto Bear is something you can just have doing its thing. Remember, it's the AI controlling it. So you just shoot the Lucky 7, while Auto Bear takes care of things you're not looking at. That is the setup that has all of the top Mo's times, or almost all of the top Mo's times in arenas. It is that. Just being able to steal all the Flak and Boost players' damage with ties. Hey, Days. How are you? Big fan of Nemesis? Nemesis is cool. A 24-hour stream. I've only been live 7 hours. Shh. See, I know I've been on late when Days is able to make it. I don't have a problem. It's Amara. It's fine, right? Working too much? That's a mood. Kurt Mose builds Rocketeer, destroys Slaughter with ease. Yeah. Rocketeer does that. Rocketeer is good. Is Rocketeer best? No, because there is no best. The class mod of all time. Just stronger Green Monster Blastmaster? Situational. It is situational. Funny how that goes, right? I cannot give you a clear answer to that. I could say Green Monster tends towards having higher damage potential, but that is not always true. Your trials? Depends. Depends on how you're dealing damage. Depends on which trial. Depends on what your skill tree looks like. Depends on how close to perfect gear we're going. Because it is, for example, way easier to get good rolls skill-wise on a Blastmaster than it is on a Green Monster. Because none of the Blastmaster skills technically increase your damage. Whereas a Green Monster that didn't roll the favorable damage skills can be massively worse than one that did. What's on Eternal Flame? It's one of the strongest class mods ever created. Go Facecaster? Why? Because it completely bypasses the concept of your action skill having a cooldown. Which is extraordinarily powerful. Stairs, got him. Nice one, Daze. Good shit, Don. Misclicked, still funny. Oh, face cast. You're not doing it for me damage-wise. Alright, I need Shooting Star. I have no grenades. You have grenades? No, no grenades in here. Grenades, yay. I don't want to stand near that barrel. I think I'll let Face Flare kill that. And we go back to Fire and Phase Slam for the next encounter. I have no grenades, but maybe I can punch him. Dots killed him. Cool. Eternal Flame can be used out of Infinite Iron Bear. That is the primary use of Flame. One of them, anyway. Yo, we got the Wyvern with the 160, but non-anointed. This is a really good stat stick. Because this can get Splash Anoint, and that's the biggest blade you can get on a weapon that can get Splash Anoint in this game. Gotta run Joy of 24. Have a good one loading screen. I won't go that much longer, right? Someone will stop me. Right? Facecast's not strong in the story, just not want to use it. Facecast is not strong early on. Facecast needs support to be strong. At least base Facecast. Once you get to Tendava, again, with support, it's very good. Tendava Reverberation are very, very good with build support and gear support. But I don't really have that. And I only have access to base Facecast. Regular Facecast and Deliverance are just kind of bad. Regular Facecast is at least an Anoint button for gun builds, and it can apply Wrath of Nature on the shortest cooldown you can in the Facecast family. So it's got those things going for it. It doesn't need to do damage. It is not good at doing damage, though. Speaking comparatively. Wrath of Nature. Ah! Wonderlands. Listen, shut up. Laid bare. Same shit. Leave me alone. Played Wonderlands for a month and didn't touch BL3. It's gonna take another month for me to deprogram. Need to hug the wall left so I don't get blown up by the fucking ant. We'll go left even more. Amara's Spore Warden confirmed. There's a lot of similarities. Leave me alone. I've been live for 7 hours. Stop bullying me. This is abuse. Berserker still a good class for general builds? Yeah, absolutely. It's like the secondary class if you don't need a specific interaction between two. Provides the formula. Not entirely kidding, I chose Claw and Spore for my first playthrough because they're the most Amara-like underpowered. Yeah. And we're making it perfectly clear. I, as someone with over 7,000 hours in this game, who theory crafts for all 4 characters, and Stone Swan as the most knowledgeable and experienced Amara player, period, among everyone on planet Earth, we both agree that Amara is comparatively underpowered. This is further reason why you shouldn't, like, rank things, because she would be number 4 of 4, and some people would go, well, that means she's bad. No. No, it doesn't. It does not mean that at all. No, there's an argument of why there isn't best anything there are worst. You can get closer to a worst, in my opinion. I think you can get closer to accurately figure out what performs the least well in general or in a given situation. Because there are some things that are just irredeemably bad, that don't function at all, that are bugged, etc., and those are good candidates for that. Like, for example, you could argue that Ion Loader is the worst pet in all of Land's history, because it literally makes you weaker. None of the other pets do that, but it literally makes you weaker. And it has all the bugs the other loaders do, but it also makes you weaker. Just by having it out. Like with the same skill tree, if you had any other pet out, you get a buff. Ion Loader makes you weaker. Why does it make you weaker? It makes you take more damage. Ion Loader makes you take more elemental damage. Gives you no bonuses. It makes you take more elemental damage. That's it. That's its buff. Would Flax Purple Tree be worst? I think that's still debatable. But in my opinion, yes. In my opinion, as a flak-focused creator, yes, Flax Purple Tree is the worst skill tree. Storm Dragon Judgment is my favorite actually in the entire series. It's a cool one. Big fan of that one too. Cloud Purple versus Amara Green. Amara Green way better. Amara Green actually has useful things to it. And even if you only take it to like tier 2 or 3 in a lot of builds, there's still value to be had lower. It's just, its comparative value is diminished. Black Purple is not a comparative value issue, it's a there's no fucking value issue. Zane Green. The thing with Zane Green is it doesn't actively make you weaker, whereas Flak Purple does. Zane Green doesn't help you as much, but it helps you more than Flak Purple does. I forgot to put on my artifact. Vic Rush will be big, damage-wise. Rear Ender will give us some slam damage. Explosive Fury worst skill in the game because it doesn't work. I thought about that for a minute, Reckless Monster, but no. Because Explosive Fury, it does nothing. It does nothing. There's worse than skills that do nothing. There's skills that make you weaker. Multiple, even. Monkey Do is the best example for that, in my opinion. Flack's skill that makes the shot it applies to lose its element. That is usually a damage loss. So, at least Explosive Fury doesn't make you do less damage. Discussion of worst. On my client, the Rectifier, I'd like to put in an application. Rectifier is pretty down there for shields. It'd be in the running, sure. Definitely in the running. I hesitate to say worst because I don't have in my head right now a full picture of the situations we'd be evaluating that over. I'd need to look at what other shields there are. So I wouldn't rush to a judgment, but Rectifier is certainly awful, I can tell you that much. A spike part is 5.3 times the damage of the Rectifier? Of course it is. Sounds right. Ah, we got that rear ender. We do damage now. Never mind, we don't do that much damage. I might have gotten too aggressive. It's fine, we live and learn. Live and learn. So, like, I did forget about my level 14 shield. Full disclosure. This is not a run where I can stop paying attention. I tried to go Unga Bunga. It was not the play. What are bad options in the Seer boss fight? Hellwalker. Yes, I had to say that one first just to piss off the Hellwalker stance. But yeah, it is a bad option there. Anything that's locked to an element that doesn't have a good matchup versus shields and armor. Which type of damage Frozen Heart Nova deals? How to increase it? It's Splash, it's Cryo, it gets Global Malts. So it can have bonus elements applied to it. Shield damage. Scoville can Eraser. Yeah, you can non-elemental Scoville an Eraser there, and that'll actually meme Seer pretty hard. Clairvoyance pretty bad against Seer, yeah. Good gun, bad there. Wait, what was that on the ground that hit me? What did I blow up? There was a barrel or something somewhere that I could not see. This is what I have to be careful in this section of the game. I was kind of scared of this, but I wanted to play it off like I was confident. No, you respect Carnivora. Carnivora will take your life. So high for redistributed build and saw skill turned out to be very mid and way too far down the tree. Rough Rider's pretty bad. They're still worse, but it's pretty bad. I guess it is an interesting discussion whether Rough Rider Rectifier is worse. I don't need to kill these guys. I also kind of want to have level up bonus for Agonizer. Ow. Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me in. I like the run so far. It's hard, Raph. It's hard. It's hard. We're doing no farming, no guns, one life. And I'm still using level 14 class mod shields and level 13 grenades. And I'm not loving this artifact as much as I thought I would. White Elephant would make my punches better. We got the AoE damage there. But like we already have shock, or not shock, splash in our tree. I think in the auto idle. Safety. It's one life too. It's a one life until I die, at which point I just put a death counter up and I start tracking that. But I haven't died yet. I make the Rough Rider so much worse. Because it gives you a percentage-based health increase in BL3, Coded. As Jaybird is going over. Instead of a large, flat number, which is very, very good, because it makes your effective health pool a lot bigger, it just gives you, what, 35%? That's not even the biggest boost to shield, to HP rather, that a shield in this game can give. For example, Plus Ultra just doubles your value without having the downsides of Rough Rider. It just doubles it. You can roll health parts on other shields that are 10% per, I think. So, like, Rough Rider isn't even the best at what it gives up everything else to do in this game. Gonna finish the game today? I'm probably not gonna finish the game today. I don't know, we'll see. Hey, Cal. Banjo bot stuff documented anywhere, read about it while doing damage formula stuff and got curious. Banjo bot. Is that what I was calling the Hunter Seeker pet thing? Hunter Seeker Banjo pet? I don't have it documented, but it's loosely up here. Yeah, I don't have it documented, Cal. Thing about Rough Riders, you can just get an adrenaline rush and have a better item. But the initiative, yeah, the initiative from DLC 2 is just the Rough Rider, but better. But also, you could use any shield that isn't the Rough Rider, and it's better. It's like, it's not just the survivability thing with having the no shields, it's you lose while full effects. Which, for example, topped off Guardian rank perk is 200% cooldown. You really think Rough Rider makes up for losing 200% cooldown on top of everything else we discussed? I don't think it does. I really don't think it does. Rough Rider with shield break, it's perfect. Rough Rider Deathless is a fun meme on Mo's because you can actually give shield totals with certain gear. You can play Rough Rider Deathless and, like, not have 1 HP and no shields. It's funny, but it's a meme. The meat shield. Yeah, if the meat shield had been actually put into the game proper, it would have also been a better Rough Rider, because meat shield rolling a variety of augments is insane. Hang on, they're doing so much damage to me. I hate vehicle sections. Yes, I'm using a vehicle. No, it's not a gun. Shut up. Don't you shoot me. You're an asshole. Shoot me. Damage reduction on the Rough Rider is pathetic. I mean, damage reduction as a stat is usually pathetic in these games. It's because there's different ways they have calculating damage reduction, and unless you get the one specific way that's good, it is not worth trading whatever else you would have gotten in that slot. It's good in addition to other things, but if it's like the only thing you get, then no, hard pass. Yeah, and still wouldn't give you more effective health than Plus Ultra, because Plus Ultra leaves you with your shields, has a built-in damage mitigation part. I forget it's Absorb or Reflect. It's one of those. I think it's Absorb. And also doubles your health. And it can roll other augments. Like, you can roll a Plus Ultra with 2 health parts. So you get an increase to your health, and you get it doubled. Like, there's no world where Rough Rider is even remotely competitive for what it's trying to do in this game. Don't you love vehicle sections? Aren't they so engaging? Isn't it also great that the music in this area is still bugged? They never fixed that. It's supposed to play the Hemo boss fight music here. It's just a bug they never fixed. Is Ultra the only pure mult health boost? It wasn't released but a mold. I can't think of another that works that way, no. Gonna have dinner right now, so see you later. Good to see you, Raph. It was just the Hemo chorus. Nice, Atris. Underrated. No one's commented on that, but that's what makes it underrated, because it's a banger joke. Plus Ultra's good for Iron Bear, the only thing that can kill it are the barrels and his own missiles. I mean, that's already true of Iron Bear, TSG. Like, sure, getting massive increases to Iron Bear's health bar is cool, but Iron Bear already can't be killed by most sources of damage if you have one single point in the purple tree and something is on fire somewhere. Biofuel makes it so that under specific circumstances, Iron Bear does not die if you have 0 HP. Literally 0. This is not a hyperbolic, oh, you're basically invincible. It means, no, you can have the HP bar showing 0 and you don't die. Bug-free game. Which one do you need in purple tree? Biofuel. Which is also a good skill in its own right, but it does that cursed Iron Bear thing. I purged that from memory, thanks. You're welcome. This area is scary. As long as Face Slam still kills, I think I'm good. Face Slam kind of kills. Do I put on the Breaker? Actually, I think I put on the Breaker and Punch here. Yeah. Oh, shit. Alright, no, we're good. We're good. We healed. Oh, hey, thanks, Snowdrift. Snowdrift actually did a chunk. Oh, no, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I would really love, like, an on-level Hex. That'd be so fucking nice. Sticky formula again. The Torg Stickies one, Dace? Yeah, beats me. It's like 60% of your gun damage is on hit, 40 is on shot, something like that. It's cursed. fuck you, I'm leaving. The only possible thing Rough Rider can be used for is always on 80% roid damage, which is way more competitive options than shield side if you're trying to do melee. Mm-hmm. Like 80 versus other shields can get 300. Stinger can give you melee only V2 while your shield is full on top of having the Novas. And like preserving your top off access. Rough Rider sucks. Oh, I shouldn't have cut that corner. I shouldn't have cut that corner. Oh, Big Boom Blaster has saved my life so many times. There's no barrels here. Oh no, there was something. Something exploded. This is scary. I'm scared. I also have no fucking idea how we're killing Agonizer, by the way. No idea whatsoever. Like, we don't have anything. We struggled for Grave Ward. And this one's armored. Like, I don't have anything for that. Punch him? Base. Revolt replied Iron Bear? No. Ball? Does it even hit this boss? I can't remember. Pipe Bomb? Not against armor. I also forgot to get it. Did enjoy the best boss fight in the game for longer than 10 seconds. Fair enough. Fair enough. Or carried by gun damage time. No, Priz, Laundry Seeker's actually fallen off a lot. It has fallen off quite a bit. And we're level 28, so something I could do is I could respec and grab Forceful Expression, and then having that corrosive bonus on my grenades would do a lot. But like, actually, that's probably just optimal. We probably just do that. Thank you, Priz. Your problem is which elevator song you choose. What, do you guys want to vote on that? I think some Samsara would be good, but is 1 point impactful right now, or do I go for Combo Breaker? Have a chance of getting Phase Flare back. I really feel like Combo Breaker is the smarter play. Fuck being smart. We take Samsara because it's cool. Pull. Alright, I got you. I got you. How do I do streamer things? The fuck is the... This one? No. Oh, I see. It's the one that looks like poll options. There's 3 of them, right? I'm sorry I keep you alive against dots. If you have enough stacks, and the dot's weak enough, yes. Hey, Vibes. How are you? Cursed Samsara. Samsara health formula is cursed. Combo Breaker. Left, center, right. Yeah. That's better. See, you're the thinking man. Alright, there you go. The Tink Train. What do you even drop? Those are explosives. Those hurt. You sample each track for us? Seems like effort. Ow, Facelor, come save me. This guy's being mean to me. Oh, well, you knocked him down. It was actually very nice of you. Good job. We actually got a ton of cooldown from Expedite on that particular Facelor. That was big. Came back real fast. Let me vote to make everything tied. I forgot to put ratio. Damn it. Alright, if it's tied, then I just end stream and we don't do it today. I'll play hardball, chat. See, I said hardball while playing with my ball. I'm out of grenades. Imagine hoping for a container to give you a grenade 7.5 hours into a playthrough where it just never fucking happened. Oh yeah, I never tried the Nimbus. Actually, you know, I'm curious. I don't have a gun, so this is probably pretty shit, right? Also, Nimbus Cloud does self-damage. I'm glad I remembered that. Oh, you know, that seemed okay. The left one. Ah, use channel points. This man bought the outcome. Honestly, Giga Chad. No, I respect it. You wanted your content and you fought for it. Based. Now that is democracy. That's just politics. America. Pay to win. That's just life. Yeah, I'm at a loss for what to run here. I guess the shock hex is better. Less of a penalty. Okay. Left was the outcome, right? Right. View results. Why do you open another tab for this switch? Left. Cool. Fuck you, Pris. Hey, an epicenter. I mean, not useful here, but it will be useful. Imagine if it was just like a Mitosis, Hunter Seeker, and Corrosive, just right here. Alright, this one goes pretty hard. Good choice. So I want to see how Phase Cast does here. Because I'm a sick fuck. Oh, we got health regen on this Nimbus. It's easy. Not high enough level to use this epicenter, though. I don't know why it dropped as level 30. We're barely level 29. The Bistot with no gun. It's a playthrough. It'll be fine, right? Here we go. Think it came with weapon and AR damage? Yeah, that's real important. It's taking for 243. The playthrough is saved. You know, like, that's actually more than I was expecting. If I just keep it on and do phase flare. Just outside the range I care to count to. That means it's good, right? I completely accidentally dodged that. Oh, that actually does so much more damage when I just drag it through him. Ooh, look at that. That's heat. Cool. Now I know to do that. What are you doing now? I don't remember this attack. It's been so long since I've seen you do anything. Thank you, Big Boom Blaster. You're the GOAT. You're the GOAT. Wait, stop damaging him. Hello? Oh, commercial break. That's why. Okay. This boss has attacks, right, Lizzie? Imagine. Imagine giving bosses HP so you can see their mechanics. Couldn't be Bounty of Blood. None of these have grenades in them. Okay, Big Boom Blasters got me. Ow, this is gonna hurt so bad. Wait, I forgot, Agonizer can steal your kills. And you don't get second wins or anything. That was almost RIP. Oh, that was a duck. Oh, it wasn't a duck, it was a giant piece of metal. AKA a duck. Ow, ow, stop shooting me. Okay, I have shields, now shoot me. I need grenades, shoot me. But like, in a booster sort of manner. Sir, that was not the assignment. Ah! Oh wait, I can use that. Yeah, you do shit damage-ish. Never mind, that's not shit damage. Oof, that was scary. We got it. Hey, OGK, thank you for the Prime and the 22 months. Well, let's hope it actually reads this one out. Oh, a skin, Pog. And a Minesweeper. Yay, thank you. Thank you both. Take that Cryostone, actually. This vanilla BL3. The only mods I have are dialogue skip. Oh wait, here it goes.
JGDJTDKGXKTDLYDKTDKGDJGXKGDJGXJFZ. It's freaking hot out. NVXKXJGXJGXJGXJGXJGXKGXJ 968,585,979,596.
Yo, that many degrees? Damn, it is hot out there. That's crazy. Thank you, OGK, for the 22 in the prime. I appreciate it. How the fuck are you? It's good. Minesweeper 4 Skag then. Yeah, that is good. Vanilla BL3. Mostly. I have a mod that lets me zoom out in photo mode. I have one that suppresses the item of the day prompt for vendor machines, which reduces crashes. I have a Lucky 7 mod that makes it always roll the modifiers, but I'm not going to be picking up a Lucky 7, so it doesn't matter. And then I have dialogue skip. That's it. So, other than that, vanilla. So I guess for the purpose of the question, yes, this is vanilla. It's been a Monday, man. Glad it's almost over. I feel you there. I'm having fun with the stream, but today started off cursed. And I've got a bunch of shit to do after stream, and I'm not leaving myself enough time to do it. But, content. That's how many damage you can do with your Salvador. True. Best thing since Bacon Wop. I agree. Adulting, it's the worst. The absolute worst. So we're about to be level 30. You know, I'm gonna be a psychopath and go back to Nimbus. Oh wait, I never took the Nimbus off, right? That was kind of helping me a little bit. It's not great with Phase Flare, because then, like, the cloud ends and you're just left there. Like, if I respect to grab Avatar now, I could also have Tandava or Reverb. I'd have Remnant. I'd get good mileage out of this Phase Zerker. Nah. Okay, so since I'm still using level 13 grenades, game, can I, like, please have an upgrade? I'm gonna use a golden key. I'm gonna go turn on Buttermilk first, and then use a golden key. Now, let me put those shotguns away. One can go on my wall. The other one can go in my bank. I have 2 slots, let's go. Oh yeah, I have that ward if I really want to do melee stuff. Forgot about that. So we gotta go chug some Buttermilk. And go check in on our friend at work. That's Marcus. And then do gacha game shit. River drop a ward? Yeah, a max melee damage one. Streamer luck never punished. Also rad resistance, which is kind of hype, honestly. I've been throwing a rad hex for long enough that, like... And hang on, if I have a rad bonus element and Catharsis decides to fuck me, that's not a bad one to have there. That's pretty good. Yeah, like I said, streamer luck. Absolutely horrible luck in games these days. I feel you. See, my luck has been on both extremes today. Because on the one hand, we got that drop, which is pretty cool. Oh, only a Firestorm. But on the other hand, it's been so long since I've gotten upgrades that I'm using level 13 shit at level 29. Yeah, I need the backpack at this point. Check Earl Vendor for Whispering Ice. Yeah, I should grab an anointed Whispering Ice. Good call. Thank you, Buttermilk. Okay, we got a Shockstone Safe Goward. It's pretty good. Roisen's Thorns. AAA. Yo, another 160 Bladed Wyvern. That's 2 today. I go months without seeing those, and that's 2 today. Cut Purse Vic Rush. Cut Purse in this playthrough, lol. And Rocketeer. I don't want to spend any more keys right now. Let's check Earl. So we want a Whispering Ice with an ASC 50. Be ideal right now. Raider's Death taking up a slot. You love to see it. That shield's projected. You love to see that too. Erad Shrike. Nope. So I guess I could buy this for now. Wait, no, what I could do is after the Vaughn mission, I could just come back here and go for... I could just keep checking after the Vaughn mission. Like, I'm not refarming this, I'm just checking every time I'm here. And maybe he's got an anointed red suit. If this was fire, I'd have taken it, but the shock damage won't give me any meaningfully improved boss matchups right now. Avoiding diamond keys? I just don't have any. I could open some vault card chests, but... Nah. Doesn't feel like it's in the spirit of the run. I'm just using gold keys because they're reasonable enough that everyone fucking has them. And I had 12 when we started today. I've used 4. Like, that's safe Goward. Oh, this is Snowdrift Auto, though. Like, this is Shockstone, which will be really nice for my melee. Just a nice bonus element to get there. And Safe Goward. No, it's not Safeguard, it's Safe Goward. Read it. It's the shitty kind of damage reduction, but it's something. Keep it. Streamer isn't violating the rules he set for himself. Not this time, anyway. Alright, report to Lilith. It's different than talk to Lilith. $9 diamond keys, 99 gold keys. Just didn't need to spend them? Right. I think most people who've been long-term fans, maybe you stopped redeeming the keys at some point, but like, you probably redeemed keys for a while even if you had no plans of using them. So I feel like a lot of people have a surplus of keys. I could open a bunch of vault card chests. I have like 40 or something unopened across the 3 cards. And like, maybe we get a diamond key. Like this most recent chest we got on stream today, I'll open one. Yeah, no. No use for gold keys besides playthroughs anyways. Right. I'm just using them to keep my gear on level in emergencies. Which, I guess, like, going into the latter half of Pandora 2 with items 20 levels below, I'm gonna hit one more. Like, I'm hoping for a grenade here. Like, a Scourge. That's great. I can sell that. Ah, and a Rough Rider. It heard us talking shit. I can sell the Moe's Calm and the Scourge. Firestone Planetoid. Now that's good. We take that. I can punch with that. Take that to sell. Take that to sell. Take that to sell. Stone is hot. It's true. Command my planetoid. Now that sounds more lewd than I thought it would. It was supposed to be stupid, but that actually sounds like some sort of act. Probably spent a couple hours burning up my keys. Yeah, I bet. And if I had known I was doing this as a one life, I would have clickbaited that shit so hard. Oh, I forgot this is a fight right here. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Am I on fire? No, need to be. We get that epicenter pretty soon. That'll be good. It's not a spring one, so it'll actually be much easier for me to play around. You know, that's more than I was expecting. I'll take that. Nimbus might not be ass here. Of course, putting on a breaker, considering the artifact I just switched to, and I can't run into those clouds, they will kill me. Gotta keep that in my mind. Maybe I should stop using Nimbus. I'm going to kill myself with this cloud. Oh, you're the enemy. Sorry, you look similar. See, I almost did it. Ow. Yeah, let me just remove the temptation. Remove the temptation. We're gonna put on that breaker, and we're gonna punch things. This should be really good. ASC 50 here would be good, but I don't have means of getting that right now. Let's go with the ward. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Chat, we got damage. Boop. Boop. Is this the power of having on-leveled items? For the first time in like 6 hours? True melee. Yes, actual true melee. What is this vendor? Why is this vendor? I thought this was the black market or something at first because I opened it, was like, oh, all legendaries. But no, we just got 3. Game did advertise billions of guns. Got me there. Illuminated Fist, Vigor, One with Nature. That's pretty good. If I didn't have the breaker, I would have bought that. Still alive? I have no self-control, Mr. Madness. I did forget to eat all that time, so that's starting to catch up with me. But that's a problem for not right now me. I don't know which version of me it's a problem for, but we'll find out. We're like close to the end of the game, right? I could just finish. I could just finish. I'll probably cut it off. Great Vault. Oh, let me turn around. From Troy is dead? Yeah, yeah. That seems reasonable. Oh, hitboxes. Sounds don't work, Don. You can get me. You got. That Big Boom Blaster did so much work this playthrough. It's not gone, I still have it. Like, it lasts so long without having to be swapped out. It's amazing. Actual scam. They broke at the start of the stream. Let me check to see if that site is back up, actually. running poorly, but it's up. Yeah, okay. Conrad's hold. Okay, do we need anything from Conrad's? I mean, I guess we hit Funk and Sloth and hope for a piss. We're just gonna go, punch this couple until piss comes out. But did you die? No, I didn't. I have not died. Still deathless. Man, that's a throwbot. Holy shit. Ah, yes, Widowmaker and Burr Widowmaker right there. Music in this area goes so hard. Guess I'm adjusting my earbuds to get more of the sound. Barrel's making me nervous. Old Warrior. I can sell that. TK's Shockwave. If I was using guns, that would be so broken right here. TK's goes crazy. It has so much damage. Good crit mult, too. It's actually crazy. I have that epicenter now. That's not that slot. That's the Wonderland spell slot. Got me all sorts of fucked up. I see the butt milk is working. Probably be done soon, Quag, 7 hours in a stream. Listen, we have a clearly defined point at which I'm stopping. It's fine. Hey, X2, how am I? I'm doing well, how are you? Funkin' Sloth. If they drop a Mongol, that's good money, I sell it. If they drop Piss, then cool, we can use that for bosses later. Oh yeah, Epicenter fucks. You asshole. Epicenter fucks. The only reason my grenades looked like they weren't doing anything is because they were 17 levels behind. But now we have an on-level grenade, and the world is our oyster. Ow, I'm dying. I put in a 9 to 5. Sometimes it do be like that, J-Bridge. Sometimes it do. I mean, this is my income, so sometimes I log in the long hours. Also, I'll miss a couple streams soon, so. I like putting in a couple long streams before or after I take some time. Yo! Fastball. Goated. Not the grenade I was here for, but I will take it. I will fucking take it. Yes, fastball is something I'm legitimately happy to see, because fastball is good. For Amara grenade builds in particular, but it's also just a good playthrough grenade. Yo, BL3 UI, let me drop this fucking skin, please. Thank you. Level 31, I'll be able to use that fastball. That's huge. I guess I take Samsara here. Work our way towards actually having Find Your Center. Need XP though, so no fun with it yet. Yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there. Mindfulness calm. That's cool. Cloning Riven for a grenade. Wild. Hey, another epicenter. Hey, another Merv Widowmaker. This one's Torg. So that's more damage than Vladoff, I think. Or is that... No. Torg is bouncy. Yeah, okay. Right. Yeah, Torg is bouncy. Vladoff's the one that explodes when you hit the surface. I forget which one has more damage. Widowmaker can be multiple manufacturers, much like a bunch of other grenades. That's non-Ellie, though. I don't think I touched that. Torg has more damage? Cool. How did you not die? What was that? Full automaton. Pissball was my nickname in high school, Micro. How'd you know? Oh, no, 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 not like this. Why was I dotted? Why was that such a massive dot? I was so scared. And my names apparently, yes, including I shat myself May 22nd, 2023 in front of people. That was also my nickname in high school. Oddly specific. They made it with a Ouija board. Gotta play Back 4 Blood soon. Yeah, Nova wanted to play as well. We just haven't been able to carve out the time. Scheduling things as an adult be like, you know? Paradox, let me do this. I haven't had the quote thing enabled for like a long time. I don't know what quote 48 is. I don't remember. Gonna play Diablo 4? Yeah. Not gonna stream it, but I'm gonna play it. My quotes, no. The list still exists somewhere, Paradox. Just, when I moved over from Streamlabs to Stream Elements for my, chat bot, I just didn't bring quotes with. So, that was the whole Streamlabs got outed for stealing thing, and I switched. Even though Stream Elements kind of sucks. Like, in terms of functionality, never really been better for me, but something attempts at ethical consumption. But thank you, Paradox, for the 27 months. It's good to see you. I hope things have been treating you well. Main Druid again, so much AoE. Did they make it not shit after the first weekend with Druid? I didn't play the last beta. because it was kind of trash. Welcome back, Nunu. I'm not going much longer. I think I decided I'm going to Troy. Imagine if I fell there. I'm always worried. I'm gonna fall to some dumb shit. Or I'm gonna try to air dash like in Redux. Just slam. Nice Blastmaster. That's actually really good. If I was doing like a Lucky 7 build, that'd be good. Druid with 25 skill points couldn't shine. Confirmed Druid with at least 30 skill points, one of the best characters. I'd still maintain taking all of that shit with a grain of salt is the play. Like, we had a multi-faceted, long discussion on best earlier, and Diablo's no exception. Massive bag of salt. I don't even care if that was an official claim. That, oh, it's one of the best with 30 skill points. Wait and see. Manage expectations. Had no issues with Ashava. So, having no issues with something doesn't mean it's not weak. It's like, I never had issues with Druid. It just took me noticeably for fucking ever compared to Rogue, for example, to kill literally anything. Doesn't mean I had issues. Like, I did Ashava with it. And, you know, did everything. Your Druid like Flag, just gotta build different. Yeah, but Flag has damage. So, like, where's the damage? Shava and hardcore the rogue is difficult to tell. Almost lost my character. Really? What skills and stuff were you using? I had like very little trouble on the Shava when I did it. Obviously I wasn't on hardcore, but I only died like twice on my rogue. First time was to the Butcher. I didn't know he was a thing. Butcher just spawned and ate my ass. Actually, that was the second one. The first time was to lag. I always forget that first one was lag because I keep trying to mentally rewrite it out of existence, but no, it happened. Fucking happened, and I'm mad about it. Oh no. I stopped paying attention and this happens? Like this? Manvark? You fuck? Not to Manvark, man. Not to Manvark. Years of me shitting on Manvark. I stop respecting Manvark. Because I just get distracted. One life over, yeah. Alright, let me put up the death thing on screen. That's so obnoxious. This is for Manvark. I should not want Manvark.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Damn, that's so unfortunate. I kept saying it, chat. Me not paying attention in this area was gonna get me killed. I kept saying it. Now I'm going back for revenge. This is not the rational play. This is my gamer brain. I could have just done this. I could have just done this. Could have just done this and lived. Wowie. Insult to injury. If this has been a boomsicle, probably would have just quit. And this fuck had the nerve to drop me an upgrade. The nerve! After everything he put me through. He had the gall. Bladder. Fucking Manvark. Now I need to bully Manvark for another 3 years. The T there is, I seriously did shit on Manvark for a long time during BO3's life cycle because the concept of giving some random fucking Varkid a bajillion immunity phases. It really irked me. And I had to deal with Manvark because, for a while, it was the only way you got ahead Explosion. And now, he's the Deddy farm for the Flacker, I believe. Like, it's not like an enemy out of the way you don't really deal with, like... I don't know. Scrack? Scrack is annoying as shit, but like, I don't really ever go to Scrack. I don't need any of those items. This is a Faceland moment. We dealt with a room of Manvarks with no problem. Just activating 3 of my brain cells instead of 2. That's all it takes. That's a dot. You're not moving. Okay. If that had taken off, that would have been a plot twist. So, that death and that near death were both from the epicenter dot. Can I level up and get my fastball, please? Please? I just want to use the fastball. Please let me use the fastball. Gage, did you miss it? Did you miss it? Ain't no way you died to Manvark? Gage. I was distracted, we were talking about Diablo, and I was not taking that shit seriously. This motherfucker flies in my face, makes me dot myself, then goes up while I'm on the ground. So I'm just like... just flying above my head. Technically, it was me, not Manvark, but like... just use your spells. I may have forgotten I couldn't throw grenades while down briefly, so yeah, Wonderland's brained. What you get for not paying attention? You're not wrong, honestly. I could be mad about it, but like, I could have also just played better. You were supposed to be the Firehawk. Your shit, 'cause I personally have the attention span of a fucking gnat. Yeah, I've had to explain it a few times lately. New influx of players recently, I suppose. or people who like vehicle sections, but I think vehicle sections in Borderlands games are awful, so I love this one, because you can skip this one. Instead of doing the, like, slow, having to fight things with Vaughn in the passenger seat, you can just spawn your own vehicle, speed through it. If you're on a cyclone, then enemies aren't really fast enough to deal with you, as long as you're paying mild attention. And then you just drive all the way to the end, and then respawn Vaughn's vehicle, and you're good. So I thought I'd never ever get the chance to say, get good, Quag. Hey, the game telling me to get good is something I openly welcome. We had the unicycle in the past Borderlands. I wish we had no vehicle sections in any of the Borderlands. We can make a messing with time decision in relation to vehicles. I would make that one. Vehicle sections in these games are awful, and I never want to see another one again. I'm trying to figure out if the one chasing me is going to kill me. No, looks like they gave up. Cool. It's almost fun the first time. Is it? I don't know. They just try to distract you with music. Like, if I played good music during a colonoscopy they don't put you under for, does it become almost fun? If so, more power to you. I respect your ability to enjoy things. But I would personally rather have an early 2000s camcorder stuffed sideways up there than do a Borderlands vehicle section. You're not camping the respawn, you asshole. Go away. Really like it when they want you to park your car just right. Fantastic. Truly. Truly amazing. Vehicle sections in Wonderlands are peaked though. True. Gotta head out. Time to go pick up the missus up for work. Tell her I said hi. Hope you have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. Imagine if you could have just digistructed the car right at Roland's... like, you right at Roland's arrest. Like, you could have. They just, for the sake of adding a vehicle section, you couldn't. We get a red suit from this. That's pretty cool. Parts we get. Spike power charge, so not good. Probably one of the worst rolls we could have gotten for a red suit. At least not amp. At least it wasn't amp. Tyrone got me confused. Yeah, Tyrone Calypso. How's that effect? Hey, new Nimbus. And Impaler? A Backham. Ooh, Backham's good. Almost want to get that, but I'll refrain. You're a bit later than usual. Hi. Hi, honey bunny. Won't stand for this Manvark slander. He killed me, though. Well, he made me kill me. But he killed me. Slandvark, if you will, or Mander. Manvark drops Headsplosions legally. Obliged to tell you you're wrong. The Headsplosion was moved off of Manvark like 3 years ago. Hold on a moment. Oh, no cap. So I will be taking you to court for your claims. Better lawyer up. King Bobo? Yeah. They just kind of took drops at random and moved them to named enemies. Which, in fairness, basically what people ask for. Delete Facebook, hit the gym lawyer. Oh, Manvark still has that explosion? Nope. Explosion has only ever been assigned to one enemy at a time and is only Deady drop. So it went from you can only get it from Manvark to you can only get it from King Bobo. And that's how it be. It has only ever been those two options. One at a time. Facebook up, delete the gym, hit the lawyer. I think you'll need another lawyer if you hit the lawyer. Does Manvark drop now? Flacker. Probably something else. What did he drop me? A Hex and a Sickle. And Pain. Tribal. Ooh. That is certainly an item. Man, I'm so annoyed. I could have just paid attention and not died to Manvark. Fuck me. This would have been a 1 life clear. I've never attempted to BL through 1 life before, by the way. Like, this one didn't even start as a 1 life. It's just, hey, I didn't die. So let's see how far that goes. And apparently it goes to Manvark. My mug's been empty for a while. Pain. Frizz, I click one link from you regarding that whole thing, and now my phone thinks I want notifications from a subreddit talking about Discord. Big Boom Blaster! Ooh, double reflect. This grenade is good, but it has a really big splash radius. I'd probably just blow myself up with it. Hey, we actually got pet pics. Thanks, Rabbit. Ah, Kirk, nice shitpost. Well done. Got actual pet pics. Love to see it. So is Catch Up to Tannis technically also talk to Lilith? Do we do we catch up with Tannis and like talk to Tannis as talk to Lilith because it's the same VA? And if so, does that mean that Dragon Ball is canon to the Borderlands universe? Catch up with Tannis? Yes. Okay, so that last bit, Mr. Sean, Cell Max in the Dragon Ball superhero movie has no voice lines, just kind of screams. Is apparently voiced by the Handsome Jack's voice actor. So that means that Cell Max is Handsome Jack. That's how that works. Butcher. I'm a video gamer, so therefore, if a person plays a character, they are that character to me. That's just how it is. Max Simsar. Mustard with Marcus? Why does that sound so bad? Jack Black is Bowser? Yes. This means that Bowser is in The Mandalorian, by the way. I hope you know the implications of that. But because Jack Black is also in Tenacious D, in the Pick of Destiny, and is in the band Tenacious D, this does mean the actual devil is canon in Mario. Enjoy. Who's Darren Korb then? Who isn't Darren Korb? Bowser's the Dragon Warrior. Kino Loy's Snoke. You know, Star Wars fans are so just absolutely frothing at the loins for theories that was an actual theory going around while Andor was airing. People were so determined that, yeah, this is how he escapes and becomes Snoke. Back with a fixed tooth? Ooh, that was fast. Let's go. Samuel Jackson is in every universe. Yeah. I mean, so is Andy Serkis. Oh, that's my car. I can put on the snowdrift. Yeah, in particular, Jaybridge, the all the various Snoke theories. It's one of the dumbest just spheres of internet users I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, they don't have bloodstreams, they just have copium just coursing through the veins. Incredible G. Much like how Kevin Conroy has several multiverse versions of Batman, I miss the guy. Kevin Conroy, the GOAT. He will always be my Batman. There are other people who, you know, do a good job portraying Batman, but Kevin Conroy is Batman. And that's just it. That's just how it's gonna be. Why does this track go so hard? Batman is the Vulture? Technically, yeah. Because we know guns mean Gunless Amara? No. We're using action skills, we're using grenades, we're using slams, although we haven't gotten a slam artifact, so we're not really using slams yet. But we did get a fastball, and my aim is fantastic. Wow, this thing just goes wide if a projectile hits it, huh? I didn't know that was a feature. Enemies can influence the direction of your fastball? That's kind of based. I think, since we got that on-level Big Boom Blaster, it's got double reflect as well. We go back to that for a while. We keep the Planetoid on just for the emergency damage, because that'll let us punch our way out of bad situations. Barrel's got you. What hit me? What happened? Guess there was a barrel there. Had a Star Wars fan friend who was very pissed off to learn that Mark Hamill via Joker. Why? He's done a great job playing the Joker for... I mean, he hasn't done it recently, but he played the Joker for like 30 years total. Like, he's fantastic. He's synonymous with the Joker. Like, in the same measure as Kevin Conroy's Batman to me, Mark Hamill is the Joker. It's just Mark Hamill has also done other very high-profile stuff. Fastball actually viable to endgame? Feel like I slept on it possibly? Yes, fastball is. The thing is, there's grenades that go absolutely crazy in BL3 that fill the same role fastball does, but fastball is only comparatively bad. Only comparatively. It's still very good at certain things, and this is a spicy take that I still am challenging people to fight me on. Fastball is proportionally more viable in Borderlands 3 than in 2. For endgame purposes. I've yet to hear a compelling argument to the contrary. Firelord Ozai. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Elaborate? How many raid bosses can you kill with only a fastball before you run out in Borderlands 2? Is the number higher than 0? Because, like, you can boss with a fastball in Borderlands 3. Just fastball damage? Yeah. Just fastball and supporting damage formula. I am not including Minesweeper here. I'm saying fastball supporting damage formula. And dots that result from the fastball are included. No, you don't get Blood Explosion. That is not the fastball. Point is, you can make fastball on its own in this game perform at a higher peak. And with support, you can make a fastball kill anything with a normal amount of grenades thrown. Can't do that with the 2 version. And in terms of what role people actually practically use it for, if you'd like to bring up the fact that no one is going to use a fastball for a boss, you're mostly right. But in terms of what people actually use it for, it is fantastic in playthroughs. That is true for both versions. It is used to deal with high-value targets very quickly. Just point and, hey, this enemy take big spike of damage. Does that in both games. But in this game, it gained a new area of expertise. Fastball is one of the better dot grenades. I can't think of grenade dot builds being much of a mainstay in Borderlands 2, or a thing at all. Yet you can have the fastball in this game, in Amara's hands, apply a dot that ticks for more than a badass's HP per tick. So, like, that does say to me that it's got some sort of use case where it's superior. Oh, the dot effects are stronger in 3. No, it doesn't quite mob's good, the boss is better. I think it can mob as well, though. That's the thing. We have more formula access. Like, Flak, Mose, and Amara all have different approaches to making the fastball able to one-tap badasses on Mayhem 10. Like, you can do it on all 3 of them. I doubt Zane can do it, but that's just because Zane's skill tree doesn't support grenades in any meaningful way. He can just spam his way to success, though. Oh, that's friendly. More universally usable. Yeah, that's true. Unless because the grenade slot's very well designed. Yeah, the grenade slot is very well designed in this game as a whole. But I do want to point out that it's not like the BL2 fastball was uncontested. There were lots of other grenades for damage dealing as well. It's kind of like the Herald, where people just mentally check out and are like, oh, but not using the popular one you farm at level 10. What do you mean? And a ball? Nice ball. Hey, Gage. We fastballing. Why is the dropship turret just chilling on the ground? Is that new? Did I just forget that that's a thing? That's interesting. Yo, I love when my fastball just doesn't go to the target I'm aiming at. That's fun. Really sucks one of the best BL2 grenades behind such a shitty farm. Quasar is so good. It sucks when an item people would otherwise use is just in a location you can't justify it. A lot of people feel that way about arms race items in this game. And I can't say I blame them. Like, I like arms race, but if you don't, then it's a total deal breaker if you want any of those items. So I do think that's the main reason why, like, the Boogeyman is underused, for example. Because it doesn't get the hype treatment the Plasma Coil does. And it's an arms race, so it needs that hype treatment. Phrasing? What, making balls explode? Everything explodes in this game, as Mr. Torg intended. Tizzy is such a pain to get? Yeah, for what is ultimately a very mediocre gun. I'd say mediocre is being kind to the Tizzy. It's more downsides than upsides. A target you don't want to kill because you don't want to evolve into Vermi. You can technically farm from the chest when you kill Hatterax, so you get a guaranteed grenade chest, which is nice. That's a very roundabout way to do it, but it's good at least that there's a workaround. I'm always a proponent of, like, let people obtain the item if the item is meant to be used. If an item is just a trophy, make it a trophy. That's my hot take. Like, we have literal wall-mounted trophies in this game for that purpose. Just do that. We're still on fire. Okay. Fastball's gonna be real good on Troy. Now, it's possible that Rachel the Anointed here drops us a spark plug auto idle, nay, a hot drop auto idle with AoE cooldown and fire damage. Like, she's gonna drop that, right? How does fastball not hit you? Do you have some sort of shield? You're just kind of turning in place. Are you okay? What is happening? Why does my shit not hit her? I'm kind of scared. That's probably gonna get me killed. I need grenades now. Well, I guess I punch you. Well, now I grenade you. Okay, the dot killed you. Like, what was that? Big Boom Blaster? Yes. Alright, it didn't drop. We got a contaminated snowdrift with 7% radiation damage. I think that's close enough. It's basically the same thing. Hope no one ever believes. I think BL2 has some kind of perfect loot system or something due to how much I complain about 3. I don't think anyone who is discussing these things from an actual wanting to have a discussion mindset thinks that, Gage. You make your beliefs and your preferences known in a way that doesn't... You don't come across as some fanboy saying the thing you like doesn't have flaws. Absolutely never have I felt that you come across that way. So, you're good. Don't we love these militants? Went from his omnidirectional immunity shield to his directional one that he's shielding the other militant, or the other anointed with. It's so nice. It's so fun. Whew. Dedicated only is not a friendly to players loot system. Yes, you can justify a dedicated drop system as long as you have multiple viable and fleshed out alternatives that do not force players to go through a constant coin flip for longer than a human lifetime. You can absolutely justify the presence of dedicated farming. But if you don't have, that necessary support next to it, it just becomes the source of a lot of pain. Liked bunnies? Bunnies conceptually are good. The problems with the loot system in Wonderlands were not from the bunnies, contrary to what some would say. It's from the dedicated system was undercut a little too much for the tastes of some, such as about 40% of the items in the game. Not a majority. Once again, fact-checking that. Not a majority, but about 40% of the items in the game don't have dedi sources. Farming the DLC bosses. Absolute pain. And then, of course, the massive part variance issue that got downplayed a lot in BL3 and then came back as more of a problem in Wonderlands. Now, all of those were the problems with that game's loot system. Bunnies weren't. It's from me. I'm the problem. It's true. I saw your birth certificate. Your government name is The Problem. I don't think any Lands game is a perfect loot system. Each game had something I liked about it. Yeah, I agree. I think as a whole, the wheel needs to be reinvented in terms of loot system for Lands games, but I can at least admire something about each of them. My government name is UP. I could sell that. I want to sell that too, but I don't have room. What if you do some stupid shenanigans with grenades and indiscriminate? Hunter Seeker bullets indiscriminate, so yes, I've done that. Bike ride sucked. I was riding to the wind like half the ride. That sounds annoying as hell. What do we do with that skill point? We unlock the Eternal Fist. Eternal Fist Elementalist Pog. More damage. Only a tiny bit more, but more damage. Now we have Fracture. Fracture is good. By the way, I feel like I should take back some of my complaints about BO3's performance. As long as I play with every setting on low, I can have some FPS. Yeah, it still doesn't run great. Like, I just loaded into 17 FPS before it slowly climbed up to where I have it capped at 60. Well, you know, it's not a 2023 release game levels of bad performance. Jokes aside, I was pretty consistently 120 the whole time I was playing. Very nice. Car rides were... those winds flare up, strong enough to push a car out of its lane. I hate driving. So, thing about me, driving a car is a huge anxiety thing for me. I've never liked the idea of it. I had some bad experiences as a teen with other drivers around me, developed a distaste. It's just an immediate anxiety response. And like shit like that is like, yeah, I would not do well in that situation. If wind blew my fucking car like that, someone else would die and I'd feel awful about it. So like, nope, I don't do it. I can drive. I know how to. I just absolutely hate doing it. I can drive you around. Where are we going? You taking me to get food? Oh yeah, I'm still wearing that breaker. We can go Nimbus, Fracture Nimbus. I would die trying to punch him, but it'd be funny. But I would die. But it'd be funny. Nah, we'll just breaker. Oh, I forgot the music goes so hard in this fight too. Troy, why are you so fucking cool, man? Are you gonna do anything? Did his AI break? Oh, ow! Hey! What? He was baiting me. Directly to Femboy Hooters. Can we go to Power Bottom Panera first? Troy, that sure was a lot of wind-up for the same exact attack you did a second ago. There we go. Pants of Fun Dude Hooter sounds good. Yo, same. If the game focused on Troy more and had him backstab Tyrene, it would have been cool. Like his arc goes from henchman to full-blown antagonist. It certainly seemed like that's where they were building up to, but then they just didn't do that. Hey, Cryo Hunter Seeker. I'll take that. I was kind of hoping for more from Troy. You remember when the Occultist was a guaranteed drop? I suppose I could make that sentence shorter. You remember the Occultist? Talk to Lilith. No idea how long it took me to realize you could break those end of the immune phase. No joke, like 2 years. Borderlands player moment. Colton's never got a buff, never got touched, thing was forgotten about completely. Yeah, which is funny because it went from you literally could not avoid it. It was a guaranteed drop from a mandatory story boss. You could not avoid the occultist. It went from that to no one knows it exists. Kind of wild. Grease traps still go through immune phases, only on a couple select enemies. I've always disliked that people like say it goes through immune phases, like on like 3 bosses. It's just because there's a particular flavor of non-elemental damage. We like to call it boneless damage. That certain immune phases are not set up to stop. And there's multiple sources of boneless damage. Blade Fury is another one. What boneless damage can you give me? What is skinless damage? Skinless damage was my nickname in high school. A long day for you, keep up the good work. I appreciate that, Lee. I appreciate that. It's good to see you. Okay, I said I was gonna stop after Troy. Like, it's only been 9 hours. It's only been 9. Ha, benign. That's another word. Hey, Arjo-sama? I probably butchered that. I apologize. Not new to Borderlands, but I'm just a regular player. I haven't beat the story to any of them. BO3, best in console right now to play. Like, how do you define best? Like, what do you want out of the experience? Like, what does best mean here? I'll say, in general, BL3 is my favorite of the Lands games. You need me with that stream? I think I'll stop. Have you eaten? No, I actually did just literally get texted that, you know, there's some kind of food. So, I'll probably end and go grab food now. Let me advance this quest so I don't accidentally break. Let me check Marcus first. Yeah, probably not on old gen because 1 minute load screens. That's a rough thing. If you're on old hardware, like not a current gen console, then load screens are a pretty big deal breaker. At least in my opinion. In terms of if you're like a story playthrough focused player, well, that could really be any of them. People give BL3 story a lot of shit, but at least has a lot of story content, and that's only really restricted to the main story, the complaints. In my opinion, Wonderlands is the best written story stuff they've done in a while, but there's very little of it. It's a short game, it's a tiny game. TPS goes pretty hard, but kind of like Wonderlands, it doesn't have that much content, not that much shit to do. If you're looking for volume of content, it'd be between BL3 and BL2. And BL2 is easier on your older hardware for load times and such. Fuck with Borderlands ever since someone boosted speed OP10 on BL2. Maybe want to get into Borderlands. I don't know what to do after beat story. So in BL2 you got the Digi Peak, you got the raid bosses, and then that's it. That's your whole game. In Borderlands 3, you have 3 repeatable arenas, you have 1 standalone raid boss, you have 2 full-blown raids, where you fight multiple bosses with mobs in between. You have 6 short gauntlets called Proving Grounds. It's just a bunch of enemies you try to clear as fast as possible, and a boss at the end. BL3's got the most post-story content. So, I guess I'm recommending BL3 to you. I guess that's what's happening. Excuse me, what about Aista? What about Aista? Put 2,000 hours on BL3 last gen. Probably 400 of those were load screens. Yeah. It do be like that. Loved all the DLCs in BL3. Yeah. BL3 DLCs. Did a lot people liked. The different ones targeted different, like, parts of the fan base, and I think it just worked out well overall. Is this a save quit one? Well, I guess that's it anyway. Skull Masher's a raid boss drop. It would be a Seraph. True. Okay, you won me over on respecting Aista. Being able to spawn at any save station in BL3 is so nice. Oh yeah, you don't have to trek across the map to check to see if King Mong spawned. Weird that quality over quantity is a good thing. I'll leave that one there. Ideally, we get both. Like, it shouldn't be a competition between quality and quantity. You're absolutely right, Tizzle. Like, we should not default to choose between these two things. You're not wrong. Yeah, I would love to keep talking, keep hanging out and stuff, because today's been a lot of fun, but that's gonna be it for me today. We did 9 hours. I got most of the way through the playthrough. Tomorrow will be day 2 of this. I do plan on taking this character through endgame, including all endgame content. What'll happen is if I hit a piece of endgame where I really find that I need to have hyper-specific roles, I will create those roles for myself, but I will do it my absolute best to give it a shot without those generated items. So we're gonna see me complete everything that is technically doable as a Gunless Amara, which, based on my experience on other characters, will be all content. We're gonna see me do it this week. Just whether or not I can get there with farmed gear, that's also something we're gonna find out. Who's live this time of day? I'm live at 7:30. Who let me do this? Why did none of you stop me? Mr. Steel is on Wonderland's Redux. Moonbase Tom is doing the thing. I've never raided Moonbase Tom before. I was doing artsy shit. I'm not the least bit artsy, so I'm gonna leech some of the talent through the screen, as all good content creators do. If you can't do something, watch someone else do it and pretend you can. But yeah, if you got my emotes, feel free to jiggle at Moonbase Tom. If not, Quag Raid or some other message is appropriate. I appreciate you guys hanging out immensely. I plan to be live tomorrow. And we'll continue doing the thing with the thing and the thing. Yeah, take it easy, everyone. Bye-bye.
But I gotta get that connection really sparse. Like, I've got to get an incredibly thin connection here.